Chapter 35. Fair Isle Research Endeavor. The Hot Room. December 18th, 3:14 p.m. Greenwich Mean Time. I stood in front of the fish tank, my pistol down at my side. The marshmallow people inside stared at me through the surgical tape slits. I couldn't see their eyes, but they could see mine. I used my free hand to press the button for the intercom. "Listen to me," I said. "You know what Dr. Gray did. You know he's dead." A few of them nodded. Most stood as still as statues. He had an accomplice. Someone sabotaged the security systems and bypassed the vent controls. The plan was to release the airborne Ebola to the atmosphere. That means that one of you in there is in on this. They cut sharp looks at each other, many of them taking involuntary steps back from whoever was nearest, and often colliding. There was a buzz of voices. I leaned into the wall mic. "Shut the fuck up." They froze and stared at me. "I'm talking now to the person who sabotaged the systems. If you are not a terrorist, if you were coerced into this, then you have one chance. Identify yourself and provide any help and information you can, and I promise that any threats made against you or your family will be dealt with. If someone threatened to harm members of your family, let us know now so that we can send teams to take them into protective custody. This is bigger than local police, this is bigger than any one government organization. This is connected with what happened yesterday at the London. That means this is international terrorism of the worst kind. There are no limits to what we will do to protect you and your family if, and only if, you step forward and cooperate with us right now." I stepped back. They looked at each other. Probably friends reaching out voicelessly to each other, hoping to see innocence in familiar eyes and be judged innocent in turn. Or maybe looking for traces of guilt. "All lines of communication to this island have been cut," I said. "That means that no word of what's happening here will get out. If you've been told that harm will come to your loved ones unless the pathogen is released or the news hits the airwaves, then you need to speak up now. We can have teams anywhere in less than 15 minutes. And all teams will be monitored, so even if there is a spy in the network, he won't be able to act before he can be stopped." No one said anything. I edged closer and tapped the glass with my gun. "I'm having a really bad day, folks, so believe me when I tell you that if you don't come forward and we find out who you are, and we will find out, then your day is going to make mine look like a Disney flick." Tick-tock. Nothing. "Okay. That's your call. Bear in mind, this isn't US soil and this facility does not officially exist. Anyone involved in this is hereby designated as an enemy combatant. You are about to disappear into the system and you will never resurface. There will be no one left to speak for your family at that." I started to turn away. "Wait." The crowd inside the fish tank stepped back from one figure. It was a large man near the back. "Please," he said urgently. "They said they'd kill my mother and my sisters. They showed me pictures of what they'd do. Can you help them?" I stepped close to the glass. "What's your name?" "Chip Schofield, building maintenance." "God, please tell me you can help them. They said that if the rivers didn't run red with blood, then the blood of my family would run like a river." His voice was rising to a hysterical pitch. "Oh, God, get them out. Calm down, Chip. You're doing the right thing. Can you tell me anything about them? Can you tell me anything about the Seven Kings?" "Yeah. The Spanish guy who'd dot." Suddenly 2 shots rang out and Schofield was slammed forward against the glass with such force that blood shot all the way to the ceiling and splashed the glass for a dozen yards to either side. I heard him grunt in surprise with his last truncated breath. Everyone screamed and lunged away from a slender figure who stood with her back to the far wall. It was the woman who had pointed the way to Dr. Gray, and she held a .32 automatic in her gloved hand. She fired 2 more shots. Right at me. The glass of the fish tank spiderwebbed, but I was already diving for the floor. Another 2 shots and the whole front of the tank exploded outward, throwing huge chunks of reinforced glass into the hot room. As I rolled sideways, there was a 5th shot. I came up into a shooter's crouch, my gun out in front of me in a 2-handed grip, but when I put the laser sight on the spot where the woman had been standing, it illuminated the center of a fresh splash of dark red. The woman slid slowly down the wall, her hand falling away from where she had placed the barrel beneath her chin. The wall behind where she had stood was splashed with blood, brains, and bits of bone. The screams from the other staff were shrill and unrelenting. I held my ground, fanning the gun back and forth, looking for another target, but I knew it was over. I'd had a single chance at this, and now it was gone. Interlude 24. The 7 Kings. 4 months ago. Galt and Toys returned to their separate apartments before dawn, but almost immediately Galt rapped on Toys' door and came sweeping in, glowing with energy. "This is bloody marvelous," he said. "Marvelous," Toys agreed without inflection. "Drink?" "Martini," Galt said, and Toys mixed them. "God, I can't wait to read Kirov's notes and see what they've been doing." "A terror campaign based on the 10 plagues? It's brilliant." "You're praising a terror campaign, Sebastian." Toys jiggled the pitcher. "Maybe you need a double." Galt laughed and accepted a glass. "Let's drink a toast." Toys gave an unenthusiastic grunt. "What's with you? You seemed pretty effing eager back in the chamber." "Did I? Maybe I was caught up in the moment," Toys said. "I thought you were, too, Dot." Galt snorted. "This isn't just a moment, Toys. This is our life now. Why is that so hard to grasp?" "Sebastian, we've been on the run for months. You were betrayed and nearly killed. After all these weeks of surgery and pain, you should be careful. Take things slow." "Oh, sod that. This situation is tailor-made for me." Toys noticed that Galt had changed his reference from us to me. It confirmed his fears. "Tailor-made? Really?" "Sebastian, we narrowly avoided being killed during your last can't-fail master plan." He paused and took a breath. "Look, we have money, and we still have youth and strength. We don't need this. Let's face it, we are not cut out to be evil geniuses. We never were. Let's take the money and bloody well run." "Not a chance. We already ran. Now we've arrived." "Christ." Toys flapped an arm. "And of course the fact that there's a woman involved has nothing to do with your wanting to stay. You already have that look in your eyes." "What look?" Galt's voice was suddenly cool. "You know what I mean." "No, why don't you tell me?" Toys sighed. "Don't start a fight, Sebastian. It's just that when there's a woman involved you." "I what?" interrupted Galt sharply. He slapped down his martini glass hard enough to slosh the contents onto the wet bar and crossed the room to stand uncomfortably close to Toys. "I what, Toys? Are you saying that if I become interested in a woman I lose control? Or perspective?" "I didn't say that." "Then what are you saying?" "You're comparing the goddess to Amira and Dot." "Whoa, Sebastian, let's have a little effing perspective. We're not in the chamber now and Eris is not a goddess." "Perspective?" Galt murmured. He edged closer still, so that his breath was hot on Toy's face. "Yes, let's both have a perspective check. When things went wrong in Afghanistan, I had a moment of weakness. I won't deny it, Toys, and I needed you. I really did." "Yes," Toys said in a hoarse whisper. "But what happened when I called out for your help? Do you remember?" "Sebastian, do you fucking remember?" Galt snarled. Toys tried to meet Galt's fierce glare, but he felt his own eyes growing moist and weak. He turned his face away. You slapped me, Toys. I was in pain, I was desperate, and your response was to attack me. It wasn't an attack, Sebastian, and you damn well know it. You were sinking and I needed to snap you out of it. Toys suddenly threw his drink against the wall and wheeled on Galt, his own anger finally rising. If I hadn't, then that fucking whore Amira would have released a doomsday plague. A doomsday plague. How can you of all people not grasp what that means? If you want a perspective check, then embrace that for a moment. Christ, you're lucky I didn't put a bullet into you right there and then, because I bloody warned you about her. I warned you over and over that she couldn't be trusted, and each time you ignored me. She was my... What? Your lover? Get a sodding grip, Sebastian. She was playing you. She played you all the way and then she turned into a goddamn zombie and tried to eat you. I mean, how thick are you that you can't see that you were wrong? He jabbed Galt in the chest with the tip of his finger. Galt flinched but held his ground. Or have you become so bitter and arrogant that you can't admit that you made a misstep? You want to get mad at me for hitting you? Go ahead. I'm warning you, Toys. No. You don't warn me. Toys jabbed his finger again, much harder this time. If we're going to be part of this bullshit, then while you go and play king, I'll be the conscience I'm supposed to be. If there are no lies and no secrets in this absurd secret bloody society, then let that start right here and now. I love you, Sebastian. Like a brother. More than a brother, but I will not take your shit. Not now, and not ever. And I will not let you make another mistake. Galt looked down at the finger that was still pressed into his chest right above his heart. He slowly, gently reached up and pushed it away. Listen to me, Toys, he said softly. Don't think I'm unaware and ungrateful for what you've done for me over the years. You've been closer to me than family. You are my family. I've never had secrets from you. But don't forget who you were before I found you. A minimum wage laborer in one of my plants. I was the one who saw something special in you, the potential. I paid for your education, I put you in that posh flat, I let you buy whatever you wanted. And I earned those things 1,000 times over, but... Galt gave a single stubborn shake of his head. When I found you, you were nothing. Maybe, hissed Toys, but a few months ago this nothing kept you from destroying everything, so don't be all high and mighty with me. Galt's mouth opened and closed. He turned and began striding away, but within a few steps he slowed and stopped. His rigid shoulders slumped, and in a gentler voice he said, "The world has changed, Toys. It started when Amira betrayed me. I feel like the fires that burned my flesh also burned away something else." He turned. It burned away my weakness, my doubt. I can look back at the Sefaldin project and I can see where I went wrong, just as I can see how I would do it all differently. Life usually doesn't give you a chance to start over, to do it the right way, and yet here we are. Not only is this a second chance, it's a chance at something greater, grander, than anything we imagined. All of those wild, mad dreams we had, they're nothing compared to this. We passed through fire, Toys, you and me, and we emerged as changed beings. Purified. No longer ordinary men. The universe has opened the door to greatness. Don't you understand? To greatness. The moment held and stretched. Toys wiped tears from his eyes. Is this what you want, Sebastian? He asked quietly. Look me in the eye and tell me, brother to brother, that this, the Seven Kings, the path to domination, all this death and destruction, is what you truly want, but... Galt crossed the room and placed his hands on Toy's cheeks, framing his face. He bent and kissed Toys on the forehead. Galt's eyes burned like candles. Yes, he said. This isn't just what I want, Toys. This is what I will have. Toys searched Galt's face, looked deep into his friend's eyes. He shivered. If eyes were the windows of the soul, then... God save my soul, he thought. Okay, he said softly. Okay. Interlude 25. The Seven Kings. 4 months ago. The American sipped his whiskey as he watched the replay of the argument between Toys and Sebastian Gault. It was the 4th time he had viewed it. During each viewing he focused on a different aspect of the spat. This last time he had zoomed in to watch the expressions on Toy's face. He found them very interesting. He swirled the whiskey, enjoying the tinkle of ice cubes. Okay, said Toys. Okay. The American played that back with the sound up, listening for subtleties of intent and meaning in the young Englishman's voice. The King of Fear smiled. Chapter 36. Fair Isle Research Endeavor. The Shetland Isles. December 18, 3:47 p.m. Greenwich Mean Time. I stood naked in a decontamination chamber while antibacterial and antiviral agents blasted me from every possible angle. I scrubbed my skin until I glowed in the dark. Afterward they made me stand in a full-scale BAMS unit for 5 minutes. "You're clean," Hu announced, though he sounded almost disappointed. Everything I'd been wearing, including my sidearm, was sealed in a steel drum filled with some kind of acid. Even the fumes from the acid were vented through filters and stored in tanks. I was okay with the procedure. If this strain of Ebola ever got out, it would make 28 Days Later look like a Pixar comedy. I just wished that there was some way for all these gadgets and chemicals to scrub the filth off my soul. I dressed in an extra set of barrier BDUs and a pair of sneakers that were half a size too small. All I had left of my personal belongings was my anorak and my dog. Ghost came and sniffed me suspiciously a few times, confused by my lack of scent, but I rubbed the back of my wrist to coax some of the natural oils to the surface, and when he took another sniff he licked my hand. I knelt down and hugged the furry monster for a while. If it was too tight, Ghost didn't seem to mind. He wagged his tail and whined a little, sensing the hurt that I felt. Dogs are truly the best of companions. You don't need to explain. They know as much as they need to know, and they are loyal no matter what sins you've committed. As I got to my feet, I looked at fire. It was draped in sheets of heavy gray cloth, and men in hazmat suits were spraying the cloth with nausea-smelling foam. Above us, a dozen choppers armed with Hellfire missiles kept watch. Somewhere over the horizon, Preble's chums in the Royal Navy were poised to turn this whole island into a memory of charred dust if the right word was given. Church was waiting for me near our chopper. The winter sun was setting and a bank of clouds was rising from the horizon line like a curtain being cranked into place. Church handed me a cup of coffee. "It's instant," he said, "but it's hot." I sipped it and winced. It tasted like the stuff they'd been spraying me with. "First," he said, "a complete team from Nellis is on scene at Area 51. The 5 remaining members of your team are fine and have been treated for minor wounds." When I said nothing, he went on. "Jerry Spencer has taken over the Plimpton crime scene. He have anything to say?" Church almost smiled. "He isn't happy that you messed with the evidence. I'll cry about it later. Other than that, he told me that he would call me if he had anything and asked that I stop bothering him while he was working. His natural warmth and charm are apparently unaffected by the scope of this disaster." I nodded toward fire. "What about Schofield's mother and sisters?" "Both sisters are already in protective custody in Newark and San Francisco. His mother is in a nursing home in Delray Beach. I sent Riptide team out of Miami to guard her. We're running background checks on every employee and patient at the nursing home. As soon as we can get a trusted gerontologist on site, we'll move her to a secure facility." "And the shooter? The woman?" "Nina Snow, assistant professor of infectious diseases from Johns Hopkins. Top marks, clean record. Considering how she ended things, it's possible she was under similar coercion. She's single and we're working to locate family. Bug is coordinating the background checks." "That's a lot of resources." "Yes. And if this continues to escalate, we may be forced to rely on other agencies, and that opens us up to all sorts of potential complications. He paused. Tell me again what Schofield said to you. About the river of blood. I closed my eyes and found the words. They said that if the rivers didn't run red with blood, then the blood of my family would run like a river. Yes. That troubles me. All of it troubles me. The phrasing doesn't match the rest of what he said. He was clearly quoting, or attempting to quote, something that was said to him. It has a distinctly biblical structure to it. Rivers running red with blood. You're going to need a different kind of specialist to sort that out. Not my kind of job. I'm just a shooter. Church glanced briefly at a flight of gulls flapping across the iron-gray sky. Walk with me, Captain. We walked toward the cliffs in the red glow of the dying sun. I hunched into my coat and kept taking sips from the coffee, mostly to let the steam warm my face. If Church felt the cold, or cared about it, it didn't show. I'm not sure if I found his iron stoicism admirable or loathsome. It made him seem inhuman. He said nothing for 5 minutes, letting me sort through my shit. Finally, he said, that was hard. I said nothing. I contacted Dr. Sanchez and brought him up to speed. He thinks I'm a monster. I grunted, and he cut me a brief look. Do you need an apology for this? Would you give me one if I did? It's unlikely. Then, no. Do you feel used, Captain? Sure. Do you think that it was unfair of me to put you into this? I stopped and waited for him to stop and face me. Let's cut the shit, Church. They don't hire nice guys to do what we do, but I'm not interested in putting a Dr. Phil spin on this. Do I hate that I had to do it? Sure, who wouldn't? Do I wish it had been someone else in there? Fuck yeah, I'd rather be with Megan Fox on a topless beach in the south of France. But I'm not. I'm here, and I was the right man for the job. Sucks to be the truth, but there it is. He studied me for a slow 5 count, then nodded and turned. I fell into step beside him. One last question, he said. Sure. When you were in there, was that the killer or the cop? I had never told him that I had disparate personalities floating around in my head, but I knew that prior to hijacking me into the DMS he had his people hack my psych records. Rudy still wanted to skin him for it. I didn't like it any more than Rudy did, but given the nature of the extreme threats we face, I could understand it. To a degree. The cop. He nodded. Glad to hear it. I sighed and rubbed my eyes. The coffee tasted like vulture piss, but I drank it anyway. After a moment, he said, tell me what we know now that we didn't know before we got here. We know the 7 Kings are behind this and the London hospital. I'll be mighty damn surprised if they didn't do Area 51 as well. He nodded. I said, we know that the King's Point man, the Spaniard, was here in Scotland as late as this morning. If I had to guess, he oversaw the hospital thing by turning dials on Plimpton and maybe some others at the hospital, and then he came here to get this in motion. This took time, so he must have made multiple trips to London and here. We might get lucky with airline records and whatever boat service brings people out here. Yes. I've got bug on that already. What else? We know that he works on a pattern. Tell me. He picks people who not only have families but who are absolutely devoted to them. People willing to kill others to prevent harm from coming to their own. I know I'd kill to protect my brother, his wife, and their kid, but I wouldn't blow up a hospital to do it. No, that's got to be a specific kind of person. Snow seems to be the exception, so we can't discount the possibility that she was more agent than victim. The question is how the Kings are identifying people who are vulnerable to this kind of coercion. Employee records can be hacked, Church suggested. We do it all the time. Sure, but would that kind of thing be inside an employee's records? I mean, imagine asking that question on a performance review. Would you release a virus capable of creating a global pandemic to keep your kids safe? Pretty sure we would have gotten wind of that. He nodded. So, maybe these guys are accessing psych records. We need to look for commonalities there, see if they've used the same therapist, or therapists in the same network. There has to be a link to how they're getting this kind of info. I asked Dr. Sanchez to coordinate with Bug on the proper search arguments. What else? They like backup plans. They had 3 people here. Gray, Schofield, and Snow. Probably the same thing at the hospital. Unfortunately, that screws the math even more when it comes to employee psych profiles. 3 people of that kind in the same place. I might be able to buy that at the London, but not in a place like Fire. Too small. That's weird unless somehow they were seated here. We need to look at transfer records, too. Hugo Vox can help with that. He's the top security screener in the country, and he owns a number of employment agencies for this kind of work. He may be able to determine how the Kings are working the employee profiles. Good. Set it up. One more thing we know. Church cocked an expectant eyebrow. We know they plan well in advance, which means we are way behind the curve here. God knows how many other events like these are cocked and locked. Yes. We walked in silence for another minute. What's my next step? I asked. I'd like to head back to London and... No. Child tells me that word's gotten around that you killed 2 London cops and put another in intensive care. A formal statement has been issued by the commissioner that these 3 were part of the terrorist cell responsible for the bombing, but some cops aren't going to buy that. Shit. I don't think there's anything more you can do here, Captain. You've done very good work. You're booked on a flight to the States. Area 51? No. You'll land in Philadelphia and meet up with Dr. Sanchez. He called me while you were in the lab. I think we can say with certainty that Nicodemus is involved. Church told me what had happened during Rudy's visit to Greaterford. It didn't make me want to dance and sing. This guy is pretending to be what? A prophet? Unknown, though from the description Dr. Sanchez gave, Nicodemus is either pretending to be demonically possessed or suffering from an unusual form of multiple personality disorder. So far Nicodemus's references are distortions of biblical references. Old and New Testament, as well as the Apocrypha. Lots of psychos read the Bible, especially in prison. He could be pulling stuff out of his ass to jerk our chains. And he mentioned the goddess. Which ties to the Spaniard, I said, and he nodded. And Nicodemus mentioned the elders, but there wasn't enough context to infer a meaning. Most likely it's a reference to the protocols of the elders of Zion. There were internet references to that via some posts by the goddess. I asked what that was and Church explained about the early 20th century propaganda. World's full of nuts. How's that tie into this stuff? Unknown. Could be part of a plan to foment religious violence, or it could be simple misdirection. We still need to understand where these clues are supposed to take us. Church paused. And there were a few other things he said, He told me the rest, about what Nicodemus had said as he was being let out. He actually said that? I demanded. Nicodemus referred to a friend of Rudy's who had lost the grace of the goddess? One who walks with ghosts? Yes, drawled Church. Interesting, isn't it? Son of a bitch. Dr. Sanchez was badly shaken by those comments. However, the remark that I find most significant is the one about the river of blood that was supposed to sweep you away. It ties into what Schofield said, but it was clearly directed at you. Yeah. That's a real ass biter. What do you think of it? I caught a look at Church. If you are asking if I think this Nicodemus character is getting messages from the spirit world, then no, I don't. I wasn't swept away by a river of blood. We stopped this from happening. To me, it says that he knew that I was going to be here and something about me personally. Grace's death, the name of my dog. Shit that could be found out. But he didn't know that things were going to spin our way on this. Church smiled. It was a rare thing for him to do, and it wasn't at all a friendly or happy smile. The angel of death might smile like that. Nicodemus said that to Dr. Sanchez before I even picked you up at the Plimpton crime scene. How would anyone know that I was going to assign this mission to you? The wind howled past me for a long time. Ghost whimpered slightly, but I couldn't tell whether it was from the cold or his canine senses had caught the specters on the wind that we humans could not see. We started walking again. I also received a call from our informant, he said. Deep Throat? What did he say? Church told me. On the surface, the conversation appears to flow normally, but I'm sure there was a code in there. A clue. One line stands out: they want to break the bones of their enemies and suck out the marrow. I told him that it didn't seem helpful, and he insisted that it was. So we need to add the words break, bones, and marrow to our keywords and see what happens. I nodded. We'll sort it out. We still have a lot of resources we can throw at this. No matter what it takes, we'll find them. He half-turned and studied me. What makes you think so? We have to, I said. I was aware of how that sounded. Church let a little time pass before he replied. I don't want to preach cynicism, Captain, Church said, but if you stay in this game for any considerable length of time, you may experience an enlightenment that is akin to what the national consciousness of America went through between the end of World War II and the end of the Vietnam War. What, a loss of innocence? I just shot someone, boss, so I think. No. The epiphany was that there are some wars you can't win. There are some wars, in fact, that are so big and yet so subtle that all you can hope to do is catch glimpses of them as they move through your life. I looked at him. He shrugged. This has that feel to it. What? Are you saying you don't think we'll catch them? We don't even know who they are, Captain. We're miles from certain knowledge of any kind. Even the things we've learned today could be carefully seeded misdirection. This is the nature of the war on terror. Sometimes there is no face, no name, no target for us to point a gun at. It can be disheartening and daunting, and the frustration of it has forced a lot of players out of the game. But not you, I said. Not me. Why not? Church didn't answer that. Instead he said, the darkness is all around us. Very few people have the courage to light a candle against it. I'm not that kind of idealist. Nor am I. We are of a kind, Captain, and neither of us is holding a candle against the darkness. Like the unknown and unseen enemy we fight, people like you and me, we are the darkness. In some ways we are more like the things we're fighting than the people we're protecting. Granted, our motives are better, from our perspective, but we wait in the shadows for our unseen enemy to make a move against those innocents with the candles. And by that light we take aim. Is that all we are? I asked. Hunters in the dark? Isn't it enough for you? I don't know. I don't want that to be all that I am. Church nodded. We stared out to sea, watching as the thickening clouds were underlit by the setting sun. The colors were intense. Dark reds and hot oranges. It looked like the whole world was on fire. Part 3. 10 Plagues. The governments of the present day have to deal not merely with other governments, with emperors, kings, and ministers, but also with the secret societies which have everywhere their unscrupulous agents, and can at the last moment upset all the government's plans. Benjamin Disraeli. Chapter 37. In Flight. December 18, 10:29 p.m. Greenwich Mean Time. Preble's team gave me a lift to Heathrow. It was a silent trip except for some murmured condolences for the losses suffered by the DMS. We were all in mourning. The final death toll from the hospital had been released. 4,116 people. That was 1,100 more than had died in the fall of the towers. Add to that the body count from Area 51, 79 people on the research and development team, 26 support staff, 8 from the Nellis Air Force Base military intelligence team, 6 members of Lucky Team, 9 men and women from Area 51's on-site security team, and the 2 members of Echo, 130 all told. Add Plimpton's wife and daughter, Charles Gray, and his family, and 2 dead in the fish tank, and the total was 4,253 dead in less than 2 days. Those numbers were full of broken glass and splinters. You couldn't touch them without bleeding. I sat in one of the padded seats on the chopper with Ghost's head on my lap and stared inward into some of the empty darkness in my head. I wished that Grace was with me. God Almighty, Grace, why aren't you here? I closed my eyes and tried not to scream. Inside my head the warrior was ramming the point of his knife into the ground over and over again, teeth bared in a feral snarl of unrelenting bloodlust. The modern man was hiding somewhere, he just couldn't deal. I wanted the cop to emerge, to assert his cool control, but for the moment he was silent, and ugly winds blew across the darkness of my inner landscape. I dozed for a while, but my dreams were nasty and I woke to the sound of my phone buzzing. I flipped it open. "Do not tell me there's been another attack," I said by way of hello. "No," said Mr. Church, "but here's a twist for you." Hit me. Jerry Spencer and his team found the body of Trevor Plimpton in the subbasement of the hospital. Killed by the blast? Hardly. The debris kept him fairly intact, but it is clear that he had been systematically and comprehensively tortured. Ah, Jesus. Were they able to fix the time of death? Best guess is 2 to 6 hours after the deaths of his family. Well before the bombs went off. He let me process that for a moment. That is a twist, I said, but it tells us something. It straightens the logic. Tell me. If Plimpton had been coerced into bringing the bombs to work and setting them up for fear that something bad would happen to his family, he might have snapped. He might have killed his wife and kid and then gone to work to maybe stop the bomb. Why kill his family? Church asked. Because he was about to betray the extortionists. Why not go to the authorities? Plimpton told us why in his note. They are everywhere, Church quoted. Yes, and he believed that to the point of killing his wife and daughter in order to protect them from worse treatment at the hands of the 7 kings. So, who killed Plimpton? Good question. We know from Farrell that the kings had several agents in place. They clearly used the same setup here. So we're back to what we talked about on Fair Isle, that the kings have a way of identifying certain psychological profiles within their target facilities. There was silence at both ends of the line as we each thought about all the things that were wrong with that. It smacks of too much inside knowledge, said Church. Way too much. Let me work on that end of things, he said. In the meantime, I've arranged for a specialist to liaise with you. Dr. Circe O'Tree. She's an analyst who specializes in the social, religious, and historical justifications for terrorism. She'll join you on the flight to the States. Good. We can use the help. But, where do I know that name from? I doubt you watch Oprah, so I'll venture that you saw her latest book in the stores. The Terrorist Sophist. That's it. Looked interesting, I said. Should have picked it up. Pick it up in the airport, he suggested. It's useful stuff. Dr. O'Tree works for Hugo Vox out at Terror Town, though she's been in London for the last 2 months working in security logistics for the Sea of Hope. Her track record for intuitive leaps and big-picture perspective checks is remarkable. I tried to recruit her for the DMS, but she declined. Why? When he didn't answer, I said, she sounds like a sharp cookie. I'll try not to embarrass the home team. That would be nice, Church said dryly. Last thing before you go. We have the first lab reports from the hospital fire. They've found residue consistent with a large quantity of automobile tires. They were apparently stored on the top floor of the hospital in several rooms that had been roped off, ostensibly for plumbing repairs. Hospital officials have no explanation for that, and they believe that the tires had to have been brought in very recently. We can presume that Plimpton and or others working for the Kings brought them in within the last 24 hours before the fire. But why? To increase the toxicity of the smoke or special effects? That's Spencer's take. There are a number of ways in which a pall of darkness can be spun into a political or religious statement. And it may tie in with what Dr. Sanchez learned at Graterford. That's a good topic to run by Dr. O'Tree. He disconnected. I chewed on that for the rest of the flight to Heathrow. Gus Dietrich had arranged for an aide to be there with my suitcases. I ducked into a bathroom and changed out of the BDUs and into a light traveling suit. Ghost, looking like a tortured martyr, went into the cargo hold in a big box. Even when I gave him his favorite toy, a well-chewed stuffed cat with Dr. H.U. stitched on its chest, from the looks Ghost threw me you'd have thought I'd just whipped him with a chain. Did I feel guilty as I kicked off my shoes and stretched out my legs in first class? Could I imagine his piteous whines as I sipped my first glass of Jameson? Yeah, but I dealt with it manfully. I finished the drink in 2 wheezing gulps, ordered a second and took a slug, then rested the glass on my thigh. My eyes started drifting closed and I didn't fight it. Captain Ledger? I fought the urge to heave out a frustrated sigh as I cranked open one eye. Yes? A woman set a briefcase down on the adjoining seat. She was very likely the most beautiful woman I had ever seen in real life. Mr. Church told me that you'd be aboard this flight, she said. I'm Dr. Circe O'Tree. I stared up at her and for a moment I forgot all about death and destruction. I also forgot that I'd buckled my seatbelt, so when I tried to stand and shake her hand I jerked to a halt and spilled my whiskey all over my crotch. Smooth. Chapter 38. Over the Atlantic. December 18, 10:43 p.m. Greenwich Mean Time. We both looked at the dark stains spreading on the front of my trousers. Well, I said, I guess there's no way I'm going to make a bigger jackass of myself than that, so we can go on the assumption that everything else will be less of a disappointment. Circe O'Tree arched an eyebrow. Oh, I don't know. We have a long flight ahead of us. Damn. She was average height, but beyond that all other uses of the word average went right out the window. Circe had a heart-shaped face framed by intensely black hair that fell in wild curls to her shoulders. She had full lips, high cheekbones that a model would have sold her own offspring for, and a set of heart-stopping curves. The brown of her eyes was so dark that the irises looked black. I figured her for Black Irish with a dash of Greek. She wore a tailored tweed skirt and jacket over a sheer white blouse. She wasn't dressed to show off, and there wasn't a hint of flirtation in her smile, so this was all on me. I could blame it on being caught off guard. Sure, that sounds good. Mind if I sit? She asked. Please, I said, fumbling for what few manners I had left. She sat and laid her briefcase on her thighs and tried not to smile at the whiskey spill. When the cabin attendant saw the mess and, God help me, tried to dab at it with a cloth, Circe turned aside and bit her thumb to keep from laughing. I yanked out the tails of my shirt to hide the damage. The attendant, red-faced and flustered, brought fresh drinks, a new whiskey for me and a Coke Zero for Circe. So, I said, want to start this over again? 'Cause really I'm not as much of an imbecile as evidence might suggest. I try not to hold first impressions against people. Thank God for that. Can we try those introductions again? You are? Do you want the full name or the one that fits my driver's license? Give me the whole enchilada. I've got time. Circe Diana Ecclesia Magdalena O'Tree. Yikes. I have a complicated family history. No kidding, dot. Circe's easier. She held out a hand. She wore rings on most of her fingers and a silver band of Celtic knots around her thumb. Her grip was strong, the way a woman's is, without affected delicacy or an attempt to prove herself by trying to crush my bones. I noticed that there was a line of callus running from her index finger to her thumb. Shooters get calluses like that. Her trigger finger was the only one without a ring. File that away. Captain Joseph Edwin Ledger, I said. Joe to my friends. Nice to meet you, Joe. You hold any rank? I asked. She shook her dark hair. Just the degrees. MD, couple of PhDs, bunch of masters. I was a world-class nerd. What fields? It's a mix. Archaeology, anthropology, physics, psychology, and medicine with a specialty in infectious diseases. I whistled. Weird mix. Less weird than it appears. I've always known that I wanted to work in the threat assessment field. Counterterrorism and anti-terrorism. The physics and medicine help me understand the specific nature of the WMDs we might face. The archaeology and anthropology give me a lot of cultural perspective. And the psychology allows me to crawl inside the heads of freedom fighters and political extremists. Makes sense, but you must have started collecting degrees in grade school. Her smile abruptly dropped about 20 degrees. Are you going to tell me that I look too young to be so smart? No. My comment was meant to convey appreciation of your accomplishments, not to condescend. Circe said nothing. Insecure and a bit touchy. File that away, too. Church said you were in London for the Sea of Hope thing. I just got the skinny on that yesterday. And what? Most of you people seem to think that it's an extraordinary waste of security resources and probably an overall waste of time. You people? What the hell's that supposed to mean? Military types. Covert ops types. You mean male types. Sorry, Doc, but I wasn't going in that direction. If you want to hear what I actually think, try asking it without the challenge. She sat back and appraised me for a moment, but it was hard to tell what conclusions she was drawing. She said, okay, so what do you think of Generation Hope? No bullshit? No bullshit. I think it's long past due, and I'm encouraged to know that the project was conceived by the next generation. The current generation in power, on both sides of the aisle, spend too much time with their heads up their asses playing partisan politics and not enough time planning for the future. I don't like the grasshopper viewpoint when it comes to issues that affect the whole world. That said, I think the Sea of Hope is about the best target I could think of for a terrorist attack, so providing top-of-the-line security for it makes a lot of sense. Another long moment while she fixed those dark, calculating eyes on me. Okay, she said. Points for that. Gosh, thanks, Dot. Circe gave me a charming smile. We're not going to get along well, are we? I laughed. Actually, I kind of hope we are. I'll behave if you will. She shrugged. It's worth a try. That bought us a few seconds of awkward silence. I waited for her to fill it. She didn't, so I caved and asked, "You've worked with church before?" Something flickered in and out of her eyes and she brushed a non-existent piece of debris from the leather cover of her briefcase. Once or twice. He speaks highly of you, I said. Does he? She said distractedly. Her eyes drifted down to her hands for a moment, and I couldn't tell if she was being evasive because her history with church was awkward or because she was intimidated by the thought of him. She wouldn't be the first person in a power position who got moody and introspective when Church's name was mentioned. There was something about Church that made you assess everything from how clean your fingernails were to how many sins were left unconfessed on your soul. After a few seconds she raised her eyes and looked at me. It might be useful if you brought me up to speed on what you've learned, she said. Mr. Church said that you're already forming some useful theories. Don't yet know how useful they are, I said, but here goes. I told her everything that had happened since Church called me yesterday. The jet was far out over the Atlantic by the time I finished. While I spoke, she took a lot of notes on her laptop. The story hit her pretty hard and her eyes were wet. Fair Isle. That encounter with the little boy. Mikey, I said. Mikey. That must have been very difficult. Harder for him than me. No, she said, I don't think so. He's past it now, he's out of it. You have to carry it around with you. It's part of the job, document. She shifted to study me, eyes narrowing again. Why are you doing that? Doing what? Blowing it off as if it's nothing? You watched a little boy die a horrible death today. You had to use him in order to do your job. Are you going to sit there and tell me that it's just another day at work? What, you did that and now you can clock out and watch the in-flight movie? I sighed. What should I do? Break down and cry? It would be a little more human. Sure, and I'll probably get around to that. I'm not that kind of macho. But at the same time, how would it get me through the rest of today? People I know have died today. I killed 2 people yesterday and someone else today. I want to hunt down the people responsible for what's going on and kill them. Would disintegrating into tears get me through any of that? You live a difficult life, Captain. So does a nurse in a charity ward. It's all relative, and the name is Joe. And the loss of your men? She said. You must be devastated. Sure. Granted, I've been away and didn't really know them, but they wore the uniform, so anyone in the field is going to feel the loss. She nodded. Funny, most professional soldiers who said something like that would come off sounding like a bad actor in a cheap action film. You don't, Dot. Thanks. I think. It's more typical of the kind of person Mr. Church tends to hire for his teams. He needs tough men and women, and granted there will always be a bit of the tough guy catchphrases being tossed around, but most of the people I've met have a deeper level. She cut me a sideways look. And no, Captain Ledger, that is not in any way a flirtatious remark. I never for a minute thought. Yes, you did, she said, but she said it pleasantly. Or so I thought. Of course you did. No, really, She held up a hand. Okay, let's throw some cards on the table so we can move forward without stepping on eggshells. Fair enough? Yes? I said dubiously. I work at T-Town, which is about 99% men, and all of them either are alpha personalities or think they are. That said, what we have here is the standard dynamic for sexual tension. I'm moderately good-looking, I have big boobs, and I get hit on by everyone from the pastor of my church to baristas at Starbucks, and by every single guy at T-Town except for my boss and the range master. I don't blame them and I don't judge them. It's part of the procreative drive hardwired into us, and we haven't evolved as a species far enough to exert any genuine control over the biological imperative. You, on the other hand, are a very good-looking man of prime breeding age. Old enough to have interesting lines and scars, and stories to go with them, and young enough to be a catch. You probably get laid as often as you want to, and you can probably count on the fingers of one hand the number of times women have said no to you. Maybe, and please correct me if I've strayed too far into speculation, being an agent of a secret government organization has led you to buy into the super spy sex stud propaganda perpetuated by James Bond films. My name is Powers, I said. Austin Powers. She ignored me and plowed ahead. We're in the middle of a crisis. We may have to work closely together for several days, or even several weeks. Close quarters travel, emotions running high, all that. If it's all the same to you, I'd rather not spend the next few days living inside a trite office romance cliché. That includes everything from mild flirtation to sexual innuendo and double entendre and the whole ball of wax. She sipped her Coke. The ball landed in my court with a thump. I leaned back and smiled. What? She asked. I can't tell you how refreshing it is to hear this. She was flustered by that for almost a full second. You agree? She said guardedly. Agree? While you were talking, I was doing a little mental pre-flight check and, yeah, I had every typical male reaction in the book. Eyes, boobs, legs, the works. And you're not moderately good looking, you're a fucking knockout and you know it. Or you should know it if you have a mirror. So yeah, I get that attraction is part of the proliferation of the species. And from a purely observational point of view, I'm guilty as charged. No question, I said. And no apologies. She raised an eyebrow. I'm as male and horny as the next guy. Maybe the next 4 guys, and sure, that's the alpha wolf drive to breed gene firing on all cylinders. Good call. On the other hand, you pointed out that I'm a professional of the kind Mr. Church hires. Not only don't I think with my biceps or trigger finger, I don't think with my dick. Circe considered that, nodded. One more thing, I said. Despite the hardwired urges, I'm also not on the market. I'm letting my heart take a long vacation. It might even retire to a cave. Broken heart? She probed. Someone dump you? I almost let her off the hook, but I actually respected her for her candor. No, I said. The woman, the extraordinary woman with whom I was in love, died. Circe's lips parted, but she said nothing. She died on the job. If it wasn't for her, you and I couldn't be here having this conversation because the whole damn world would have gone to hell and, yes, in a handbasket. I could almost hear something go clunk in her head as a couple of disparate pieces of information fell sharply into place. Oh my God, she said softly. Grace Cortland? You were the one she was in love with? I nodded. Did Church tell you? I asked. No, she said. Grace did. That hit me like a punch between the eyes. Grace told you about us? No, not really. She told me that she was starting to fall in love with someone. Someone, in the DMS. I thought she meant Mr. Church. I laughed. I couldn't help it, a single bark of shocked laughter burst out. Church? That's funny? Funny weird, not funny haha. We sat in silence for a moment. I sipped my whiskey and hoped for a nice midair collision. As initial encounters go, I said, this is a doozy. Where does it leave us? Except literally and metaphorically out to sea? If we're adults, it means that we can start with a clean slate, a fair mutual understanding, and a shared agenda. She smiled. I like that. We shook on it. Now, I said. It's your turn. She gave me a half smile, kind of a you asked for it, Buster look, and then told me all about the goddess. Interlude 26. The 7 Kings. 3.5 months ago. Toys tried to catch Galt's eye, but he was deep in conversation with the King of Lies. They were laughing. In the 2 weeks since they'd come to the castle, Toys and Galt had grown wary of each other. Galt had thrown himself into the world of the kings and the goddess with his whole heart. Toys walked more circumspectly around the fringes, playing the role of conscience for protective cover but generally feeling trapped. You, my friend, he said to himself, are in a right pickle. Suddenly the room went silent and all eyes turned as the door to the chamber opened and Eris came in. She wore a white dress, long and tailored, and although the cut was simple and the design plain, on her it looked like a regal gown. Everyone stood. Each king, each conscience, got to his feet, and as Eris walked across the room they all bowed. Not wanting to stand out, Toys bowed as well. As he did so he imagined how good it would feel to slip a knife into her kidney. Do goddesses bleed like ordinary mortals? He speculated darkly. Eris ascended the throne on the raised dais, then waved everyone else to their seats. They sat like obedient dogs, Toys thought. All except the American, who took his time. In this lighting, in this setting, Eris looked ageless and beautiful and more regal than anyone else Toys had ever met in the flesh. And he'd met most of the crowned heads of Europe. Everyone beamed at her in a way that Toys thought looked truly worshipful. That was the only word that fit. It troubled him. The king of famine got to his feet. Goddess, we are complete again. We are 7. 7 is the sacred number. She looked at Galt. Do you know why? He shook his head like a man in a dream. Tell me. A wicked smile played over Eris's lips. Toys thought that it was half virgin, half whore, and thoroughly corrupt. Eris raised her arms as if in invocation. The world was made during 7 days of creation, and it will end when the 7 seals spoken of in the book of Revelation are opened. The number 7 is key to every religion, every path to spirit. Look into the sky and behold the 7-starred constellation of Saptarishi Mandalam representing the 7 sages. 7 upon 7 mysteries. Intoned the group. The Virgin Mary experienced 7 joys, and endured 7 sorrows, the kings replied. Toys saw that Galt's lips were moving. He could not know this information. Galt was a lapsed Presbyterian, but it was clear that he wanted to participate, even to the point of trying to speak a litany to which he had never before been privy. Toys was sure that Galt was unaware that he was doing it, and that alone was frightening, because Galt was always aware. His perception was the thing that had always defined him. Now, in the space of seconds, he had descended into ritual behavior. Cult behavior. Toys wanted to grab him, slap his face, and drag him out of this madhouse. There are 7 heavens in Islam and 7 fires in their hell, said Eris. Heaven and hell, said the crowd. Linked by 7 doors. The Jews know this truth, said Eris. God told the Israelites that they would displace 7 peoples when they entered the land of Israel. Hail the power of 7. Eris spoke of 7 dimensions and sets of 7 gods and demons in a dozen religions. She named 7 dates as the key moments on which history turned, and the 7 secret families who brought Europe out of the Dark Ages. She spoke of 7s in astronomy and physics, geography, and philosophy. Her voice rose to a screech as she spoke of 7 as a core number in sacred mathematics, naming it as the 4th prime number, a Mersenne prime, a double Mersenne, a Newman-Shanks-Williams prime, a Woodall prime, a factorial prime. Toys could feel the pull of the magic she wove, and it took every ounce of his will, and every splinter of his hate, to keep from being swept away by it all. Everyone else was completely caught up in it, their faces aglow with fanatical light. None more so than Santoro, who looked like he was having a long, slow, and very powerful orgasm as he stared at the goddess. The only other person in the room who did not look like he had been transported by the goddess was her son, and when Toys looked across the room he saw the American looking directly back at him. And he was smiling. It was a small thing, a tiny curl of the lip that betrayed a subtlety at odds with his bombastic personality. As Toys watched, the American flicked a look at Eris, then rolled his eyes in a "can you believe this bullshit?" expression, then smiled again at Toys. No one else noticed. The others were with Eris in a completely different place. Toys risked the smallest of reciprocal smiles, and the American gave the tiniest of nods. Then the King of Fear turned his face away and pretended that he, too, was enraptured by the goddess. Eris turned to Galt and whispered, "Now, my newest son and king, tell me a secret known to the King of Plagues. Tell me a secret of 7. Everyone turned toward Galt and Toys almost reached out to touch him but could not make his hand move. The moment every bizarre part of it was unreal and alien. Galt licked his lips and blinked, but his eyes remained glazed. "Whisper truth to us," coaxed Eris. And Galt said, "There are 7 types of viruses in the Baltimore classification. Double-stranded DNA viruses, single-stranded DNA viruses, double-stranded RNA viruses, single-stranded RNA viruses, positive sense, single-stranded RNA viruses, negative sense, positive sense single-stranded RNA viruses that replicate through a DNA intermediate, and double-stranded DNA viruses that replicate through a single-stranded RNA intermediate." When he began speaking, his voice had the flat intonation of a student repeating information from a textbook, but with each new type of virus he named, his voice became more thoroughly charged with emotion. With passion. Jesus, whispered Toys, but nobody heard him as the kings and the consciences and the goddess broke into cheers and applause. And even though it felt like lifting bricks instead of hands, Toys made himself clap, too. And, said Eris, raising her hands to heaven, there are 7 kings. Speak, that the world may know. The American reached for his wineglass and raised it. In his booming bass voice he cried aloud, I am the king of fear. The Israeli did the same, but crying, I am the king of war. And the Russian, I am the king of famine. The Saudi, I am the king of lies. The Italian, I am the king of gold. The Frenchman raised his glass. I am the king of thieves. All eyes turned to Sebastian Galt. The glaze in his eyes changed as Toys watched. It no longer spoke to a mindless vacuity but to an intellect that was as deep as pain and as precise as torture. Galt lifted his glass and stared for the briefest of moments at the contents. The wine was as dark as welling blood. He looked from it to the goddess on her throne. I am the king of plagues. He yelled it. Fierce and wild, full of pride and hubris and hatred. Eris smiled. The world belongs to me and I sanctify and bless you, my 7 glorious kings. Let those who oppose our will perish in torment. This I say before you all. The goddess. They all screamed. Then the kings drank, and the consciences drank with them. Even Toys, against his own will, fumbled for his wineglass and sloshed some blood-red wine into his mouth, though it burned like acid in his throat. Chapter 39. In Flight. December 18th, 6:35 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Cersei told me about the goddess and the hate crimes inspired by her online postings. Okay, I said, that lines up with what we've gotten from Plimpton's note, Dr. Gray, and that fruitcake Nicodemus. You're the expert on symbolism and we're ass deep in it, so what the hell are we looking at? And, just a heads up, if you say that you don't know, I'm pretty much going to throw myself out of the plane. Don't kill yourself just yet. Between what you have and what I have, we may actually have something here. But? You say that, but you have but written all over your face, and, yes, I am fully aware of how that sounds, so please pretend I didn't say it. Cersei smiled. She had a good smile and so far I hadn't seen very many of them. But, she said, leaning on it intentionally, the scope of it is so big. Mr. Church said something today. He told me that sometimes a war is so big and yet so subtle that all you can hope to do is catch glimpses of it as it moves through your life. I don't like to accept that, but I'm beginning to think he's right. She nodded. That's the nature of a terrorist organization. They're more like an online virtual community. They don't physically exist in any one place. There are some here, some there, and most of them don't even know each other. Not on a real level. She chewed her lip and considered. Let's look at this one piece at a time. Hit me, I said. The hospital fire. After looking through all of the employee lists, all of the programs and services, the research highlights, etc., there are 2 things that stand out. The first is the scope. It's big. So big you could call it epic. No one will be unaware of it, and that kind of scope adds weight and authority to any subsequent message by the perpetrators. Right. A terrorist who blows up a hot dog cart isn't taken as seriously as one who knocks down the Twin Towers. Exactly. Second point is that we are finding out information about the kings. I would like to think that our side is simply so smart that we've been able to compile information very quickly, but, I cut in, information is being handed to us. Deep Throat, Nicodemus, The Confessions of Plimpton, Schofield, and Gray. She nodded. And the goddess posts. So, we're being fed this stuff? Why? It speaks to the interpretation of the events. It shows us, the good guys, the size and scope of our enemy's plan. Another way to interpret an epic scale is biblical. They want us to see this as something off the scale? Sure. It reinforces their mystique. How does that help them? If they are not tied to a specific religion like Islam or Christianity, or a political ideology like democracy or communism, then their message won't carry the same weight. I get it, I said. By building the mystique of a secret society acting out the orders of a goddess but by using elements of existing religions, they make us see them as ancient, powerful, and mysterious. It's window dressing, she conceded, but it works. I nodded. It really was working. Moreover, Cersei continued, they are also raising the bar. 9/11 gouged a scar into everyone's psyche. The only way to one-up that was to go bigger. Blowing up Windsor Castle or Parliament would have been big, but a hospital has more emotional punch. It sends a very clear message: there is no one safe from the Seven Kings. No religion, no race or national background, no age, no gender. The kings are willing to kill babies and old people. They are saying that they are not afraid of anything. They are saying, we are above you and your laws. We are, in fact, your kings. The presence of a goddess suggests that the action of the kings is mandated by a higher power. Based on what Nicodemus said, the goddess transcended the older version of God by embracing more aspects and combing them to become who she now is. Become is the key word. We see that a lot in cases of transformative megalomania and sociopathy. A person becomes something higher through ritual acts that include sacrifice. Silence of the Lambs and Red Dragon, I said. Serial killers do that. Killing is proof of dominance over ordinary life as well as the pathway to ascendancy. Nice. What about the black smoke? Yes. That makes no sense except as a symbol. I saw it from my hotel room. It was extremely thick, and the TV reporters kept saying that it looked like night over the hospital. If we didn't have Nicodemus's comments to go on, then we might have been fumbling around with metaphors. He mentioned the 10 plagues of Egypt. He fed us the connection. Look, I mostly ducked out of Sunday school to play baseball, so can you give me the Cliff's Notes version of the whole 10 plagues thing? She smiled. Moses and his brother, Aaron, confronted Pharaoh to ask that the Israelites be allowed to leave Egypt. He refused, so Moses appealed to God, who in turn taught Moses some magic. Stuff like transforming his staff into a serpent and causing or curing leprosy. Unfortunately, the Egyptian court magicians were able to duplicate most of the same tricks. So the 10 plagues was a pissing contest? I'm not sure biblical scholars would agree with that interpretation. It was supposed to prove the power of the one God over the many gods of Egypt. Politics, I said, and she nodded. So, plague of darkness. What's the skinny? Cersei tilted her head back for a moment, accessing memories, then recited, that's Exodus, chapter 10, verses 21 and 22, and the Lord said unto Moses, stretch out thine hand toward heaven, that there may be darkness over the land of Egypt, even darkness which may be felt. And Moses stretched forth his hand toward heaven, and there was a thick darkness in all the land of Egypt 3 days. The black smoke from the burning tires didn't cover the whole land and it didn't last for 3 days. Right, but keep an open mind. Most scholars believe that much of the Bible is metaphor. Okay. And you said something about the Nile turning to blood. And the Lord spake unto Moses, say unto Aaron, take thy rod, and stretch out thine hand upon the waters of Egypt, upon their streams, upon their rivers, and upon their ponds, and upon all their pools of water, that they may become blood, and that there may be blood throughout all the land of Egypt, both in vessels of wood, and in vessels of stone. Exodus, chapter 7, verse 12. That talks about the water itself turning to blood. Metaphor, she said, holding up a scholarly finger. Metaphor. If an airborne strain of Ebola escaped and reached mainland England, people would start bleeding out by the tens of thousands. Blood would flow like a river, or as close as you would want to get. Damn, I said. What are the other plagues? They vary in type and severity. If the kings are using weaponized versions of them, we're not seeing them unfold in the same order. The third and fourth were plagues of gnats and flies. The fifth was a terrible disease that targeted the Egyptians' livestock. Cattle, oxen, goats, sheep, camels, and horses. The sixth was a plague of boils on the skins of Egyptians. During the seventh plague, fiery hail fell from the sky and thunder shook the land. The eighth plague was locusts and the ninth plague was total darkness, so that's the London hospital. The 10th was. Whoa. I said. Did you say locusts? She looked alarmed. Yes, why? Christ. I leaned close. Area 51. Son of a bitch. What do you mean? They use a bomb to destroy. Metaphor, Doc, I said. The R&D team out at Area 51 was working on a brand new stealth fighter bomber. The craft's designation was Locust FB-119. Locust. Circe's dark eyes widened. Oh my God. Interlude 27. The Seven Kings. 3.5 months ago. In the days following the ritual of seven, Toys kept to himself. When asked, he said that he was meditating on the mysteries of the goddess. The others actually accepted that as a valid answer, which both amused and appalled Toys. The only person on the island that he could bear to be around was the American. All interaction between them had so far been wordless eye contact during King's meetings. However, on the way to a planning meeting, Toys found himself in the elevator with the King of Fear. The American smiled like a grizzly. How are you settling in? It's a bit much at times. That's not what I meant. I know what you meant. The American studied Toys for a few seconds, and the genius mind behind the oaf was clearly there in his eyes. If I were a betting man, said Fear, I'd put the whole wad on the fact that your king doesn't really know the first thing about what goes on in here. He tapped Toys with a thick finger. Not on Toys' head, but over his heart. Toys didn't dare respond to that. He smiled as the elevator descended into the heart of the island. Then, apparently apropos of nothing, the American said, you know, some people don't think that Judas was a traitor. Toys blinked at him in surprise. What? Some people think he tried to keep Jesus from fucking up a good thing. The elevator stopped and the doors opened silently. Before the King of Fear got off, he turned and said, some people need to be saved from themselves. Even kings and goddesses. He chuckled. Funny old world. Interlude 28. Jenkintown, Pennsylvania. December 19, 9:01 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. Whenever her cell phone rang, Amber Taylor's heart spasmed as if she'd been stabbed in the chest. She wished she could have set a special ringtone for him, but there was no way to know which number he would use. Once the man called from Amber's home. Another time was from her daughter's cell. When Amber later asked the girl if she had lent her phone to someone else, a stranger or someone she knew, the girl said no, it had been in her school locker all day. That had been one of the worst moments since this whole nightmare began. True to the man's threats, he and his people seemed to have total access to Amber's life. Nothing and nowhere was safe. That's what he had told her that first time. Nothing and nowhere. You and those you love are only safe as long as we allow it. We. Such a horrible word, filled with dreadful and unlimited potential. Who were we? How many of them were there? Would the police even be able to make arrests? Based on what evidence? You and those you love are only safe as long as we allow it. Amber Taylor feared her own cell phone. She feared his call. Any call. If she dared, she would have thrown the phone into a culvert, let it sink into the muck and filth where it belonged. But she knew that she could never do that. He would never allow it, and the punishments for any infraction of his rules had been clearly outlined to her. The memory of those terrible photographs was always right there behind her eyelids, queued up on her mind's internal audiovisual projector. Her cell rang just as she closed the door to her 3-year-old BMW, and Amber jumped so badly she missed the ignition keyhole and dropped her keys. Amber dug frantically into her purse and found the phone on the third ring. She checked the screen display. Walpert. She sighed in relief and sagged back against the seat. Kathy Walpert was her best friend and neighbor. Smiling in anticipation of a manageable crisis, probably something else about the wedding plans for Kathy's daughter, Amber flipped open the phone. "Hi, Kathy." "Hello, Mrs. Taylor," said the man with the Spanish accent. His voice was quiet, polite, but it grabbed her by the throat and throttled the air out of her world. "Oh, God." "Not quite," said the man. "But close. Are my children all right?" "God, you didn't touch them?" "Shoo," he soothed. "Shoo now. Emily and Mark are fine. I can see Emily right now. Such a pretty little face in that tiny school bus. Her new braces are quite nice. She wears them well. Don't. Isn't it nice that she doesn't try to hide them behind her hand when she talks? Not even when she smiles. She's very self-possessed for her age, don't you think?" "Please," Amber begged. Her voice was already raw, as if she'd been screaming. "Please don't hurt my babies." "Why would I? You haven't done anything that requires that they be hurt, have you?" "No. So why would I let anything happen to them? Unless you demand that I act, then none of us will touch a hair on her head. Or Mark's head. That is our agreement, yes?" "Yes." Tears boiled from the corners of Amber's eyes and fell like acid down her cheeks. "Why are you doing this?" The man laughed. It was the first time she had heard him laugh, and the sound of it made her cringe. The laugh was unspeakably ugly. Deep and filled with a knowledge and delight so dark that it threatened to burn the light out of the clear morning sky. "Mrs. Taylor," he said, "do you know why I am calling you today?" "Why, yes. You knew that this day would come. I told you that I would make this call." "Yes," she whispered hoarsely. "When?" "Today," he said. "Right now." "But, my children." "I have to." "No, Mrs. Taylor, you only have one thing to do. We are watching your children. We are waiting for you to do what you have promised to do. I need to know that my babies are safe. That's up to you. If you do this, then I swear to the goddess and by all of her works that I will not harm them. When this is over for you, it will be over for them. They will live to grow up and grow old and put flowers on your grave. Please don't make me do this, Dot. Or," he said softly, "you could spend your remaining years putting flowers on their graves. That is, if you could ever find where they were buried." Amber tried to shout at him, but her voice broke into splinters of fear and grief and tears. He hung up, but Amber heard him whisper something as the connection was broken. A single word. Delicious. Chapter 40. The Warehouse/DMS Tactical Field Office. Baltimore, Maryland. December 19, 9:02 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. Top Sims found his team waiting for him clustered around a big black tactical vehicle in the main garage. The TAC-V looked like an oversized SUV, with a bulked-up back bay filled with weapons and equipment. Each of the team, Dee, Khalid, and John Smith, affected a posture of cool disinterest. A passerby would have thought they were waiting for a train. Only Bunny stood apart, hands in his pockets, head down, staring at the concrete between his feet. The team nodded to Top, who returned the nod and headed over to talk with Mike Harnick, the chief mechanic at the warehouse. Harnick was leaning on the hood writing on a clipboard and he looked up and smiled as Top approached. "How we doing, Mike?" "Black Bess is good to go. The extra armor adds weight, so I put a 60-gallon tank on it." "What's that extra weight do to the speed?" Harnick shrugged and patted the hood. She'll get to about 80 and that's it, but she'll drive straight through a wall, and nothing short of an RPG is going to dent her. Top clapped him on the shoulder and then walked over to where Bunny stood. "How you doing, farm boy?" Top asked. Bunny shrugged. Top stepped closer. "We lost people before." "In fights, Top?" "Not like this." Bunny shook his head. "When I was in country in Afghanistan and Iraq, we lost a lot of guys. During the surge, hunting the Taliban in the hills. I collected a lot of dog tags and folded a lot of flags. But this, it's like someone just swatted them off the planet. They never saw it coming, never even had the chance to go down swinging." "It's the way cowards fight, kid," said Top. "They don't have the numbers and they don't have the balls to come at us in a straight fight, so they plant bombs. They don't care who dies. It ain't war. There are no rules, no ethics, no mercy, no honor. That's who we're fighting these days." Bunny turned to him, and Top could see that the young man's eyes were puffed and red. Top would never mock him for those tears, and neither would anyone in the warehouse. But Top knew those tears burned. "That's the point," Bunny said harshly. "They're blowing up buildings all over the world and they won't stand up and fight. Fuck, man, I don't know who to hate." Top nodded. He felt it, too. The anger, the rage, was there in his chest, a self-perpetuating and self-consuming ball of heat that had nowhere to go. "I need to get into this fight, Top," Bunny said. "I need to get into it or I'm going to have to walk away from it." "Well, guess what, farm boy? We just got orders to drive up to Philly and rendezvous with Captain Ledger, but..." Bunny gave him a sharp look. "The captain's back?" "Yeah, and he's already chasing this like a hound dog. Got into some shit in England. Captain put 3 of them down." Bunny straightened. "Does that mean we know something?" "Don't know what we know, but when were you ever around Captain Ledger when the bad guys weren't trying to take a shot? Ain't a good place to stand if you want to be safe, but if you want to go hunting in Indian country, then saddle up." Bunny sniffed and let out a breath, blowing out his cheeks and stretching his big arms until his shoulders popped. "Okay, then. If he's in it, then I'm definitely in it." Top slapped him hard on the shoulder as they walked over to the SUV. Khalid stood by the rear passenger door and had overheard the conversation. "We're all in it now, big man," he said. They drew first blood. John Smith leaned against the rear fender, a plastic coffee stirrer between his teeth. He nodded. "Then it's their ass," said Dee Dee. "Let's bring the pain." She held out her fist and took the bump from Bunny and then the others. They piled in with Dee Dee driving and Top riding shotgun. The TAC-V was armored and stocked like a rolling arsenal. It also had Sirius radio uplink and Dee Dee dialed it over to classic blues. The song that was playing as they rolled out of the warehouse was Robert Johnson's Hellhound on My Trail. They took that as a sign. Or maybe a credo, because they were the Hellhounds. Interlude 29. The Seven Kings. 3 months ago. Toys touched Galt's arm just as they were about to enter the chamber of the kings. "Sebastian," he said, "please consider what you're about." Galt smiled, but it lacked warmth. "Oh my God, will you stop with this bullshit? You've been whining about this for weeks now. It's my job to give you a perspective check, don't forget. It's not your job to advocate small thinking." "Oh, please, that's not. Besides, since when did you become squeamish?" Toy stepped back and folded his arms. "Squeamish? Is that what you think? Pick a better word, then. Timid?" Toys felt the blood drain from his face. "Oh, be careful now, Sebastian," he said softly. Galt stepped toward him so that their faces were inches apart. "I'm going to tell you for the last time, Toys, stop pushing me. Learn your fucking place." With that he turned and swept into the chamber. Inside, the other kings were on their thrones, their consciences by their sides. The screens on the walls showed charts and maps or ran with lines of carefully gathered intelligence. Eris sat on her throne, a magazine-thin laptop on her thighs. She had half-glasses perched on her nose, and Toys thought that for the first time she looked closer to her age. "Here's hoping you have a stroke and die, you blood-sucking hag," he thought. When Toys and Galt were in their seats, the King of Lies stood. The Saudi was dressed in a European suit, his beard trimmed short, and he wore no gutra on his head. It made him look like a different man, and Toys wondered if the longer beard was indeed part of a disguise. "Thank you all for coming on such short notice. I trust you've all had a chance to read through the preliminary report prepared by Plagues?" "Yes?" He looked around, saw general nods, and continued. "Gold has reviewed the financial requests and informs us that the overall cost for this operation is 3% higher than anticipated, but I think we can all agree that it will be worth the investment of those additional millions." More nods. The next phase is twofold. The logistical phase will be jointly managed by Fear and Gold, for all of the obvious reasons. The Goddess and I will continue to oversee the disinformation program. Goddess? Eris raised a hand to acknowledge the applause. Toys glanced at Galt and saw that he was fairly glowing with pride and lust. The fool. Toys cut a look at the American and saw that his hands barely touched as he pretended to applaud. Lies then introduced Galt, who stood to a renewed wave of applause. He bowed to Eris and then stood silent for a moment, his dark eyes drifting from face to face around the table, waiting as the chamber gradually fell into an expectant silence. "I've reviewed all of Kirov's work," began Galt, "and although I hold my predecessor in great esteem, there were some serious flaws in his theories. The short version is that some of the science is simply not going to work. We can push the boundaries of science, but we cannot break them. Not yet, anyway. I know this comes as a blow, because for years now the frontiers of paleomicrobiology have been crumbling as scientists like Professor Kirov hammered away at them with innovative ideas and radical research. But it is the nature of science that some experiments do not succeed even when most of the evidence seems to lead toward success." No one applauded that comment. A scowling king of war said, "Kirov assured us that this would work. He was ready to take a team to Egypt to harvest the bacteria or virus or whatever it was from the tomb of the pharaoh's son. Our whole campaign was built around his recovering and reactivating that disease. Now you're telling us that it was all a waste of time? We've invested considerable time and funds into this venture. With respect, Brother War," said Galt with a placating smile, "that is Kirov's problem. He may have been overenthusiastic when crafting that plan, since much of what he promised was based on speculation, not on research." Toys found himself crossing his fingers under the table. If Galt had hit a dead end, then there was some chance that he was not going to destroy himself with another harebrained plan. Kirov's theory was that the death of the firstborn was a communicable pathogen. That much he had already proven to be incorrect. His secondary approach was to then create a new pathogen or mutate an existing virus to target only firstborn children and use that against the children of the inner circle. It's bold, it's ballsy, but it's equally flawed. There is nothing genetically unique about firstborn that would open a selective door to a designed pathogen. Granted, crafting such a disease would have been beautiful, and though it would have contributed to the desired goal of overlaying science with religious mystery, it simply cannot be done. To labor on it is an exercise in futility, and a costly one at that. "Then we are going to come up short on our campaign," said the American, smiling faintly and cutting a look at the goddess. "We're screwed." "No, my brothers," Galt said with a smile, "we are not. If science has taught us anything, it's that a way will open. When one form of treatment fails, we often learn enough from its failure in order to design a more effective protocol. Observation and compensation are key to scientific advancement." Eris smiled. "Tell them," she purred. Galt leaned his palms on the table. "The answer lies within the phenomenon of pain. Our desire is to hurt the inner circle. hurt them so deeply, so profoundly, that they will be crippled, unable and unwilling to make another move against us. That is the true task. The kings and consciences turned slowly to look at one another, and there were many thoughtful nods. Kirov had the right idea, but not the right plan. I have a better plan, Galt continued. One that allows us to use everything we've already done. The disinformation campaigns through social media and the internet, the manipulation of extremist cells, and the whole culture of modern terrorism. But it adds an element of coercion that has only been touched upon before. Toys noticed that Santoro sat up straight at the word coercion and his lips wriggled into an unpleasant and hungry smile. My esteemed brother the King of Fear has the resources to bring this program to fruition. With his vast network of contacts, and with the tactical genius of Rafael Santoro, I believe we can get my program up and running in under a month, which would allow us to complete it according to the same timetable as Kirov's plan. There was a moment of stunned silence, followed by questions from everyone at once. Toys used the commotion to lock eyes with the King of Fear. The American looked briefly furious, but he covered it by slapping on another hearty smile. However, he must have felt Toy's eyes upon him, because he turned and gave him a very brief but definite wink. And now, my brothers, said Sebastian Galt, here is how we will do it. Chapter 41. In Flight. December 19th, 9:03 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. I called church. You're gonna love this, boss, I said, and told him about the plagues, including the almost certain connection to the locust bomber. He said, it's a short list of people who knew about that project. I'll talk to the president. Is there anything else? Yes. I'd like you to make a video. Is this going to be one of your attempts at humor? No. This is serious, and it might help us head another King's event off at the pass. Tell me. I did. He listened and then disconnected without comment. It's always a hallmark moment with him. You always feel like your call is the centerpiece of his day. As I tucked my phone away, Circe said, you think there will be more King's attacks? Don't you? Sadly, yes. But it may not be in what could be called an ordinary way. Meaning? Apart from the calls to violence, a lot of the goddess posts are hints that her cult is part of an ancient belief system that is only now revealing itself. By incorporating references to other goddesses, she's essentially borrowing their history, hijacking it and claiming it as part of her legacy. If the goddess is part of the Seven Kings organization, and I think we both agree on that, then the kings might not actually have to commit 7 more acts of terrorism. They can find some that have already happened and retroactively claim that they were responsible. I mean, it wouldn't take much to suggest that 9/11 was the Reign of Fire and Ash plague. Maybe. Time frame is off. Maybe not. Take the plague of frogs. Unless the kings already have a target in mind that has a frog connotation, like the locust thing with the bomber, they could claim that the frog extinction is their doing. Wait. What? When did frogs become extinct? What planet are you living on? She said with exasperation. Toads and frogs are dying out in huge numbers. It's well documented. There have been TV specials. Of course, the science tells us that it's because of pressure from the expansion of agriculture, forestry, pollution, disease, and climate change, but how would that have major PR punch for the kings? I mean, I don't want to see Kermit take a dirt nap, but these are just some frogs, right? How's that work in a biblical way? She muttered something under her breath that sounded suspiciously like Neanderthal. Aloud she said, the die-off of amphibians could be a sign of possible future damage to other parts of the ecosystem, because frogs and toads are especially vulnerable and thus are the first to disappear. Also, a mass disappearance of amphibians would create broken links in the food chain, and that would definitely have an adverse impact on other organisms. If the kings were to hijack this, it would elevate the public perception of them as unstoppable and possibly supernaturally powerful. Okay, I said, I see it. From a propaganda point of view, it only matters that the kings take credit. Anyone who says they aren't involved has the job of trying to prove a negative, which is self-defeating. I mean, what could the Al-Qaeda do to dispute it? Have a TV debate? Besides, the DMS has already taken out 7 King's cells that had Al-Qaeda ties. Your 9/11 hypothesis might even be real. God, she whispered, and her dark eyes went wide. At the risk of sounding terribly macho, Doc, I want to find them and shoot them. A lot. She nodded. I'll load the gun. Then something occurred to me. Hey, didn't you say that you gave a copy of your goddess report to Grace? Yes. It's funny, because she never mentioned it to me, and neither did Church. When did you give it to her? At the end of August. Circe looked down at her hands. I tried to call her the next day, but she was already involved in something. I never found out what it was. Then a couple of days later I heard that she died. Damn. Bullseye, right in the heart. I closed my eyes. The whole mess with the Dragon Factory and the Jacobys started on the 28th. Grace died on August 31st. Because of her, the world didn't die on September 1st. The ache in my chest was so fresh, so raw, that I wanted to scream. I could see every line, every curve, of Grace's beautiful face. I could smell the scent of her, taste her lips, feel the solid, lithe warmth of her in my arms. I felt something warm on my forearm, and for a single crazy moment I thought that somehow Grace had reached out of those shadows to reassure me. But when I opened my eyes I saw that it was Circe Otria's hand on my arm. I'm sorry, Joe, she said. I took a breath and shook my head. Circe moved her hand away, a little embarrassed. I don't think your report was ignored, I said, my voice a bit thick. I don't think Grace ever had a chance to pass it along. Circe looked depressed. God, I would hate to think that we could have somehow prevented this. The hospital and the rest. Let's not Monday morning quarterback it. We're doing good work here. We'll get this stuff into MindReader and who knows? We might actually be somewhere. Circe nodded but didn't comment. I snapped my fingers. Wait, you said there were 10 plagues. River of blood, darkness, frogs, goths, flies, pestilence, boils, rain of fire, and locusts. That's only 9. What's the last one? All the blood drained from her face. The last one is the worst of all. It's the one that finally broke Pharaoh's resolve and made him free the captive Israelites. What was it? I asked, but I thought I already knew, and the knowledge scared the shit out of me. She recited the passage in a hollow voice. This is what the Lord says, about midnight I will go throughout Egypt. Every firstborn son in Egypt will die, from the firstborn son of Pharaoh, who sits on the throne, to the firstborn son of the slave girl, who is at her handmill, and all the firstborn of the cattle as well. There will be loud wailing throughout Egypt, worse than there has ever been or ever will be again. She paused and watched my face as the horror sank in. The 10th plague is the death of the firstborn children of the entire country. Interlude 30. Crown Island. 6 weeks ago. On the morning of the 1st of November, Toys walked down to a deck that overlooked a particularly lovely stretch of the island's rocky coastline. He sat in a deck chair, alone with thoughts that had become increasingly troubled and convoluted. Toys heard a soft footfall and turned to see that Rafael Santoro stood alarmingly close. Few people were able to sneak up on Toys. Peripheral awareness was something he prided himself on, and he was immediately irritated. Santoro held 2 steaming cups in his hands. May I join you, Dot? 4 or 5 variations of go fuck yourself wriggled on Toy's lips, but he held his tongue and ticked his head toward the other lounge chair. Santoro handed him a cup and lowered himself onto the chair. The view was spectacular. The sun had risen above the rippling waters of the St. Lawrence River, red and orange fire igniting from a million sharp wave tips. The rocky edge of the island was marshy, with tall bulrushes through which blue herons picked their way with the delicacy of monks. Toys caught a covert glance at Santoro, but the little man seemed not to notice. He sipped his tea and appeared to be fascinated by the dragonflies flitting among the reeds. The Spaniard had an interesting face, like one of the medieval saints on the tapestries in the dining hall, high cheekbones, hooded eyes, full lips, and a light in his eyes that suggested a complex inner life. The man's appearance was so strangely at odds with what Toys knew about him: torture, extortion, terrorism, mass killings, and personal murders so numerous that they were recounted in summary form. The Spaniard sipped his tea. "Tell me, my friend," he said softly, "how are you enjoying life as the conscience to the king of plagues?" "So, tell me," Toys said after a few minutes, "what do I do as conscience?" "That depends on you, and on your king." Toys snorted. "I'm still adjusting to the concept of Sebastian as a king." "You find it amusing, Dot?" "Amusing?" "Not in the least," he said, and that was truer than his tone conveyed. "Though this whole setup seems a bit dodgy. It's more like a movie than real life." "But it is life," observed Santoro. "The world does not turn by itself. It requires that kings step up to lead." Very profound. "It's true. The 7 kings have always existed. I speak in the abstract. Before the kings there were others. Always others. It is a necessary evil, yes?" "Evil is an interesting word choice." Santoro smiled thinly. "It is evil, by the standards of the sheep." He gestured with his mug to the unseen lands beyond the sunrise. "But evil is a concept constructed by man, and therefore it is subject to laws and interpretations. If we were subject to the same laws, we would have to own guilt for what we do, but we do not acknowledge the laws of any land. We maintain the conqueror's point of view, which is self-justifying." "How so?" "Tell me, who was more evil, Alexander the Great or Adolf Hitler?" "Hitler." "Ah, but you say that without considering it." "Hitler is regarded as evil because he slaughtered millions of people and tried to conquer Europe. By the standards of those who defeated him, he was evil. Alexander tried to conquer the entire world, a process that resulted in a higher percentage of deaths than during Hitler's war. Hitler tried to exterminate whole races of people. Alexander issued challenges to cities and nations. If they surrendered to him, he let them live, and even preserved their cultures. But if they opposed him, he slaughtered them wholesale. He killed the men and sold the women and children into slavery. How is one more moral than the other? Do you want to debate degrees of acceptable genocide?" "As a matter of fact," Toy said, "I don't." Santoro nodded and they watched the sun climb higher. In the glow of the new sun his saintly face was beatific. It troubled Toys and he turned away. Santoro asked, "Do you feel it's wrong?" "Right and wrong is another discussion I don't want to have." "That is as it should be, yes?" Toys looked at him in surprise. "How so, Dot?" "Well, my friend, if we are to accept that we are conquerors in the purest and oldest sense of that word, and if that means that what we do is governed by rules we set which, by their nature, are outside of the laws of any land, then right and wrong are concepts without substance. They don't apply to us because they are specific to individual cultures and we are not." Toy sighed, feeling himself drawn into the discussion despite his better judgment. "What about basic human rights? Ask the Chinese that question." "Pardon?" "Human rights, as we understand them today, are based upon Western ideals of democracy. These Western values are themselves profoundly bound up with strong individualism, profiteering, and capitalistic competitiveness. The Confucian system does not subscribe to any of those values. There is not a single statement on human rights to be found within the Confucian discourse. Confucianism advocates duties and responsibilities and makes no case at all for individual rights. They believe that they act according to heaven's mandate, in which the ruling body does whatever is necessary for the greater good, even if that means the sacrifice of individuals of the lower classes. Do you follow? Yes. So, you're saying that human rights are as subjective as any other set of rules? Absolutely, and the subjectivity in question is the perspective of the most powerful. That is why when I kill for the 7 kings I am not committing murder, nor am I participating in acts of terrorism. Those are subjective concepts, and our worldview is grand. It is our mandate from heaven. As a result, we are above all of that, yes? Just because we say we are? Yes. And because we have the power to enforce our own and particular set of rules. Toys looked for the hidden meanings in Santoro's words, but the man was nearly impossible to read. On one hand, he appeared devious and multifaceted, and on the other, his intent seemed dreadfully straightforward. Toys decided to test the waters. What about the people who surround kings? Which kings? Oh, Toys said casually, take Jesus. King of the Jews. If laws don't apply to kings, what's the trickle-down effect? Do the laws of right and wrong apply, say, to Peter? For betraying Christ? Santoro gave an elaborate shrug. He was weak, but he believed, and he recanted his weakness to the point of martyrdom. And Judas? He pitched it offhandedly, but Santoro's face darkened. That was a betrayal because of personal fear. Judas betrayed Christ into torture and death. His was an unforgivable affront that cannot be redeemed. In my pride and sinfulness I have prayed that I could meet such a man and teach his cowardly flesh to sing songs of worship and praise. As he said this he touched his wrist, and Toys knew that there was a knife hidden beneath the sleeve. Santoro smiled, and for the first time Toys could see the killer behind the saint. He looked into Santoro's eyes and saw nothing. No life, no spark of humanity, no genuine passion. There was absolutely nothing there. It was like looking into the eyes of a monster. A zombie. Or a demon. Toys nodded as if agreeing to the sentiment, but inside he shivered. He found it curious that there was such a gap in beliefs between Santoro and the American. He'd suspected as much, hence his reference to Judas, but the Spaniard's reaction was unexpectedly intense. Not a confidant, then. Note to bloody self. What if Judas genuinely believed that Jesus was making a misstep? He prodded. I've heard a bunch of different theories. One is that Judas may have thought that Jesus was becoming a danger to his own cause and that Judas went through proper channels of the church, the Sanhedrin, to try and head him off at the pass before he got into worse trouble. Santoro said nothing. He listened, eyes narrowed, mouth pursed. Another theory is that Judas was a bit more Old Testament than Jesus and he had him arrested in the hopes that once Jesus was in peril he would be forced to reveal all of his glory and power and kick Roman ass. The bird sang for a long time before Santoro answered. He studied Toys, but Toys was too practiced a hand at dissembling to allow anything that he felt to show on his face. He sipped his tea and waited. Finally, Santoro said, "You ask troubling questions. You asked me about Hitler." Santoro nodded, taking Toy's point. The question supposes that Jesus was fallible. Are either of us that inflexible that we think that he wasn't? Or couldn't have been? After all, Jesus doubted. He lost his cool and trashed the moneylenders outside of the temple. Let's face it, the whole point of his being here was to be human. To show that if he, locked in flesh and filled with the full roster of human emotions, can have faith and ultimately do the right thing, then so can we. That all falls down if he was infallible. Santoro nodded again. Please do not be offended by this, he said softly, but you are smarter than you look. Toys gave him a charming smile. Now why would I be offended at that? I meant it as a compliment. You are deeper than you appear. People are often fooled by you, yes? Toys shrugged. Then Santoro tried to blindside him. Do you have doubts about what the King of Plagues is doing? Toys was expecting it and he kept his expression and body language casual, as if this were just another part of the same discussion. Sebastian is as fallible as any other man. I love and respect him, and I would kill anyone to keep harm from touching him. You understand that? Of course. Santoro's eyes glittered. But I'm supposed to be his conscience. His advisor. It's not that I doubt Sebastian, he lied. It's more that I need to make sure I'm doing my job in the way that best serves him and the kings. And the goddess, amended Santoro. Of course, said Toys smoothly. Sebastian loves her very much. As do we all. So, where does conscience play into all this? Santoro relaxed slightly. Conscience is what we choose to make it. The devil on your left shoulder and the angel on your right are slaves to your will. Ah, said Toys, as if he understood what that meant. And, with a sinking heart, he did. He stood and tossed the rest of the tea into the river. This gives me a lot to think about, Raphael. Thanks. I appreciate it. And may you have an aneurysm next time you're jerking off to a picture of the goddess, you great freak. Santoro inclined his head and sipped his tea. Toys thrust his hands into his pockets, hunched his shoulders in what he hoped would convey a posture of thoughtful introspection, and headed along the path toward the castle. As he walked, however, he weighed Santoro's words against the weight of the conflict within his heart. The devil on your left shoulder and the angel on your right are slaves to your will. The cries of the gulls overhead sounded like the screams of drowning children. If we were subject to the same laws, we would have to own guilt for what we do, but we do not acknowledge the laws of any land. We maintain the conqueror's point of view, which is self-justifying. Yes, Toys murmured aloud. Too bloody right we do. Chapter 42. Strauss & Strauss Pharmaceuticals. Jenkintown, Pennsylvania. December 19, 10:57 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. Amber Taylor sat like a robot in her office. Her hands were folded in her lap, her fingers like sticks of wet ice. Inside her chest her heart was beating too loudly and without rhythm. His voice, his words, still echoed in her mind. Do it, he'd said. Do it today or. Today. She was supposed to die today. She was supposed to kill today. She would never see her babies again. She would have to trust that they would keep their word and leave her family alone. He promised they would. If she did what they said. If she became a murderer. He had made her swear. On the lives of her children. On the lives of her babies. Amber slid open her top desk drawer and stared down at the horrible weapon of destruction that lay there among the pens and paper clips and pushpins. A ring of keys. They lay there, pretending innocence, looking like nothing. Keys to the lab, to the vault. The keys were right there. No one would think twice if she picked them up, walked out of her office, walked down the line of cubicles to the elevator. Took it to the basement. Opened the door to the lab. And the one to the vault. The rest was a security code, and that was in her head. Simple actions. Each one easy. Each one unobtrusive. So easy. After that. God. Nothing existed beyond the thought except horror. Amber Taylor closed her eyes and prayed. She had not been to church since her husband died. Not even to take the kids. Religion and God were as dead to her as Charlie. And then. Something happened that had she possessed any faith she might have thought was divine intervention. But Amber lacked that belief, that optimism. And yet. There was a sound. 5 beeps from the PA system and then a voice. This is a security alert. This is a security alert. All employees are required to turn on your intranet. There is a critical news bulletin from Homeland Security. All employees are required to watch this bulletin. It will be broadcast in real time in 60 seconds. This is not a training exercise. The message repeated. Amber blinked several times, unsure of what she was hearing. On the third repeat it logged in, Homeland Security. Her hands lifted by reflex, her icy fingers making the necessary keystrokes, logging on, pulling up the intranet. The screen changed. First black and then the red, white, and blue eagle shield of the U.S. Department of Homeland Security. Then the shield dissolved into a man seated in what looked like an airplane seat. He was big, blocky, in his 60s, but he looked strong. Dangerous. Amber could recognize dangerous. He wore tinted glasses, but she knew that if she could see his eyes they would be fierce. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Dr. Bishop, Director of Special Medical Services for the United States Department of Homeland Security. You are all probably aware of the tragic event that occurred in London 2 days ago. The world press has called this an act of terrorism, and so it is. But it is far more than that. The security at the London Royal Hospital was compromised by 2 or more of the employees at that facility. Those employees did not, however, do this out of choice. They were coerced. A group of terrorists made threats against the families of these people. These threats were as terrible as they were insidious. As a result, good people were forced to do terrible things. Amber's hands contracted to fists. And while this recent act of terrorism did not occur on United States soil, the investigative divisions within Homeland Security believe that there is a strong possibility that some Americans may be victims of the same kind of coercion. Coercion that could lead to further heinous acts. I am speaking now to employees in hundreds of private companies and government facilities. If you are watching this video, you are employed in a critical area of viral research, energy, health sciences, or defense. If you have been approached by people who have asked you, or attempted to force you, to do something that could lead to harm to others and damage the safety of your community, I urge you to act. If you have been threatened, or if your loved ones have been threatened, you must make the correct and courageous choice. You must contact the authorities. I know you have been told that to speak out will bring harm to your family. I know that you are afraid. Probably terrified. However, you cannot believe or trust these people. They will not keep their word. They will attempt to harm those you love even if you do what they want. Do not destroy your own life, the lives of your friends and colleagues, and, most important, the lives of your family by believing the threats of cowards and criminals. There is a toll-free telephone number and an email address at the bottom of this screen. Use them today. Use them right now to contact me and my team. We are ready to act immediately. We will protect you and your family. And with your help, we will stop these criminals before they can hurt other families. There was more. At least Amber thought so, but her mind refused to process it. She sat there in her chair, alone in her office, at the monitor that was flanked by framed pictures of Emily and Mark. All she saw, however, was the telephone number. Tears burned in her eyes. The keys were still in the drawer. The world still turned. God, she whispered. Chapter 43. Philadelphia International Airport. December 19, 11:39 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. We landed under a sky so bright and sunny that it seemed like it was intended as mockery with all that was going on. As Cersei and I hustled out of the gate, we were met by one of the junior DMS agents from the Baltimore office, a red-haired kid named Reardon, waiting for us at the departure gate. He nodded to me, but he was looking at Cersei. I glanced covertly around. Everyone was looking at Cersei. Her face was neutral, and I wondered if the attention was an ego boost or a total pain in the ass. "You supposed to be our driver?" I asked. He shook his head. "No, sir. Delivery boy. Mr. Church said that you wouldn't want a driver." "Nope." He held out a set of keys. "My own keys. Your Explorer is parked outside. My partner is getting your bags and arranging for your dog to be transported to the curb." He said all this to me but was still looking at Cersei. Get her bags, too, I said, leaning on the tone of voice enough to snap him out of his love daze. After Circe described her bag and the kid went away, she looked at me and laughed. What? I asked. Alpha wolf bullies young pup. Oh, stick a sock in it, document. She was still laughing as we stepped out into the December wind. 15 minutes later we were on I-95 and heading north. Interlude 31. Valley of the Kings, Egypt. 1 month ago. Reuters news story. Cairo, Egypt. Yesterday, tomb raiders broke into the recently discovered burial crypt of a previously unknown mummy who many top archaeologists believe may have been the firstborn son of Pharaoh Amenhotep II. In what seems like a bizarre modern twist on Indiana Jones, Amenhotep II is believed to have been the pharaoh during the time of Moses. If so, then biblical scholars feel confident that this son was killed by the plague of the firstborn, the 10th plague directed against Egypt by God, and the one that resulted in the Israelites being set free. Archaeologist Ziggy Halas, head of Egypt's governmental Department of Antiquities, was quoted as saying, "This was a pristine tomb. Unopened. To have broken the seals and looted it is a great loss to science." According to Cairo police officials, the mummy's wrappings had been cut and long sections of skin had been removed with what appeared to be medical precision. Officials have declined to speculate on the nature and purpose of this desecration. Chapter 44. Jenkintown, Pennsylvania. December 19, 12:06 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Amber Taylor left work without notifying anyone. She stole someone else's red winter coat from the staff room. She put on sunglasses and wound a scarf around her face, pulled the hood up, and slipped out through the delivery dock. She walked quickly to the parking lot, got into her car, and drove as fast as she could to her children's school. She was careful to obey all traffic laws, however. She did not want to get stopped by the police. Not yet, and not now. During the short drive to the school, she obsessively checked the mirrors for any sign of a car following her. She saw nothing, but she knew that did not prove a thing. Except for that day the Spaniard came to her to ruin everything and to show her the pictures of the things he called angels. She had never seen anyone. And yet she knew they were watching. They were probably watching right now. Her stomach felt like it was filled with rusted nails. She popped the glove compartment and took out the large bottle of Tums EX that she always carried. It was the 5th bottle she had gone through, the extra-large container. She ate 6 of them while she picked her way through traffic to the school. When she pulled into the school parking lot, the kids were playing in the big concrete yard. A game of tag in one corner, ball in another. Emily stood talking to 3 of her friends and Mark sat on the steps nearby reading a comic book. Spider-Man. Mark loved comic books. Emily was already reading chapter books, and with her mind she would graduate soon to young adult novels. God, Amber thought, let that happen. Let my babies grow up. Help me keep the monsters away. She pulled to a stop as close to the schoolyard gate as possible and left the engine running as she did a slow surveillance of the area, turning in the seat, craning her neck, looking at every person, every face. None of them looked like it could belong to the face of the man with the Spanish accent. No one looked like they could be one of them. Everyone looked ordinary. She sniffed back tears, then tapped the horn. Emily looked up first and smiled. She waved. Amber got out of her car and hurried into the schoolyard. Come on, honey, we have to go. You got a new coat, said Emily. Yes. Say goodbye to your friends. Mark. Come on, honey. Grab your things. She hustled them to the car, belted them in, got in, and locked the doors. Then she left the parking lot, turned left, and drove like hell toward home. As she drove, she made a single phone call to a number that was burned into her mind. Chapter 45. Jenkintown, Pennsylvania. December 19, 1:19 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. We got off of I-95 and started picking our way across northeast Philadelphia. Ghost sat in the back seat and laid his head on the storage bin that separated the front bucket seats. He was still mad at me for putting him in the jet's cargo hold and probably wouldn't warm up until I bribed him with food. So, I went through a McDonald's drive-thru and got a couple of filet-o-fish sandwiches and an order of fries and gave them to Ghost. Is that good for him? He likes fast food. 2 sandwiches and fries? What, no Coke? Hey, I said, he's only a dog. She stared at me as if I was a lunatic. Fair call. Then she turned and watched Ghost wolf down the fried squares of fish, mayonnaise, buns, and all, and then he settled down and ate the fries more slowly. I've never seen a dog eat French fries one at a time. He'll share if you ask nice. Ghost looked up as if he understood that comment and regarded it as heresy. He placed one paw over his fries and gave Circe a steely stare. Bon appetit, she said, and turned back. I'm more of a cat person. I was both. I had a marmalade tabby named Cobbler back at the warehouse, but it didn't seem to be the right time to bring him up. So we drove in silence for a while. My phone rang. Church. Change of plans, he said curtly. You won't be picking up Dr. Sanchez. He'll come to meet you in Jenkintown. Echo Team is also inbound to the same destination. Christ, don't tell me there was another attack, I growled. Circe turned sharply at those words. Not yet, he said. Your video message idea seems to have borne fruit. A woman named Amber Taylor has barricaded herself and her children inside her house. She called the number we gave during the broadcast. She says that a man with a Spanish accent told her that he would kill her children if she did not do what he said. Son of a bitch. What did he want her to do? To release fleas into the Philadelphia subway system. Fleas infected with? Take a guess. Oh, shit. He gave me the address. I immediately shifted into the fast lane and put the hammer down. Ford Explorers aren't exactly sports cars, but mine had been given the DMS version of the Police Interceptor package adapted for an SUV. I stamped down on the gas and the Explorer shot forward, the needle climbing to 100 and then past it. Joe, what's wrong? Demanded Circe, bracing her feet and gripping the support handle bolted to the frame. You know history, I said through gritted teeth. If you were looking at a worst-case scenario of a disease transmitted by fleas, what would it be, Nadut? Yersinia pestis, she said without hesitation, and then the implications of my question and her response caught up to her. Out of the corner of my eye I could see the color drain from her face. Yersinia pestis. A bacterium that can take 3 primary forms when spread from flea to humans. Pneumonic, septicemic, and bubonic. Plague. Chapter 46. Jenkintown, Pennsylvania. December 19, 1:45 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. I drove past the Taylor house without a pause, circled the block, and drove past again. I checked out each of the cars parked on the street and didn't see anyone sitting in them. All of the plates were local. No pedestrians. Amber Taylor lived on West Avenue, just off of Route 611. A blue BMW sat out front. Right color, make, and plates. Are we going to wait for your team? No, I said. I want to talk to this woman ASAP. If the Spaniard leaned on her, then we may have our first solid lead. We can't risk waiting, but it's your call if you want to stay here or... I'm going in, Circe said in a tone that brooked no argument. Fine, Doc, but remember that this is a criminal investigation. Yes, and you're the alpha. Get a grip, Joe, this isn't my first time in the field. She said it with a lot of conviction, but I thought she was lying. I was pretty sure that this was her first time out of the world of what if. Even so, I kept my mouth shut on all the ways I wanted to reply to that. I took my Homeland ID case out of the glove box and looped the lanyard around my neck. We got out and I checked the street again. Nothing moved except the breeze through the December trees. I let Ghost out of the back. There was a case in the back marked with a rubber stamp of a blue old-style British police telephone box. In the TV show Doctor Who it was called a TARDIS, a kind of time and spaceship. In the real world it was the box of special ultra-high-tech doodads provided by Doctor Who and his team. I opened it and stuffed a few gizmos into my pocket. I petted Ghost, who had caught my nervous tension and was fidgeting. I pointed to the Taylor house. Watch. Call, call, call. With that command he would watch the street and then bark like a crazy dog if anyone came within a dozen yards of the front door. The DMS trainer, Zahn Razan, had brought Ghost to a superb level of efficiency, and I worked with him every day to perfect the command and response between us. Ghost had a peculiar habit, though. When I gave him an order he opened and closed his mouth with a wet glove. His way of saying, hooah. Cersei and I cut across the brown lawn and mounted the 3 steps to the stone porch. All of the houses on the street were decorated for Christmas. I noticed that Taylor's was, too, but the work was sloppy. Lights strung crookedly, window decorations put up in haste. Cersei noticed it, too. Nerves, she said quietly. Probably trying to fake it for the kids. I knocked on the door and waited. Nothing happened, so I tapped again. Joe, Cersei said without moving her lips, the curtain moved, someone's. I know. Smile and look helpful. Who are you? A voice demanded from behind the door. Federal agents, Mrs. Taylor. Department of Homeland Security. Prove it. I held up my ID so anyone looking through the peephole could see it. Then I removed my wallet and showed my driver's license to prove the name matched. There was a picture in the adjoining glassine compartment. Grace. How do I know you're who you say you are? Do you still have the number you called? A pause. Yes. Call them. Ask for a description of the agent they sent. My name is Joseph Edwin Ledger. My partner here is Dr. Cersei O'Tree. Have whoever you talk to describe us. Okay. But if you try to force the door I'll. She cut herself off before finishing the sentence. She didn't know what she would do. I don't think she had a gun or she would have threatened us with it. Scared people often do. We waited. I could hear her speaking to someone, but her voice was muffled. All I could make out was yes, repeated several times. Okay, they gave me 2 questions to ask you. Hit me. What is your cat's name? Cobbler. And my dog, who is watching the house right now, is Ghost. That wasn't the other question. The man said to ask you what he called you when you first met. He said I was a world-class smart-ass. He's right, too. I hold several international records. I actually heard a short laugh from behind the door. Okay. I'm going to open the door. We waited and I could imagine the woman taking a steadying breath, trying to muster the optimism to trust the moment. She had her kids in there. If Santoro had done to her what he had done to Dr. Gray, the images of her children as victims of the Spaniard's knife as his angels would be overwhelming. The lock clicked. I traded a look with Cersei. She looked as wired as I felt. The door opened an inch and we saw a single terrified eye. Bright blue and filled with a kind of profound dread that should never be in any human's eyes, let alone a parent's. We're here to help, said Cersei softly. A tear welled in the corner of that bright blue eye. Don't let them hurt my babies, she begged. I smiled, and I don't know if it was the cop or the warrior who shaped that smile and said, not a chance. Interlude 32. Crown Island. 1 month ago. It's done. The goddess smiled into the phone. Ah, lovely boy, I never had a doubt. Was it difficult? Toys whined about it, Galt said, but it was more than worth it. We'll be in Cairo in 2 hours and back there before this hits the news services. Hurry home to me, Sebastian, Eris purred. I want you here. In my arms. Inside of me. If I could sprout wings, my love, he murmured, I'd already be in the air. Oops, the cab is here. Got to go. I'll call you when I land in Toronto. Have fun on the internet. Oh, I will. By this time next month the inner circle will be rending their garments and beating their chests, thought. Don't forget gnashing their teeth and wailing. The gnashing and wailing is such a kick. They were both laughing as they disconnected. Interlude 33. Regent Beverly, Wilshire. Beverly Hills, California. 1 month ago. Charles Osgood Harrington III disliked speaking on the phone. Most of his calls were taken by various assistants and secretaries. His cell phone had a private number given to a very select handful of people. Even his son didn't have it. Which Harrington considered a good business move since his son, Charles Osgood Harrington IV, known as C4 to everyone from the police to the national media, was a good-for-nothing waste of time. So when his cell phone rang, Harrington assumed that it was one of that small circle from whom he was always happy to take a call. Charlie, said a breathless voice. Carl? H.E. Carlton Milhouse was a very old and very dear friend, and an associate in a number of business deals in the Middle East. Jesus, Charlie, have you read your email? The club email. No. Log on, for Christ's sake. We all got it. Call me later. I think we need to meet. Milhouse would not explain, so Harrington switched on his computer, and when it was ready he used an ultra-secure logon to access the email account shared by the 21 members of his private club. Harrington spotted the email at once. The sender was listed as private. The subject read, "To the House of Bones." Harrington licked his lips and opened the email. It read, "The tomb of the Pharaoh's son has been opened. The firstborn son of Pharaoh fell to the wrath of heaven. To defy heaven's will is to feel divine wrath. Woe to the firstborn sons of the House of Bones. The angel of death rises again. The angel of death left its seed in the flesh of the Pharaoh's son. Science, the new magic, will raise the 10th death from the dust." My God! Harrington gasped. He reached for his cell and called Carlton Milhouse. 40 minutes later Harrington was aboard his private helicopter, hurtling through the skies toward a meeting with the other 20 members of the inner circle of the Skull and Bones Society. Chapter 47. Jenkintown, Pennsylvania. December 19, 1:49 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Amber Taylor was 35 but looked older. Living under the terrible stress of the Spaniards' threats had aged her, chopped sharp edges into her face and made her look like a refugee from a war-torn country. In a very real sense, I suppose she was. "Where are your children?" Cersei asked as soon as we were inside. "In the basement playroom," Taylor said quickly, but as she said it she took a reflexive step to stand between us and the door to the cellar. "They're watching a video. They don't know." I glanced around. We stood in a short entry hall. There was a tall faux Ming vase from which a hockey stick, a pool cue, and a baseball bat sprouted. She caught my look. "In case," she said. The woman had grit. Cersei guided Taylor into the living room. "Mrs. Taylor," she said quickly, "we are going to help you. Captain Ledger has his team coming. They'll be here any minute. They are military special forces and they can protect you and your children from anyone." Taylor did not look immediately relieved. "He said that they would know if I left work, or picked up the kids. Or anything. He said that they were always watching. He showed me pictures. From here. From inside the house. Don't worry about that anymore. I set up a jammer. They're not seeing a thing. He'll know that I did something. The fear in her voice was like a poison fog that clung to the air around her. I hoped like hell the Spaniard would show up. There were a few things I'd like to discuss with him. And then I wanted to rip his fucking lungs out. He? Cersei asked. Do you mean the man who threatened you? Yes. What can you tell us about him? She described what we already knew. A compactly built man wearing dark clothes and a mask, and who spoke with a Spanish accent. The rest of her story echoed the same horrors we got from Grey. Threats, the knife. The photos of the angels. How many pictures did he show you? I don't, she stopped, dabbing at her eyes while she thought about it. Maybe 12 of each. Women and children. 6 boys, 6 girls. I think they were boys and girls. It was hard to, she shook her head. Cersei looked at me with eyes that were fierce and bright and wet. I could imagine the sickness and rage that she felt. Inside my own head I could feel the warrior start to howl. Even the civilized modern man part of me wanted blood. Tell me about what they wanted you to do. It was the fleas. Her company was part of a group of companies working on a government-funded project to develop a lasting treatment for Yersinia pestis. Although the plague was rare these days, there were still cases of it, and there was always the risk of terrorists weaponizing a strain. It was the same argument that justified the testing of Ebola at Fire. It was hard to accept it and hard to knock it down, because weaponized bubonic plague would truly be a terrible weapon and one that would be easy enough to distribute. Releasing infected fleas into widespread and uncontrolled animal populations, particularly rats, would do it. Antibiotics could be used to fight the disease, but an outbreak would create panic and would be hard to stop once started. Especially if the rats that were infested with the plague fleas were introduced in areas with large homeless and poverty-level populations. Her company was testing the latest strains of the bacteria on rat subspecies found in the subway systems of Philadelphia and New York. There were enough infected fleas at Strauss & Strauss to begin a medium-scale epidemic. That's what they wanted me to do. Go into the lab and take canisters of fleas and then drop 1 in each of 10 stations on the Broad Street line and 10 on the Market Frankfurt line. There would be a fairly long lag time between that and an outbreak, said Cersei. How would they know if you had done what they asked? They said to release fleas in the staff room. Into coats and gloves, scarves, boots. But you did not do that, prompted Cersei. Taylor shook her head. I almost did. What stopped you? There was a video. From a doctor working with Homeland. Dr. Bishop? I suggested, and she nodded. Score 1 for church. They said that once I did that they would know right away. Did what? Release the fleas at work? Yes. Which means that there was someone else at your office? Yes. I got messages sometimes. Little reminders. She described finding notes with words like watching and everywhere and some with the kids' names on them. It was a lot like what Dr. Gray had experienced. Fresh tears broke from Taylor's eyes. He said that no matter how long it would take, they would come after my babies. Can you really keep them safe? She was so convinced that her own life was over that she only asked about her kids. It was admirable, but it was also interesting in that from a detached point of view it was clear that her own life meant nothing compared to her kids' lives. I know that parents will die for their kids, but I believed I was seeing a hint of the precise kind of mental-emotional configuration that had to exist in people targeted by the Spaniard. I heard Ghost bark once. Short and sharp. Not a danger warning. I smiled. I knew what that meant. There was a knock on the door. I said, "The cavalry has arrived." Chapter 48. The Hangar, DMSHQ. Floyd Bennett Field. Brooklyn, New York. December 19, 1:51 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Deacon? Hugo, said Church. Do you have something for me? Maybe. I just got off the phone with Marty Handlier. I've been trying to get him to join the think tank, maybe kick the group in the ass a bit, 'cause without him the only things they've come up with are jack and shit. He won't leave Margie for that long. Between the surgery and the chemo. I know. But with all that's going on, I thought it was worth a shot. Anyway, he told me something disturbing and I recommended that he call you. What is it? Vox told him. That's disturbing, agreed Church. Very disturbing. What are you going to do about it? Captain Ledger is in the area. I'll have him meet and debrief Marty. Ledger's back in the game? Yes. Glad to hear it. That boy's a demon. Church did not comment on that. Instead he said, Cersei is with him. Vox whistled. That's an interesting pair. Church made no comment and ended the call. Chapter 49. Jenkintown, Pennsylvania. December 19, 2:15 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. The two people at the door did not look like soldiers or terrorists. They wore long coats and felt hats. Each one of them carried a valise and wore a bright smile. Have you heard the word of God today? Asked the shorter of the two, a blonde woman with ice blue eyes. Have you been saved? Asked the other, a black man with scars on his face. He handed me a copy of The Watchtower. Well, hallelujah, I said, and stepped back to let Dee Dee and Top enter the Taylor household. I checked the street and saw that it was empty. No sign of Echo Team's vehicle. As I closed the door, Top said, We're parked 2 blocks over, engines running for when you give the word. We have the TAC-V. Deployment? John Smith's on the roof of a house down the street. Khaled's spotting for him. Bunny's at the wheel waiting on your word. Cersei and Amber Taylor had come into the entrance foyer. Mrs. Taylor, this is Dee Dee Whitman and Bradley Sims. They are part of my team and they will be escorting you and your children to a secure location. Just the two of them? He said that they. We have the whole team with us, ma'am, said Top. He had a deep voice and a fatherly tone. And at need we can bring a world of trouble down on anyone who tries to hurt you or yours. Count on it, Dot. She looked into his eyes, searching him, reading him. She must have found something to believe in, because she suddenly threw her arms around his barrel chest and hugged him fiercely. He stroked her hair as she sobbed. Top inspires that kind of confidence in people. I don't. Dee Dee stepped aside and touched her ear jack. Scream Queen to Dancing Duck, how's the weather? She listened. Okay, copy that. What have you got? I asked quietly. Zips and the wires, boss, she said. A white van just drove past Bunny and turned onto the street. She knelt and fished something out of her valise. It wasn't a religious tract. She handed me a tiny earbud and a booster unit. I clipped the booster to my belt and screwed the bug in my ear. Team on 1, command on 2, Dot. She also handed me 3 extra magazines and I stuffed them into my pockets. Dee Dee had an M4 slung under her coat. I tapped the bud once. Echo, Echo, cowboy on deck. Call signs here on out. I heard Bunny say, Welcome to the jungle, boss. Sit rep. 1 white van, 2 in the front, unknown in the back. Got it, said Khaled. Smith wouldn't comment. He hardly ever speaks. We have 2 hostiles on foot in the back alley. Hold on. Make that 4 hostiles. 2 heading northeast. 2 coming from the west. Van has stopped. Counting hostiles. Looks like the driver and 1 other only. 6? Complained Bunny. That ain't even a fight. Keep it tight, Green Giant, scolded Top. We need someone with a pulse, I said. I'm in the mood for a conversation. "Hua," they said. I turned to Cersei and Taylor. "Go get the kids. Dee Dee, go with them. Quick and quiet. Do it now. Just coats and gloves. Don't stop for anything else." I tapped the earbud and called Khalid. "Dancing Duck, did they leave anyone at the van?" "Negative, cowboy. Driver and the other are walking along the street. They're passing your Explorer." "Wait, hold on. Shit." The driver put his palm on the hood to feel for engine heat. "They're drawing guns." "Chatterbox," I said. "Got 'em." I hurried to the window and looked out just in time to see both of the men stagger backward and fall into the hedges that lined the street near where I'd parked. Less than a second, 2 perfect headshots. No sound at all. I couldn't tell where the shots had come from, but Smith was the hammer of God up to 350 yards. I turned at the sound of commotion and saw Dee Dee herding Taylor and her kids out the cellar door. "What's happening? What's going on?" the kids demanded. Then they saw Top and me standing in the foyer. Top had shed his disguise. Under the topcoat he wore black fatigues, body armor, and belts from which were slung the kinds of weapons most people only see on TV or in movies. What? I started to say something, but Top Sims brushed past me. He knelt on one knee. "Look, kids. There's something happening and we're here to protect you and your mom. I'm a kind of policeman. We all are. We're going to take you and your mom to a safe place. But, there are a couple of bad men in the neighborhood. We need to take care of that, and we will. That's what we do. But I need you guys to be brave and strong and help us get your mom to a safe place. Can you do that?" Their eyes were the size of hubcaps and their mouths were little round O's, but they both nodded. Top gave them a warmer smile than anything his enemies would believe him capable of. "Okay, now this man here is the boss. You can call him Cowboy. That's his call sign," declared young Mark. Top grinned and patted Mark's arm. "Well, look at you. I'll bet you know all about cops and bad guys. Are there terrorists out there?" Mark asked, his eyes huge with excitement. "They are bad men," Top assured him, not using the word terror. "But we got that covered, 'cause there are more of my friends outside. We're all going to get into a big truck and drive away to a nice safe place." I turned away and smiled. Top was a dad, I didn't have any kids. Right then, I'd have gone with him to an ice cream shop or a ball game. Cowboy, said Khalid, be advised. Company in 60. Looks like back in West Side. 2 and 2. I tapped the earbud. Chatterbox. Sergeant Rock's coming out with friendlies. Keep 'em safe. K, he said. Green Giant, I growled to Bunny, we're waiting on you. Bring Black Bess to the front door. Quick and noisy. Rock and roll, he answered. To Top I said, get the kids into the car. Scream Queen, you're with me, dot. In the distance I could hear the rumble of a heavy engine as the big DMS taxi thundered down the street toward us. Ghost started barking like mad and I knew that he sniffed the hostiles. Now! I yelled, and jerked the door open. Ghost stood at the edge of the porch, craning his neck around toward the back, barking with heavy monster barks. Bunny screeched to a halt and leaped out. The kids, and even Cersei goggled a little at the size of the driver, but he waved them on and opened the back door, fanning a big IMI Desert Eagle over their heads as they ran. From inside the house I could hear glass breaking as the hostiles smashed their way in through the back door and side window. With the barks and yells and engine noise, they had to know that a rescue attempt was in progress, so they weren't going for stealth. They opened fire at once, filling the house with hot rounds as they crowded inside, trying to flush us out toward the 2 men from the van. They apparently didn't know that they were 2 headshots past the point where that plan was going to work. I flattened out against the living room wall behind the couch with Ghost on the floor beside me. I told him to be quiet and ready. He looked ready to tackle Godzilla. Dee Dee climbed to the 5th step on the staircase and crouched low. The hostiles were working in pairs. 2 out front, the others a room and a half behind them. Nice combat spacing. We could kill them all, but we couldn't capture them all. The first 2 men rushed through the TV room and into the living room, heading straight for the open front door. We let them pass, then Dee Dee and I wheeled around the edges of the wall and opened up on the other 2. It was a classic ambush and they didn't have a chance. We put 3 shots in each and then spun off of that, closing to 0 distance with the other shooters, who were skidding to a stop, scrambling to turn, realizing that they'd been mousetrapped. Dee Dee reached her target half a second before I did, so I got a peripheral view of how she handled him. She used the stock of her rifle to slap his AK-47 wide, then instead of checking her swing and bringing the stock back for a headshot, she continued the circular swing of the weapon and caught him in the face with the barrel. The guy's nose and upper teeth exploded, but before he could scream, Dee Dee kneed him in the groin. As he bent forward, she knee-kicked him in his broken nose. The second guy was about my size and he knew that he was too close to use a long weapon, so he tried to slam me across the chest with the length of it. I checked my forward momentum so that his thrust stopped a half-inch short. I didn't have a long gun and didn't need one. Ghost shot past me and under his gun and hit the shooter teeth first in the crotch. He screamed and tried to club the dog, but Ghost was trained to fight armed men. He released the first bite and jumped up inside the circle of the man's arms, biting fast and hard, tearing muscle and tendon and cracking bones so fast it looked like the shooter had thrust his arms into a leaf shredder. Off! I called, and that fast Ghost jumped sideways. He crouched and growled, fur up along his spine, mouth bloody, eyes fierce. The shooter went down in a messy heap and curled into a fetal ball, wrapping his head with his ruined arms. I kicked his gun out of reach. Outside, the TAC-V roared away. I stepped back to offer cover while Dee Dee slapped speed cuffs on the 2 shooters. One was unconscious, the other screaming. "Juice him," I ordered, and Dee Dee pulled a syringe from her kit and jabbed it into the screaming man's arm. It wasn't painkiller. His eyes rolled up and he passed out, sagging to the floor with a thump. Then she applied a fast field dressing to the critical wounds. I tapped my earbud. Cowboy to echo. House party is over. Got 2 sleepy guests. Copy that, said Khalid. Area is secure. Green Giant, talk to me. Class trip is away, said Bunny. I got 6 police units inbound to your 20. Outstanding, I said. Khalid showed up at the door and I tossed him my keys. He brought the Explorer over and we loaded the prisoners, moving with haste and only marginal care. We needed them alive. Comfort wasn't an issue. By the time the cops converged on the house, we were in the wind, following Black Bess north along Route 611. Interlude 34. The 7 Kings. December 19th, 2 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Sebastian Galt set down his phone and stared at it for a long moment. Then with a growl of sudden anger he swept everything off his desk: phone, laptop, whiskey glass. It all crashed to the floor. A moment later he was crouched over the debris, brushing ice cubes and broken glass off his phone. He dried it on the front of his shirt and then sat on the edge of the desk and opened the phone. It still worked. He punched a number. Yes, said a soft voice. I just heard from Fear. As have I, said Santoro. Do you have a team in the area? There is one very close. I can pull them off of that job and put them on this. A matter of minutes, however, taking action would be ill-advised, yes? Things are not. Don't tell me what things are not, god damn it. I want you to do something right fucking now. And I want it splashed across the wire services. I want everything else wiped off the sodding news by it. Do you understand me? Galt's voice had risen to a banshee shriek. The ensuing silence was so complete that Galt wondered if Santoro had hung up on him. If that little Spanish prick had, he'd skin him alive. Is this also the will of the goddess? Santoro asked mildly. Yes. Another moment of silence. Very well, said the killer, and he disconnected. Chapter 50. Willow Grove, Pennsylvania. December 19th, 2:38 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. We rolled into the Willow Grove Naval Air Station. There were 2 DMS choppers already on the ground, a burly Chinook and an Apache gunship. Shooters from Broadway team from the hangar in Brooklyn had the perimeter secured. I shook hands with Lieutenant Artie Mensch, Broadway's top kick. Busy morning, Joe? He said, offering his hand. Same weird shit, different weird day. We watched as Top and Khalid guided Amber Taylor and her kids into the Apache. Bunny and John Smith rolled the gurneys with 2 prisoners over to the Chinook. Mensch nodded. We're taking the prisoners straight to the hangar. They're prepping the surgical suite now. Aunt Sally's going to want to talk with these boys. He cut me a look. You haven't met her yet, have you? No. Looking forward to it, though. He laughed. Looking forward to meeting Aunt Sally. That's funny. What's the joke? You'll know when you meet her, Dot. He clapped me on the shoulder, whistled to his team, and within a few seconds the hellos were sky-high and tilting into the wind to head north. I saw Circe O'Tree standing beside Black Bess. She looked small and lost, so I headed over to her. You did good work today, I said. Mrs. Taylor needed someone like you. Someone like me? Smart, steady. And female? Circe asked challengingly. I wasn't going there, I said. You're a doctor and a shrink. That woman needed that every bit as much as she needed my team of shooters. Circe studied me for a moment. Sorry. Don't worry about it. Circe nodded and pulled her winter coat more tightly around her shoulders. She shivered even though the wind wasn't blowing. She stared at the choppers that were disappearing into the gray December sky. Her face was pale and her eyes had a jumpy quality. I took a shot. First time you ever saw someone killed? She nodded. Hitting you like a baseball bat upside the head, I expect. Another nod. You want to talk about it? She looked at me and shook her head. Would food and a whole lot of alcohol help? Yes, she said flatly, then turned and walked toward my explorer. She passed Top without comment. He watched her pass, pursed his lips, and came over to me. First time? He asked. First time, I agreed. She's out from Terror Town, right? I read a couple of her books. Thought everyone out there was a vet of some kind. She is now. He grunted. So, what's our next play, Captain, Dot? As if in answer to his question, my cell buzzed. I flipped it open. Sit rep, snapped Church. I told him. We even have 2 prisoners en route to the hangar. They'll need a few million band-aids, but they have a pulse. That makes a nice change, he said. For you. Ha ha. Please extend my appreciation to Echo Team. Excellent work. Have your team refresh and reload there at Willow Grove? I'll clear the paperwork. They'll catch up to you. Why? Where will I be? Southampton. You know where that is? Sure. There's a Starbucks at Street Road and Route 232. You are to meet my friend Martin Hanlier. Do you remember him? Yeah, he flew me out to Colorado during the Jacoby thing. Why am I meeting him, Dot? He just called me to say that blowing up the London hospital was his idea. Part 4. Conspiracy Theories. For you see, the world is governed by very different personages from what is imagined by those who are not behind the scenes. Benjamin Disraeli. Chapter 51. Starbucks. Southampton, Pennsylvania. December 19, 5:35 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Cersei and I pulled into the Starbucks in Southampton, where routes 232 and 132 meet. I started to get out, but Cersei opened her briefcase on her lap and removed her laptop. I sat back. "Aren't you coming in?" She looked at the store and made a face. "Marty and I never quite hit it off." "You know him?" "Since I was a kid." "If you don't mind, I'll stay here and go over my notes. We have so much information, there has to be some answers buried in all of this. Besides, Marty will probably be more candid without me there, anyway. You're one of the boys." I smiled. "Okay. I'll give you the highlights of this when I'm done." "Can't wait." I clicked my tongue and Ghost bounded out of the back seat, but before I could reach for the door handle a car beep made us turn. A rental sedan pulled into the lot and Ghost was wagging his tail so hard he nearly knocked me over. Rudy Sanchez parked and got out, smiling at us despite everything else that was going on. Rudy is short and carries a couple extra pounds, but he's tougher than he looks and he has the most intelligent face I've ever seen. He's also the only person on earth who I trust completely and without reserve. I got out and we shook hands, and then he pulled me into his version of a bear hug. We slapped each other's backs as Ghost yipped and danced around us. He loses all traces of self-respect around Rudy. Rudy bent and vigorously rubbed Ghost's head and received a comprehensive face-licking. "Hello, you furry monster. You keeping Joe out of cat houses?" Then Rudy looked past me and saw Cersei step out of the Explorer. "Dios mio. Keep it in your pants, rude. That's Dr. Cersei. O'Tree," he finished, grinning hard enough to injure himself. "I know. I saw her on Oprah. My, but the good Lord was in a generous mood when he made her." Cersei walked over to meet us. Before I could make introductions, she said, "Dr. Sanchez?" "Dr. O'Tree, . It's Cersei," she said, smiling brightly and extending her hand. "Rudy," he said exactly the same way someone would say your slave. Even Ghost seemed to roll his eyes. "I've read your books. Fascinating work. Insightful." "Thank you," she said graciously. "And call me Cersei. Mr. Church said that you'd be part of our team on this. I'd like to share my interview notes with you." "The Nicodemus interview?" "Yes. I'd love to see them," she said, "and I have some things I'd like to run past you." I said, "You two want to stay out here and copy each other's homework while I go inside?" Rudy looked at me with a charming smile. "Yes, thanks. Buzz off." They tuned me out and were deep in conversation as they headed to my Explorer. I glanced down at Ghost. "I do believe we have been snubbed, my shaggy friend." He had no comment, so we went inside. As I reached for the door handle I shivered unexpectedly and looked suddenly back at Rudy and Cersei. It was a weird feeling that was based on nothing I could name, but I felt as if there was a shadow cast over them both. I lingered for a moment, letting my ears and eyes pick apart the surroundings. Was something wrong? Out of place? No. There was nothing. A goose had walked over my grave, as my grandmother would say. Gradually the shadow in my mind receded. Ghost looked at them and gave a single, short woof. Interlude 35. New York City. December 19th, 5:36 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Toys touched his fingers to the glass, feeling the cool caress of the December wind. Behind him, Galt and the American sat on opposite sides of the big man's desk, heads bent together in a discussion on logistics for the newest phase of the 10 Plagues Initiative. On the wall, a silent flat-screen TV showed a shot from an aerial view of the scene of a gunfight in Jenkintown, Pennsylvania. The legend across the bottom of the screen read, "Terrorism?" Below the window where Toys stood, New York was sprawled in gaudy splendor beneath a gibbous moon. Millions of lights. Millions of beating hearts. Toy's own heart felt like a piece of broken crockery in his chest. As cold as the night and as removed from real humanity as he was up here on the 50th floor of the building that the American owned. One of the big man's many holdings. Here, Los Angeles, Denver, Atlanta. The man was immeasurably wealthy. Toys smiled thinly as he mused that he, too, was now wealthy. He had millions of dollars of his own money in numbered accounts. A gift from the American. So you don't have to keep sucking on Galt's tit. That was how the American had phrased it. I could leave, Toys thought. I could walk out the door, get into a cab, and vanish. How long, he wondered, before Galt would even realize that he was gone? Then how long would it take Galt, using the vast resources of the kings, to find him? A week at the most. And what would Galt do? Have him brought back in chains? Forgive him? Kill him? Toys could not pick which option was most likely. He sighed and leaned his forehead against the glass. Galt had become the king of plagues in every sense. He was fully invested with the kings. He was one of them, heart and soul. Which left Toys, where? He had no idea. The last 4 months had given him new definitions for both heartache and hell. Although Toys managed to fake interest in the 10 Plagues initiative, he knew that it didn't fool Galt. Not completely, anyway. The only comfort, and it was a cold and dubious comfort, was that Galt did not grasp the nature of Toys' disapproval. He thought it was cowardice. Cowardice. Jesus. Toys wanted to take a knife and rip Galt's guts out every time he thought about that. Twice in the last month he had come into Galt's room in the middle of the night and stood over his bed, watching Galt sleep, holding a knife in his sweating palm. Cowardice. How could Galt have wandered so far from himself that he could not recognize love? Not for the first time, Toys wondered if Eris really was some kind of sorceress. He and Galt barely spoke unless it was about incidental things. A second round of martinis, travel plans. Nothing of consequence. Galt's time was taken up playing the role of the King of Plagues. He had entered the world of the kings with a will, and even though bombings were not under his purview, Galt had actively participated in the planning of the London event. He had also selected Fair Isle. Toys was secretly pleased that the Ebola release had fallen flat. Rivers of blood, my ass, he mused. And the woman, Amber Taylor, had dodged away as well. Bloody good for her. He knew that although the failures could not be laid at Galt's feet, they were nonetheless failures connected to his overall plan. The failures were embarrassing to the goddess as well, and that really pleased Toys. Now they were poised for the next round. More killings. More death. And still they hadn't reached the real centerpiece of Galt's plan. Toys wondered if they would all drown in a river of blood of their own making. We deserve it. The phone rang and the American answered, spoke quietly for a moment, and then hung up. I need to deal with something, said the King of Fear as he lumbered toward the door. You boys make yourself comfortable. He closed the door behind him. Toys stood by the big picture window and looked out at the New York skyline. This was the 5th of the American's offices he had visited in the last few months, and he marveled at the fact that despite the differences in locale, each office was decorated identically, down to the bottles in the wet bar, the brand of expensive furniture, and even the art on the walls. He knew that this all made some kind of statement about the man, but he wasn't sure what that statement's message was. On the surface it seemed to suggest a mind that possessed a single fixed image of the world, but Toys knew that this was not the case. He wondered if it was more misdirection on the American's part. A statement intended to cement a certain limited view of who he was into people's minds. Behind him, Galt sipped a scotch and soda, the ice cubes tinkling against his lips. Toys turned. There's still time, he said. Don't start, muttered Galt quietly. I'm not in the mood to have this discussion again. We haven't had this discussion yet. Every time I try to bring it up, you growl at me or storm out of the room. I'm supposed to be your conscience. Galt snorted, which shut Toys up as effectively as a slap across the face. Toys rubbed his eyes. He felt old and used up. Oh, bloody hell, he said sharply. I'm going to say it anyway. I wish you wouldn't, warned Galt. Toys crossed the room and stood in front of Galt. Galt took a sip, sighed, then said, okay. Have your say. Get it out of your system. I suppose I owe you that much. Ha, Toys mused sourly. If you paid what you owed me, Sebastian, we'd be thousands of miles away from here and running fast. Aloud he said, when we escaped the meltdown in Afghanistan you were too badly injured to walk. I carried you out of there, Sebastian. Carried. On my back. You want a sodding medal? Fine, I'll buy you one. Hush. Toys said it softly, and something in his tone made Galt close his mouth on another barb. He gestured with his glass for Toys to continue. When we escaped and we got onto the medical transport, that was the most frightening time of my life. Not because I thought that they would catch us. No. I was afraid that with everything crashing down I would lose you. Galt blinked in what looked to Toys like genuine surprise. You didn't lose me, he said softly. Yes, I did. Not then, but since then. In bits and pieces. I lost some of you before, to Amira. I know you loved her, but you have to admit that I did see through her deception all along. If you had listened to me, things would never have gotten out of hand. I know that I've said that before and every time I do you and I have a row about it, but it's true. I was right about her. Galt shrugged and his tone grew harder. Okay, you were right about her. Bully for you. Given that, Toys persisted, why can't you take a moment and step back from all of this? The kings, the 10 plagues, the goddess, all of it. Step back and at least consider whether I might be right again. About Eris? Yes. In a lot of ways she's as mad as Amira was. So? I think she believes that she is a goddess. Again, so? She isn't, Toys said viciously. She's a woman who knows that despite good genes and some natural longevity, this is the last blast for her as a sexual icon. Once her beauty really starts to fade, the other kings will lose interest. Remember that glamour is another word for an illusion or spell. That's what she's cast. Because she acts the part of the great beauty of the ages, she is taken as such. It's affectation, and she's charismatic enough to pull it off. She's also probably scared out of her mind because she has to see, day by day, that she is nearing that line when, once it is crossed, she will become ordinary. A woman. Not a goddess. An old woman. You're jealous of her, sneered Galt. No. Even I'm not that damaged, and don't think that you can do me any harm by attacking my sexuality. I'm not conflicted about who I am, Sebastian. I know who I am. Just as I know who you are. And what am I, O wise and mighty conscience? You're a fool, Toy said acidly. If you were merely naive and oblivious I could forgive it, but you're the smartest man I've ever known. Ever. So, this refusal to see Eris for who she is, and to refuse to see this 10 plagues madness for what it is, that's deliberate and stubborn foolishness. You're treading on thin ice, Toys, and your time is almost up. When you conceived the Cephal Din project I objected to it, as you may remember. Not because I'm capable of taking the moral high ground, we both know I'm too thoroughly corrupt for that, but because it wasn't a good balance of reward and risk. A mistake could have led to a global pandemic, and very nearly did. If it wasn't for Joe Ledger and the DMS, your mistake would have been the very last one in history. Joe Ledger is a dead man, sneered Galt. He slipped us in London, but I'm going to have his guts for garters. Will you listen to yourself? You're obsessed with him as if he's the cause of your problems. He is. He isn't. You're not a supervillain and he's not your arch-nemesis. This isn't a sodding comic book. Don't be insulting. Toy sighed and flapped his arms. Now, here we are again, standing at the brink of another needlessly risky venture. What are the rewards? You want to cripple the inner circle? Really? Since when did they mean anything to you? 4 months ago you'd never heard of them. But then Eris fucked the last bits of common sense out of your head and suddenly you were willing to launch a program that will not only cause countless deaths but could very easily spark conflicts that will tear nations apart. Why? What do you think you'll accomplish with that? Galt said nothing. He sipped his drink and watched Toys with hooded eyes. Shall I tell you then? Asked Toys. Oh, by all means. Show me how smart you are. This isn't about being smart, Sebastian, so don't try to turn it into a contest to see whose brain weighs more. I know you're smarter than me. You're smarter than almost everyone. You're just not as smart as you think you are. Toy stepped closer. You want to rise above your human weaknesses, Sebastian. Just as Eris wants to rise above the truth that she must inevitably age, you want to rise above the truth that you can be hurt. You're both play-acting at being gods because you can't stand the thought that you are human. Flawed, limited humans. Galt finished the last of his drink and set the glass down on the American's desk. Go to hell, he said softly, then shook his head. No, rot in hell. He turned toward the door and Toys laid his hand gently on Galt's arm. Please, Sebastian. I'm begging you. Don't do this. Sebastian Galt hit Toys in the face. A single wickedly fast punch that caught Toys in the mouth, bursting his lips against his teeth. Toys staggered back, clamping his hands to his bleeding mouth, shocked into a horrified and broken silence. Blood welled from between his fingers and dripped onto his shirt front. Galt looked down at his own fist as if surprised that it had just done that. Rot in hell, he said again. Quietly, without emphasis, his voice as dead as his eyes. He turned and left the room. Toys sank slowly to his knees, blood running in lines down his chin and splashing on the floor. He caved in around his pain. Not the pain of torn lips and mashed gums, but the red howling ache in his chest. He squeezed his eyes shut and wept. Interlude 36. Regent Beverly Wilshire. Beverly Hills, California. December 19, 5:37 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Charles Osgood Harrington IV, known as C4 since he was thrown out of college, was a total pain in the ass. Everyone knew that and agreed on it. The media loved to hate him and ran paparazzi pictures of him almost daily, usually peeing in a sacred fountain in Italy or in a perp walk after a DUI, or those infamous pictures of him during his first and second stays in county correctional facilities or work release camps. C4's father's lawyers hated him because he was so irredeemably arrogant and unrepentant in court that he instantly alienated judges and juries. The members of the various boards on which his father, Charles Osgood Harrington III to his cronies and the press, was the chair. The stockholders hated him because each time his personal life detonated onto the headlines, the shares in the family companies Harrington Aeronautics, Harrington Cheney Petrochemicals, Harrington and Millhouse Fuel Oil Company, and the 14 others, tumbled. The administration of Yale hated that they were coerced into pushing him through with a degree even though he rarely attended a class and was never sober, but the Harrington family and their friends wrote checks larger than the outrage of the Board of Regents. Even C4's friends only stayed with him because they thought he was richer than God and liked to show it off by spreading cash around. On a whim he flew the cast of Gossip Girl to a clothing-optional island. Another time he bought a hotel just to throw a party, and once he purchased a Mercedes dealership on a bet and then lost it in a run of poker hands that same night. When his name came up on programs like Dr. Phil and Ellen, kind-hearted but misinformed guest stars speculated that C4 suffered from emotional damage that was the result of having been too famous even from birth. They discussed how the rich and privileged bear a terrible burden because they can't be real, and said that C4's escapades were no different from the early excesses of Paris Hilton and Lindsay Lohan, both of whom had been romantically linked with him at one time or another, at least according to the tabloids. 3 only had one son. His daughter, Victoria, had married a civil rights lawyer from Boston and was now only tolerated at Christmas. The keys to the kingdom would be passed to C4. Father and son sat in leather chairs by a penthouse window in the Regent Beverly, Wilshire. A tall Christmas tree sparkled and glowed behind them. Neither of them had decorated the tree, and neither cared who had. 3 had barely registered that there was a 10-foot tree in the room. C4 had draped and used condoms on it like tinsel. "I would prefer you not go," said 3. His son waggled the engraved in gold embossed card. "Are you fucking kidding me, Dad? Watch your language." C4 snorted. "Oh, right, 'cause you don't want me to spoil my image." "No, I just don't appreciate you talking like you're from the gutter." "Fuck that." 3 fumed into the amber depths of his scotch. "This gig is going to be too cool to miss." He reached for the return envelope, which had fallen to the floor. He fished a pen from his pocket, scrawled a brief note, stuffed the card into the envelope, and licked the glue. When he was done, he held it up between 4 and index fingers. "You should be happy they even invited me. If I had known about it in time, I would have made sure you weren't invited. It isn't appropriate that you should go. No one at Yale remembers any good old times with you. At best you were a figure of fun, and I suspect you received that invitation out of pity. Thanks, Pop. Always nice to know that you care." C4 shook his head and finished the last of his drink. "Besides, this isn't one of those uber mysterious inner circle things. And it's not for you and your crew of vultures and thieves. For once it's my generation instead of the corrupt old farts you hang out with." "Corrupt?" "Sorry, Dad, was that the wrong choice of words? Would insanely manipulative be better?" "Charlie. Don't even try to call me that. And don't pretend that I don't know what you and your inner circle bonesmen are all about. Christ, everyone with net access knows about the shit you assholes pull." C4 held up the sealed return envelope. "Besides, this is going to be the party of the century." C4 got up and walked over to the wet bar, mixed a complicated drink, drank half of it standing there, and then strolled to the Christmas tree. "In what way?" demanded 3. C4 took another pull on the drink. "I doubt you'd." His voice trailed away and he stood frowning at the tree. "You doubt I'd what?" snapped his father. "HM? What?" C4 looked at his father with a confused smile on his face. He touched his cheeks. "What? You said you doubted that I'd what?" C4's confused smile flickered like a light bulb whose filament was burning too thin. He shifted uncertainly and 3 could see that there was something wrong with his son's face. It looked weirdly uneven. Knobbed. Almost blistered. "Charlie, what's wrong?" His son tore at his collar, exposing his throat. All along his upper chest and neck dozens of red spots were appearing, rising from pinpricks and swelling into boils even as the young man stood swaying. "Good God!" yelled 3. "What the hell did you do to yourself?" C4's fingers twitched and the glass tumbled from his hands. It hit the thick Persian carpet, bounced, and splashed ice and alcohol over his bare feet. But the young man did not seem to notice. He stood there with a half smile, brows knit, head cocked into an attitude of listening as if he was pondering some great internal mystery. Boils blossomed across his face and on his hands. When he touched the ones on his face, they burst with sprays of red mist. "Careful, damn it," his father said, starting in his chair. Then he froze in place as C4 raised dreamy eyes toward him. "I feel really..." And blood exploded from his mouth and nose. "Charlie!" Charles Osgood Harrington III erupted from his chair as his son's knees suddenly buckled and he dropped. C4 landed on his knees and fell sideways against the tree. The whole mass of it, tree, tinsel, ornaments, condoms, and fairy lights, canted sideways with the young man on top of it. Blood geysered from C4's mouth and the boils on his skin burst. His father was 30 feet away and he crossed the room in a shot. But C4 was already dead. Chapter 52. Starbucks. Southampton, Pennsylvania. December 19, 5:42 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Handlier saw me and stood as I approached. He offered me his hand and gave me a single pump shake that was dry and rock hard. Marty Handlier was in his mid-60s, with receding gray hair and a deep-water tan. He had bright blue eyes that looked merry but were as focused as a sniper's eyes. He peered past me out the window. "Is that Circe? Wow, she's really filled out." When he straightened, he caught sight of my face. My expression flipped some kind of switch inside his head, because immediately the caveman receded and the writer stepped forward. He cleared his throat and looked at Ghost. "That's a good-looking shepherd. Is he friendly?" "Occasionally." "Can I pet him?" "Can you type without fingers?" He stuck his hands in his pockets. We ordered coffee and sat in the back, and there was some nice cover noise in the form of a mixtape of pop stars singing Christmas songs. Ghost lay down between our chairs, within petting reach, but Handlier didn't rise to the bait. I'd met Handlier through Mr. Church, but I've known about him since college. His espionage thrillers always hit the #1 spot on the bestseller lists. So far, 4 of them had been made into movies. Matt Damon starred in the last one. I owned the DVD, but I didn't say that to Handlier. "Mr. Church said that you had something for me." "Church," he said, smiling with teeth so bright I felt like I was getting a tan. I'm still not used to calling him that. "He'll always be Deacon to me, . Is that his real name?" I said, pitching it to sound offhand, but Handlier flicked his shooter's eyes at me. "Good try." He laughed. "Ask him." I grinned. "Which means that you don't know either." He shrugged and sipped his coffee. "Okay, I called the deacon because I think someone took an idea I had and maybe put it into practice in the most terrible possible way." He cut me an amused look. "Settle down, Dick Tracy. I'm not here to confess." I said I may have come up with the scenario, but I'm not part of a global criminal conspiracy. "Hit me." "It's a plot for a novel." "The hospital thing." "When was the novel published?" "That's the weird part. I've been knocking the idea around for a while. It's something I thought I'd do if I ever started a new series. My Rick Stenner books are all set in the US except the flashback one, Black Ops, which is set during the invasion of Baghdad. But I've been wanting to spin off the Xander Murphy character for a while now. He was a supporting character in White Gold, and the readers really took to him. Kind of low-rent James Bond type that. "I know," I said. "Jude Law played him in the movie." Right, so you know." "Okay, well, I figured that if my writing schedule ever opened up a bit, or if the Stenner books got stale, I'd do some Murphy books." "It would be a switch to." "Slow down. You're saying that the hospital scenario is from a book you plan to write but haven't actually done anything with?" "Right. There are no early drafts?" "There are no drafts at all. Never got that far. Notes? Plot outlines, anything like that?" "Nope. The idea's still up here." He tapped his skull. "That's one of the reasons I'm so concerned. I mean, if it was something that I'd already published, then we'd have 6 billion suspects. I don't sell quite that many books." "Anyone can read your stuff in a library," I said. "Good point. On the other hand, if it was something I'd written but which hadn't yet been released, that would narrow it down to the staff at my agent's office, my lawyer, my family, and my publisher. Still a lot of people, but a narrower field. So, who have you told about this plot? I belong to a couple of writers' organizations and we have conventions every year. The pros do a couple of panels for the fans, and then we decamp to the closest bar and spend the rest of the weekend networking or bullshitting. You know, gossip, industry news, that sort of thing. After a couple of rounds we start one-upping each other about what would make the absolute best kick-ass novel and how we're the guy to write it. And that's where the hospital idea came in? Yeah. This was a convention called Thriller Fest. I was at the bar in the Hyatt with a whole bunch of other writers. We were all hammered and we were doing the one-up thing with the perfect thriller plot. I told them about the hospital bombing. I said, "Tell me why you picked that hospital." You probably can't tell from my accent, but I was born in London. Grew up in Whitechapel, about 2 blocks from the hospital. We emigrated when I was 17 and I lost my accent in college theater courses. My first job, though, was as an assistant orderly at the London. Mostly I pushed a laundry cart around, but I was in every part of that hospital every day. I could draw a diagram of it from memory, or at least a diagram of the old building. So, when I needed a landmark for my imaginary terrorists to blow up, I picked that one. Write what you know, I suggested. Exactly. So, who stole your idea? He grunted. I'm pretty sure Osama bin Laden wasn't doing shots with us that night. When was this? Couple of years ago. July 20th, 2009. Who was there? In the bar? Christ, everyone. Place was packed. People were coming and going. I can't tell you for sure who was in our conversational circle when I talked about that scenario. We were all pretty well hit in the ass. It was late, though. Midnight at least, which means that the party was in full swing. Give me some names. Well, David Morrell was there for some of it. He asked me later if I ever wrote the book. Morrell? Guy who created Rambo? Who else? Let's see. Gail Lynns was there. Sandra Brown, Doug Clegg, Steve Barry, Vince Flynn, Eric Van Lustbader, Ken Isaacson, John Gilstrap. He rattled off a long list of names. I recognized some of them from Hugo Vox's Terror Town think tank. I wrote down all of the names. By the time Hamlier was finished rooting around in the rubble of that drunken memory, we'd compiled a list of 28 names. Of those, 11 were definites. 4 of them were hazy maybes. The rest had all been at the table, but he didn't know when or for how long. Anyone else there? Maybe, but I was seeing pink lobsters by the time I rolled out of there. I should have been arrested for the way I drove the elevator to my floor. We sat in silence for a few moments, drinking our coffee, thinking it through. Your plot, I said, did it involve bringing in oil or rubber in large quantities? Or pallets of tires? He gave me a shrewd look and for a moment I could see the brains behind the bestseller bluster. You're talking about the black clouds? Yeah, I saw that on TV and thought it was odd. Not part of your story? No. Any religious themes in your plot? Just the usual stuff. Fundamentalist Shiites. Not very original, I'm afraid, and I'd probably have changed it in the writing. The genre's moving away from using Muslims as the go-to bad guys. I said nothing. Hamlier sipped his coffee and stared up at the ceiling. It would be kind of weird if a writer was involved in this sort of thing, he said. We cook up the worst possible catastrophes. Brilliant crimes, terrorist campaigns, mass murders. We get inside the heads of serial killers and extremists. Good thing we're the good guys. If all of you are, I said. Yeah, there's that. Sorry this wasn't more useful. And I hope like hell that I didn't waste your time. Me, too, I almost said aloud. We stood and shook hands. Handlier eyed me for a moment. Look, Joe, if it turns out that it was one of the people at Thrillerfest or someone from the T-Town group, someone who used my idea. Yeah? Put the son of a bitch down like a rabid dog. Why? For stealing your idea? No, he said without humor. Because it means that I'm partly responsible, however far removed, for the deaths of 4,000 people. I have trouble sleeping at night as it is. I think knowing that for sure. Christ, I think that might kill me. He sighed and smiled a weary smile. Come on, let me buy you one for the road. And something for Cersei and your pal. And that fast everything went all to hell. There was a series of firecracker pops somewhere outside and the whole front set of windows of the Starbucks exploded inward. Chapter 53. Starbucks. Southampton, Pennsylvania. December 19, 5:43 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. A barrage of heavy-caliber bullets tore into the coffeehouse, tearing apart the counter, shattering the big urns of hot coffee, sending stacks of paper cups flying, and ripping apart the spot where I'd been standing a split second before. The heavy front glass was thick enough to have deflected the first rounds, otherwise I'd be dead. Instead, I hooked an arm around Handlier and a young woman wearing a Grinch sweatshirt. I felt two hard jerks at the flaps of my sports coat and knew that a couple of rounds had missed me by inches. We hit the deck just as the first screams rose, louder than the gunfire. Then a second window blew and suddenly I was screaming myself as glass splinters rained down on my head. I shielded my eyes with my arm. Down! Down! Get down! I roared. I pivoted and looked out from under my bent arm. Most of the customers were already in motion, dodging and ducking, leaping over counters and pitching themselves behind the overstuffed chairs. But a few stood there with slack mouths and eyes like deer on a highway, and the bullets tore them to rags. A college jock with a Rutgers ski cap flew backward into a display of stocking stuffers, his white parka blooming with red flowers. As he fell, his outflung arms knocked down an old man and a teenage girl, sending them sprawling and saving their lives by accident as the heavy-caliber rounds swarmed the air. Even through the thunder of gunfire I could hear Ghost barking like crazy, but I couldn't tell if he was hurt. Handlier! Crawl behind the counter. Handlier! I yelled, but Marty Handlier didn't reply, and he didn't move. He lay face down on the floor and blood spread from beneath him in a growing crimson pool. Damn! He's over there! The yell came from the shattered window, and a split second later a line of bullets pocked the floor near my head. I used my right foot to shove the screaming young woman out of the way as I rolled in the other direction. I tore open my sports coat, found the knurled grips of my Beretta, racked the slide as I rolled to a kneeling position, and brought the weapon up in a two-handed grip. The first of the shooters stepped through the window. He wore heavy body armor and had a scarf wrapped around his nose and mouth and wore ski goggles. He held a Colt AR-15 tactical carbine, firing at anything that moved. I gave him a double tap. The first round punched into his sternum. It didn't penetrate his vest, but it froze him into the moment, and I put the next round through his right eye. The impact snapped his head back and probably broke his neck, and it painted the two men behind with blood and brains. I shot the second one in the mouth as he tried to yell. The third shooter swept the room with an AR-15 that had an oversized 100-round drum magazine. Bullets chopped the floor and turned tables into clouds of splinters. And, oh Christ, Rudy and Cersei. They were still outside. If they were still alive. Rudy didn't carry a gun, but he had common sense, good survival instincts, and a cell phone. I hoped he was hiding under my car calling for backup. The counter above me disintegrated into a storm cloud of splinters and I threw myself forward and down, one arm hooked over my face to protect my eyes as I went onto my side and fired blind. I put half a magazine through the flying debris and the chatter from the assault rifle abruptly stopped. He's over behind the counter. A man yelled from the other side of the store. Suddenly 3 other long guns opened up from the far end of the store, blasting the side window and running lines of destruction along the floor. People screamed as bullets found them, punching through heavy winter coats, tearing chunks out of legs and arms, and splashing the floor with red. This was going from bad to absolute frigging disaster. Adrenaline was pumping through me by the quart, but at the moment it was triggering more of the flight impulse than the desire to fight all these guys. I was scared out of my mind, I'll admit it to anyone. Grenade, grenade. I didn't know if someone was calling for a frag or telling his comrades that he was throwing one, but I did not want to wait around to find out. I came up firing and put the rest of the mag down range, forcing them back for a second. The grenade dropped from dead fingers and fell outside the store. There was a huge whump. And a dozen car alarms began to blare. Any hope I had that the blast had taken out the rest of the shooters was blown to hell as they opened up again. And I prayed that Rudy and Cersei were nowhere near that grenade when it blew. I had only one spare magazine and I swapped it out as I flung myself to the left, hitting the base of the front wall. Broken glass covered the floor, and as I slid out of the line of fire the jagged shards tore through my trousers and bit into my left thigh like a swarm of piranha. The third shooter, the one I hit while firing blind, was down but not dead. He lay partly inside the coffee shop and was slowly trying to crawl back out. Blood dripped from a thigh wound and another on his right forearm. The strap of the AR-15 was wound around his injured arm. I stretched for a long reach just as the other shooters opened up again. My scrabbling fingers caught the strap and I jerked it toward me, hauling gun and gunman into the store. The shooter tried to make a fight of it, but I wasn't in the mood. I jerked harder and as he flipped over onto his back I chopped down on his windpipe with the butt of the Beretta. There was movement to my left and I saw Ghost crouching behind the ruined counter, his teeth bared, his white pelt dotted with blood. His muscles bunched as he prepared to make a run at the gunman. Down! I snapped. It was 40 feet to the side window, and fast as Ghost was, he'd never get them before they got him. The dog gave me a fierce, despairing look. He wanted to be in this fight. He probably smelled my blood and the ancient instinct to protect the pack leader was coming close to overriding his training. Behind me a man growled, "Come on, Turk, get this motherfucker." Then one of the gunmen kicked the rest of the glass out of the window and stepped through. There were at least a dozen people in the coffeehouse, and most or all of them were hurt. A lot of them were dead, too. I cut a look at Handlier, but he lay in the center of a lake of blood and wasn't moving. I didn't think he was ever going to. Son of a bitch. I took the AR-15 and from the weight I could tell that the drum mag was more than half gone. How many rounds left? 20? 30? The dead man's coat was open and I flipped back the flap, saw a second mag hanging from his belt, and made a grab for it. The shooter caught the movement and suddenly the dead man's body seemed to rise from the floor as rounds punched into his meat and muscle, jerking the corpse into a horrible parody of convulsive life. Lying flat on my back, head toward them, I raised the rifle with both hands and emptied the first magazine at that end of the store. It sounds easy, but the recoil slammed into my upraised arms and threatened to tear them out of the shoulder sockets. The gun clicked empty way too soon. I guessed wrong about how many rounds were left. There couldn't have been more than a dozen rounds left, but it bought me a second's worth of grace, which was all I needed to swap out the magazines. I drew a breath, then let out the loudest war cry I could. Who knows what I said or if I said anything at all? Just noise. Loud and feral, the primitive and inarticulate cry of the warrior within as I rolled onto my stomach and came up into a low crouching run, firing from the hip, blasting on full auto as I dodged from wall to wall. I don't know how I didn't get shot. Battlefields are like that. Sometimes you have the best armor and the best cover and a ricochet pings off a wall and punches your ticket, and sometimes you feel painted with magic as you run through hellfire without a scratch. Bunny calls it having a die-hard moment. Top says that it's madman mojo. I don't have a name for it, but I made it to the counter alive. I hip-checked Ghost and sent him on a nail-skittering sideways slide into the wall. He yelped in pain, but he was still on his feet and out of the line of fire. Then the tone of the fight changed. Only one gun continued to pour fire my way, the others were shooting at something outside. Rudy and Cersei? It sounded like a dozen guns in play out there. I dove for cover, and my heart sank in my chest. There were more of them, and no matter how much of a die-hard moment I was having, I couldn't win against an army. In the movies, a hero can win against unlimited odds. This wasn't the movies. I was already slowing down and I was going to run out of ammunition very soon. And then I was going to die. There was a scream and a crash and I looked up as one of the shooters came backward through the window, arms flung wide, chest and face exploding like fireworks. Then I heard it. Echo. 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 A deep, bass rumble of a shout. Top. The shooters at the far end turned toward the shouts, and I rose up and hosed them. But one of them spun and fired a full mag at me. I felt the wind of the first rounds as I dropped back out of sight. There were more screams, and no more rounds came my way. I ducked and crabbed sideways and looked down the store and saw that one shooter was gone, punched back out through the window and sprawled like a starfish on the hood of a parked Hyundai. A second man had dropped his weapon and was trying to stop his life from leaking out of a hole in the side of his neck. The third shooter held his ground and was slapping a fresh magazine into place. I'd been waiting for that moment, and I rose up from hiding and ran at him. Ghost was right on my heels, racing along with the silent speed that a fighting dog has when blood is in the air and it's time for the kill. The AR-15 was a burning monster that bucked and jerked in my hands as I put 20 rounds into the shooter. Vest be damned. I drilled a hole through his chest you could drive a truck through, and what was left of him pinwheeled out through the window. Two more shooters ran past the window, heading toward the front, but I heard a fusillade of mixed-caliber reports and both men staggered back, turning and juddering as Echo Team chopped them apart. There was more movement outside and I saw Top Sims and Bunny duck down behind a car and trade fire with yet another pair of shooters. How many of the bastards did they send? I mean, I'm flattered and all that they think I'm that tough, but an entire army seemed a bit excessive. I reached the window. The man with the neck wound wasn't hurt near as bad as I thought and he pivoted and used a bloody hand to draw his sidearm. There was a flash of white, a fierce growl, and a sharp crunch, and then the gun arm collapsed into red junk as Ghost took him. He screamed, but Ghost growled like a monster out of myth. Keep. I ordered Ghost, and the big shepherd stopped short of killing the man but didn't let go of the mangled arm. I crouched and did a fast look around the corner of the window. There were 4 shooters on my right, all of them firing over the hoods of parked cars. It was weird. You see scenes like this in Iraq and Afghanistan, not in suburban Pennsylvania. I'm sure there was a lesson in there about cultural arrogance, but I was too busy to sort out the nuances at the moment. I dropped the AR-15 and took the sidearm from the guy Ghost was babysitting. The guy didn't seem to mind. He was busy trying not to scream. I sighted down on the closest shooter. Top caught my eye and shook me off. I withheld my shot and then saw why. Khalid Shahid had worked his way around to the far side and was 3 steps from a flanking position. One of the shooters must have spotted him and started to turn, so I blew out the windshield of the car he was hiding behind. He made the mistake of being surprised and looking up. Khalid put a round through the guy's ear. The other shooters faltered, caught in a crossfire. Top bellowed at them in his leather-throated sergeant's voice, "Drop your weapons and step out from behind the vehicles. Do it now." It was a simple choice. It was their only remaining choice. An idiot could have recognized it as the only way out of the moment. But the dumb sons of bitches went for it. They opened up on Khalid and on Top. The return fire came from Top and Bunny, from Khalid, from me, and from Didi, who appeared out of nowhere and took up a shooting position right outside the window. It was a 4-way shitstorm, and it was over in seconds. Nobody was going home from that party. Didi looked up with a dazzling blue-eyed smile. "Howdy, boss." "Did you get me a vanilla latte with foam?" I actually laughed, and then I heard tires squeal. I jumped out of the window and sprinted for the front of the building with Dee Dee on my six. A white van roared past us and headed for the far exit. The side door was open and I saw two men with scarves standing braced in the opening. They both had assault rifles and I was starting to pivot, reaching to push Dee Dee out of the way, when there were two sharp cracks and the men pitched backward into the van. I whipped my head around and saw John Smith lying chest down over the hood of Black Bess, his sniper rifle smoking. The van was still going, the driver hell-bent on getting his ass out of the parking lot. We all opened up on the vehicle, battering it with rounds, but the driver had the pedal on the floor and we didn't have a good angle on him. "Rudy!" I bellowed as I broke into a dead run. "Here!" came a strangled croak from the other side of the building. I spun and cut across the lot to try to cut the van off. As I cleared the corner, I saw Rudy on his knees, right hand clamped over his left arm, his face white as paste as blood poured from between his fingers. What I saw behind him twisted my brain around. Cersei O'Tree stood over Rudy, legs wide in a solid shooter's stance, holding a smoking Glock .40 in a two-handed grip, the barrel pointed right at me. I almost shot her. However, she wasn't aiming at me. She was aiming past me, and I whirled and dodged sideways as she fired. Her first 3 bullets exploded the van's windshield and the next 2 hit the driver in the face. The van suddenly swerved as the driver pitched sideways, his dead hands dragging the wheel hard over. The van missed Cersei by 10 feet and Rudy by less than a yard. It plowed into the back of my Explorer and crushed it like a beer can. For one crystalline moment the entire scene was dead silent, as if we were all frozen into a photograph from a book on war. This could have been Somalia or Beirut or Baghdad or any of the other places on our troubled earth where hatred takes the form of lethal rage. We, the victors, stood amid gunsmoke and the pink haze of blood that had been turned to mist, amazed that we were alive, doubting both our salvation and our right to have survived, while others, perhaps more innocent and deserving than ourselves, lay dead or dying. Chapter 54. Starbucks. Southampton, Pennsylvania. December 19, 5:49 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Then the moment crumbled to dust as sirens burned the air and hearing returned to our gunshot-deafened ears so that we heard the screams of those still clinging to life. "Top!" I yelled. "Clear!" He called as he and Bunny came out from their points of cover and swarmed the dead, kicking away their weapons, checking for pulses behind the appearance of death. I turned and ran toward Rudy, but Cersei was there, pushing him down. She had a knife in her hand, God only knows where it came from, and she was cutting his sleeve away, yelling at him to hold pressure there, damn it, changing from the person who had just killed into the doctor who had dedicated her life to doing no harm. Tears glittered like diamonds at the corners of her eyes. "Dr. O'Tree," Rudy said in a voice slurred by shock and pain, "it's a pleasure to—" "Shut up," she snapped. "Okay." As Cersei worked, her gaze kept flicking up and past me. I followed her line of sight and saw the 6 small holes clustered in the center of the driver's windshield of the van. The figure inside was slumped sideways, eyes wide and fixed, and nothing much else remaining of his face. Dee Dee knelt beside Cersei with an open field surgical kit. She popped a syringe of morphine and jabbed it in Rudy's arm. He said something in Spanish that sounded like "I love you," and passed out. I tried to help them, but they waved me off. Inside. "The people!" Cersei cried in a voice that was as fragile as cracked porcelain. The sirens were getting louder. Help was coming. Thank God. I ran to the front of the destroyed Starbucks just as the first police cars came screeching into the parking lot. I stepped into a scene from hell. The ceiling lights had all been blown out. People were screaming. Those who could still scream. I looked in through the shattered window. Too many of the sprawled figures lay still and silent, their voices silenced forever. The place looked like it had been spray-painted with red, but it wasn't the cheerful holiday red of Christmas. There were no other shooters. The woman in the Grinch shirt was on her hands and knees, splinters of glass glittering in her hair like stardust. She looked around at the carnage. Then she looked down at the figure that lay beside her. Marty Hanlier. She screamed. I couldn't blame her. Federal agent. I yelled. Police and ambulances are on their way. Everyone stay down. Top and the others swarmed past me to provide first aid. Ghost stood above the last of the shooters. The only one still alive. I had to step over the dead and dying to get to him. Off, I said quietly, and Ghost released the ruin of an arm. Watch, Dot. The man was white from blood loss, but he was far from dead. The wound in his neck was bad but not fatal. His arm was probably a total loss unless he got to a top-notch microsurgeon in the next hour or so, but even with all that he would live. When he looked up into my eyes, I could see the precise moment when he realized that surviving this was not going to be any kind of mercy. Not for him. Interlude 37. The Seven Kings. December 19th, 5:51 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. When the American came back to his office, he found Toys sitting on the floor, his shirt covered in drying blood, dark stains on the carpet. Toys held his head in his hands as if it would crack and fall apart if he didn't press the broken pieces together. Holy shit, said the American. What happened, Dot? Toys sniffed, shook his head. I tried to tell him, he mumbled. I tried to explain the danger he was creating for himself. Ah, said the American. Yeah, I could have told you that was a waste of time. He hit you, huh? Toys sobbed into his hands. The American took a clean towel from the wet bar and poured ice cubes into it and handed it to Toys. Then he took a bottle of Don Julio tequila, pulled out the stopper, and dropped it on the bar. He placed his back against the wall and slid down to the floor so that he sat next to Toys. He nudged Toys with his knee and handed him the bottle. Toys shook his head. Take a fucking drink, growled the American. Toys sighed, took the bottle, and drank a careful mouthful through torn lips. Coughed, gagged, drank another. He handed the bottle back and the American took a pull. For the next 10 minutes neither said a word. They passed the bottle back and forth and let the minutes harden the cement that held their thoughts together. He's going to get himself killed, Toys said. Probably. It's your mother's fault. It's both their faults. They were made for each other. They each took a pull. I think I've been fired as his conscience. Toys tried to laugh about that, but his lips hurt too much. You'll always have a place with the kings, Toys, said the American. Toys looked at him. Why? I'm Sebastian's luggage. What am I to you? Don't sell yourself short, kiddo. You have clarity of mind. You can see the big picture without getting seduced by the shiny little details, but. You mean I'm a cynic? I prefer realist, but yeah. Toys held out his hand for the bottle, took a pull. They drank in silence for a long time. Then the American said, I don't have anyone to talk to. Toys looked at him in surprise. What? You have. Santoro? He's a psychopath. I use him the way I'd use a gun. Point and shoot. But if it came down to where he had to decide between me and Mom, you know how he'd jump. Is it going to come down to that? The American nodded. Yep. You know it is. Toy sighed. Sebastian, too. A goddess, a king, and the angel of death. Very nice. You could build a heavy metal album on that. The American laughed. Guess you figured out that the whole no secrets thing between the seven kings is a frigging joke. Always has been. Some of them take it seriously, and I pretend to, but I always hedge my bets. I don't trust easily. With the kings, I've made a fortune. I'm damn near richer than God, but I don't really enjoy it. I fuck around with money because what else do I have? When Alexander saw the breadth of his domain, he wept, for there were no more worlds to conquer. The American grunted. A misquote from Plutarch, but it hits the bullseye. My point is, though, that I can't trust the kings. I can't trust Santoro. And I never trusted my mother. I'm glad I wasn't actually raised by her. She was a rich debutante when she had me, but she gave me up and my dad raised me. He was a blue-collar guy. When he struck it rich, they got married, but by then I was in college. I didn't know how corrupt she was until I was 22 or 3, and I didn't know how crazy she was until I was 30. She was already working on this goddess thing when I created the 7 Kings. That long ago? Sure. She's brilliant, but she's totally fucking nuts. Galt is perfect for her. Brilliant but nuts. Sebastian is broken. A lot of people are. The American nodded and took a pull from the bottle. Sebastian and Mom are pushing this 10 Plagues initiative forward despite everything I've tried to do to stop it. Like. The American turned to him and smiled. Before I answer that, you answer me this: if you had to pick one quality that defines everything the Kings stand for, what would it be? Chaos. Come on, kiddo, you know as well as I do that's just the company line. What are the real characteristics? Toys thought about it. Misdirection. Lies, misinformation, disinformation. All of that. See, you are a smart young fellow. Misdirection. The Israel-Islam thing? Misdirection. The terrorist attacks, 9/11, the India attacks, bombing of the USS Cole? Misdirection. The whole 10 Plagues initiative is mostly misdirection. Most of it is a pure profit machine, like we've been saying. But some of it, a lot of it, is to keep eyes looking in the wrong direction even among us. You can't believe hardly anything we say, even when we're telling the truth. Okay. So, how does that answer my question? How does it explain how you've been trying to stop Eris? Mostly it looks like you've been helping her. His voice trailed off and he smiled as much as his mashed lips would allow. He cocked an eyebrow. When Dr. Kirov died, it nearly derailed the 10 Plagues initiative. The American grinned approvingly. Didn't it, though? Toy smiled as much as his damaged lips would allow. Kirov's death was pretty convenient. Aha. It should have stopped the initiative in its tracks. But Mom talked the Kings into bullying me about calling Galt. You didn't want to bring him in? Hell no. He handed over the bottle. Can you guess why? Because he would do what he has done. He'd figure a way to make the 10 Plagues initiative work. And ain't that just a kick in the fucking ass? The American patted Toy's knee. Now, keep thinking that through. They sat side by side on the floor while Toys worked it out. Toys asked, when did Eris first ask about Sebastian? 6 months ago. Right around the time Dr. Kirov had his first stroke. A mini stroke. Son of a bitch bounced back faster than I expected. 6 months. That's right around the time that the DMS started hitting cells being trained to support the initiative. Aha. We know that someone has been making anonymous calls to Mr. Church to tip him off. Yep. In order to reveal the location of those cells, the caller has to have a source within the King's organization. That's what the Kings believe. There have been all sorts of internal witch hunts to find the blabbermouth. Turns out, it was Kirov's conscience. Toys looked at the big man, but the man's smile never wavered. Inconvenient that the man died before someone as persuasive as Santoro could make him talk, Toys suggested. Yeah, what interesting timing that was. Toys took a final sip of the tequila and set the bottle down. A big picture kind of person might look at that and wonder if Kirov's conscience was ever truly dirty. They might. And that person might also wonder if there is truly a war between the 7 Kings and the Inner Circle. Indeed. And that person might wonder if the entire thing was misdirection from the jump. Maybe to start a war. And how would that benefit the kings? It destabilizes those in power. The American grinned like a happy bear. How's the mouth doing? I can barely feel it. Does it hurt too much to talk on the phone? No. The American got clumsily to his feet. As he did so, his cell phone fell from his pocket and landed next to the bottle. He pretended not to notice it. Toys looked at the phone and then up at the towering bear-like anomaly of a man. This king of fear. Remember what I said to you a while back? About how Judas got a bad rap when he was really probably trying to save Jesus? In fact, here's a bit of interesting biblical trivia. In Luke 24 verse 33 and Mark 16 verse 14 it clearly states that when Jesus rose from the dead he met with the 11. Most people assume that the missing disciple was Judas, who was supposed to have killed himself out of remorse for his act of betrayal. But in John 20 verse 24 we learn that the missing disciple was Thomas. So, that means that the other 11 included Judas. And in 1 Corinthians 15 verse 5 the Apostle Paul says that Matthias wasn't voted in as the replacement 12th apostle until 40 days after the resurrection. So, Judas was still there. In fact, in Acts 1 verse 25 we learn that Judas turned aside to go to his own place. People don't read the whole Bible. They don't get the big picture. Judas's death was a fake, and considering that God ordained his betrayal, and Jesus predicted it, Judas was acting according to the will of God. He wasn't a traitor, he was a company man who did the right goddamn thing, even though it was the hard goddamn thing to do. He was a big picture guy. Just like me and you. He smiled down at Toys. Lock up when you leave, kiddo. He turned and lumbered out. Toys stared at the empty doorway for a long time, and then he set down the ice and picked up the phone. It was an exotic model with a kind of scrambler attachment he'd never seen before. Chapter 55. Starbucks. Southampton, Pennsylvania. December 19, 5:54 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Every cop in 5 towns and some from Philadelphia descended on that parking lot. The streets were closed off, the airspace declared a no-fly zone except for SWAT choppers. The cops wanted to bag my team, but that wasn't going to happen. We had the right credentials, and by the time the first ambulance rolled, an echo team was already at work on the survivors. Khalid was an actual MD, so he and Cirsa sectioned the coffee shop and triaged the wounded. Bunny, Top, and John Smith went to work patching bleeders, immobilizing injured backs and necks, removing the most immediately threatening glass splinters, and treating people for shock. Then waves of EMTs arrived, as well as a couple of carloads of nurses and doctors from the nearby hospital. As the professionals claimed the scene, we backed off. I called the DMS but was unable to get Church on the phone, so I told the duty officer the pertinent details and said that we needed someone on the horn to the local chief of police and probably the governor. Top caught up with me. Khalid's got the prisoner stabilized. Want to go have a little chit-chat? Yes, I do. My nerves were still jangling and I had the jitters and sick stomach that often follows violence and an adrenaline surge. If I had the time I'd throw up, then buy a pint of Ben & Jerry's and curl up in my room and watch Comedy Central until I passed out. Fat chance of that. My thigh hurt like hell, and blood from the cuts had pooled in my shoe, so I sloshed as I walked. I went over to the corner where the wounded shooter was being prepped for transport. Khalid had removed the man's scarf, goggles, and hat to reveal a face that was as American as apple pie. Well, as American as pizza and cannolis. His skin was a greasy gray, and pain had etched deep lines on either side of his mouth. His eyes followed me with glassy uncertainty. And 4-bag was plugged into his arm and he was wrapped in bandages. His uninjured hand was cuffed to the stretcher on which he lay. Ghost sat a yard away looking like he was unhappy to have had his fun interrupted. His white pelt was streaked with blood, but he didn't appear to be seriously hurt. I stood over the shooter and looked down at him. What's his status? Khalid rocked back on his heels. He's lost a lot of blood, but we've stabilized him for transport. Put him in the back of the TAC-V. Do not transport him until I say so. I need to ask him some questions, but we need privacy. Is he able to talk? The shooter answered that one himself. He glared up at me and said, "Fuck you." I smiled at him. Chapter 56. Starbucks. Southampton, Pennsylvania. December 19, 6:03 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. While the shooter was being loaded, I popped the lock on my Explorer, found a plastic container of wet ones, and did a quick job of cleaning and examining Ghost. He had some minor cuts from flying debris and a splinter thick as a coffee stirrer gouged into his back. I told him to sit and be still and I pulled it out. Ghost whined and even bared a tooth at me, but it was all show. He braved it out, and luckily the splinter had gone in at an angle so it stuck mostly in the rubbery top skin, missing the real meat and muscle below. The cut didn't even bleed much. I put a pad on it and wound some surgical gauze around his barrel chest. "You'll live, fella." Ghost used his "I'm dying, please be kind" face on me, so I gave him a couple of sausages and emptied a bottle of spring water into his plastic bowl. My hands were shaking so badly I spilled half of it. Ghost licked my hand and looked into my eyes for a moment before he bent and began lapping up the water. Yeah, the best of friends, no doubt. My phone rang and I sat on the ground to take the call. Church. 10 shooters. 9 dead, 1 in DMS custody, and... He cut me off. How is Cersei? Is she injured? No. In fact, she took out one of the shooters. There was a long silence. She killed him? Yes. But listen, there's more. Your friend Marty Handlier, he's gone, boss. He went down in the initial attack. He never saw it coming, and I doubt he felt anything. Church was silent. How did a guy like him process that kind of news? I've buried a lot of loved ones over the years and I've had to eat a lot of my own pain, but I also have had friends, like Rudy, my dad, and my brother, and for a while Grace to help me deal. Who did Church have? All he said was, "That is unfortunate." Then he changed his tone, shifting into a business-as-usual mode that I found disconcerting. He said, "Talk to that prisoner. Find out what he knows." I can't do that with a lot of civilians around. Then do it in the air. I'm sending a Chinook from Willow Grove. Rendezvous with it in Tamanend Park. It's 2 miles up Route 232. Copy that. Is the prisoner stable enough for interrogation? Probably, but he's a pro. He's not going to talk. Captain, Church snapped, I'm not asking for an estimate on how difficult it is for you to do your job. People are dying and he has information we need. Surely some solutions will occur to you. He hung up. Ouch. I was just about to climb into the back of the DMS TAC-V when Cersei came out of the ruined Starbucks, wiping her hands with a wad of paper napkins. Her hair was in disarray and there were bloodstains on her clothes. Ghost wagged his tail at her. Guess he forgave her for being a cat person. How are you? I asked. It was one of those insanely lame questions we ask when nothing more sensible occurs to us. She shrugged, then shook her head. I don't know. You did good work back there, I said. Saying that caused a visible change in her. One moment she was a doctor who had spent the last 20 minutes struggling to save lives, she had been surrounded by death and blood, but to a degree she was in a known world and in the center of her own power. Then my words jarred her back to the moment before she had entered the coffeehouse. She looked down at the powder burns on her hand. Cersei had the calluses of someone who spent regular hours on a pistol range, and she'd handled her gun with professional skill and accuracy. Even so, her face went paler still and her mouth twisted into sickness. I don't understand this, she said. Why did they do this? That's what I intend to find out. I mean, why hit us? We're not even close to anything yet. Her chest hitched as if she was fighting a sob, or struggling to swallow bile that had boiled up into her throat. Where'd you get the gun? I asked. It's mine. You had it on the plane? Yes. I'm cleared to carry because of my work with Sea of Hope. I have to be ready to fly anywhere at a moment's notice. Hugo Vox and Mr. Church cleared it for me. You learn how to shoot at T-Town? She nodded and brushed a tear from her eye. Is this the first time you shot someone? I asked gently. She nodded again. I've fired I don't know how many rounds at the combat ranges, but... Suddenly her color changed from white to green. She abruptly spun away from me, ran to the side of the building, and threw up in a trash can. I tried to comfort her, but she gave a violent shake of her head and I backed off. Ghost gave me a smooth move look and whined a little as Cersei continued to cough up her fear and disgust and, if she was as human as the rest of us, self-loathing. I understood that. No matter how much you hate someone, no matter how justified you are in pulling the trigger, at the end of the day there are only 3 possible emotional reactions to killing another human being. You either like it, in which case you should never be allowed to touch a gun again. Or you feel nothing, in which case the words cry for help should be tattooed on your forehead and they should lead you away to a nice, comfy therapist's couch. Or you feel like you just committed an unforgivable sin. After the moment is over, as you stand there feeling the adrenaline ooze out of your pores and the cordite stink of discharged rounds mixes with the coppery smell of blood, you feel the enormity of it. You took a life. Cersei had shooter's calluses. She had to have prepared for this moment. That preparation saved lives, but you absolutely cannot fully prepare a person for the reality of having ended a human life. But the fact that it appalled Cersei was proof of a heart and mind that was not already inured to basic humanity or corrupted by a disregard for the sanctity of all life. I wanted to tell Cersei this, but this wasn't the time. She wouldn't be able to hear it now. Right now she needed to survive the reality of the event, and that would add a layer of callous on her soul. Damn. I got this, said a voice, and I turned to see Didi. She closed on Cersei and put a sisterly hand on her shoulder. A lot has been said about brothers in arms. In the 21st century we're going to have to broaden that view to include sisters in arms. I backed off and then turned toward the taxi, where my suspect waited. Interlude 38. The Millhouse Estate. Martha's Vineyard, Massachusetts. December 19, 6:04 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. On Martha's Vineyard, police cars and an ambulance were tearing along the winding back roads toward the mansion of H. Carlton Millhouse, CEO of Millhouse and Burke Publishing. The company published, among other periodicals, The Fiscal Conservative and Right Smart. Millhouse's eldest daughter, Sandra, was using the estate for a combination holiday party for the company's executives and fundraiser for the Republican senator from Massachusetts. As the emergency vehicles roared through the gates, the officers could see that every light in the house was on. Despite the cold, people in cocktail dresses and dinner jackets were standing outside on the patio and lawn. Many of them had hands to their throats or faces, and all of them had shocked eyes. The first-in officers knew that everything they said, everything they did, here among these people would be scrutinized. A single misstep, a carelessly chosen word, could crush their careers. They'd seen it happen over and over again to their peers. Their former peers. The first responders entered with as much haste as caution would allow. The EMTs were a dozen steps behind. They stepped into a world of elegance and sophistication, of holiday cheer and conspicuous wealth, of shocked white faces and bright red blood. Sandra Millhouse lay face up, her feet on the second and third steps of the grand staircase, her arms flung wide with an inartistic abandon, her green silk gown twisted around her pale legs. Her eyes were open, as was her mouth. Her coiffed blonde curls lay in the center of a pool of blood that, by perverse chance, spread around her like a halo and reflected the Christmas lights on the walls and banister. That she was dead was obvious, even from a dozen feet away. The officers cut each other a quick glance, knowing they had just stepped out of a potential incident at the party of one of the richest families on the vineyard and stepped into a crime scene that would be front-page news, even with all that was going on in London. When they were still 5 feet away, they froze. Sandra Milhouse was not merely dead. Every inch of exposed skin was covered with lumps like boils. Some of them had clearly burst and leaked blood or clear fluid that was tinged with pink. The others were pale knobs, the color lost from the settling of blood in her body after her heart had stopped. They stood on either side of her, careful not to step in the blood. "Who can tell me what happened?" asked Jimmy Redwood, the male officer. "Was she allergic to anything?" There were 100 people clustered around. On the stairs and balcony above, in the open doorway of the grand ballroom to their right and the dining room to their left. The officers recognized many of the faces from the news. Redwood's partner, Debbie Tobias, turned to the nearest person, an older woman. "Ma'am, do you know if she ate something she wasn't supposed to?" The woman shook her head and didn't, or perhaps couldn't, answer. "Please," said Tobias, pitching her voice for authority but not intimidation, "was she sick before the party?" The EMTs came hustling in, carrying their heavy equipment boxes. "What have we got, Jimmy?" the lead paramedic asked Redwood. "I don't know, Barney. Looks like allergic reaction." The EMT closed on the body. And stopped. They looked at each other. This wasn't anaphylaxis. "Oh, shit," said Barney. His partner, Paresh, cut a worried look at the crowd and then pulled Tobias closer. He whispered urgently in her ear, "Get everyone out of here, but keep them contained." Barney was already on the phone, calling in the visible symptoms. Neither he nor his partner made any attempt to touch Sandra Milhouse. Tobias looked up at Paresh. "What is it?" But the EMT shook his head. "I don't know. But for God's sake, get these people contained, Debbie. Now." Interlude 39. Feasterville, Pennsylvania. December 19, 6:05 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Rafael Santoro did not want to make this call. In all the years during which he had served the goddess and the 7 kings, he had only had to make such a call twice. This was the third time he would have to report not one failure but 2. The King of Plagues answered, his voice mildly distorted by his scrambler. Instead of a greeting, Galt said, "I'm watching CNN. I'm hearing a lot about an attack on a house in Jenkintown that ended with 4 dead and 2 taken. I'm also hearing about a bunch of trigger-happy wankers who shot up an effing Starbucks. I'm hearing about civilian casualties. I'm hearing about a dead sodding writer. Can you guess what I'm not hearing about? I'm not hearing about Amber fucking Taylor and her children being spooned into body bags. I'm not hearing about a dead federal agent named Joe effing Ledger. Want to fucking tell me why not?" Santoro took a calming breath. He was deeply ashamed. "I have no excuses, Who'd you send? The frigging Musketeers? I used local assets on both jobs. Kingsmen? Chosen. Trey Foster and his team out of Philadelphia were given the Taylor pickup. I used Sarducci and his team for Starbucks. That is the Jersey crew I've used for 3 situations for the Kings over the last year. Did they screw those up, too?" Galt's voice was loud and full of acid. "No," said Santoro calmly. "Both teams have done good work for us in the past." "God damn it, Raphael." They were unprepared for the arrival of DMS field teams at both locations. "What?" Galt screamed the question so loud Santoro winced and held the phone away from his ear. When the King of Plagues was done shouting, Santoro explained what had happened. "Such calamities are the price when action is taken without planning, yes? Had I been given more time, I would have scouted the area, set watchers on the perimeter, and listened for activity on our information stream. However, he let the rest hang. Describe them to me, snapped Galt, and when Santoro finished he said, that's sodding Echo Team. They're Ledger's team, but what the bloody hell are they doing in Southampton? Galt shouted more and Santoro endured it, sighing quietly as he drove. As much as he loved and honored the new consort of the goddess, and even though he would gladly die for this man, as he would for any of the kings, Sebastian Galt could be a tiresome bore. And he was loud. Santoro, however, was never loud. Loud was crass, except for the loud shrieks and cries of his angels in their moment of transformation. How bad is this? Asked Galt. 9 of the Jersey team are dead, as are 4 of the Philadelphia team. 3 operatives are in DMS custody. Can you get to them? Impossible. What do they know? Nothing of any value. Even under torture they have nothing useful to reveal. Which was only partly true. They knew Santoro's name and that he worked for the 7 kings, but Santoro did not think that this provided enough of a threat to risk having the King of Plagues lose his temper again. What would you like me to do? Galt sighed. There's nothing you can do. Let the DMS have them. He sighed again, deeply, and for a long time. Santoro could almost feel Galt's blood pressure dropping. Besides, and to be fair, I did ask for this to be splashed across the news feeds. It was. I was hoping that it would reinforce the threatening presence of the kings, not make us look like imbeciles. Santoro did not comment. Very well, said Galt. We're going to write this off. Perhaps the goddess can find a way to spin this in our favor. In the meantime, put a couple of people you can trust on Ledger, and if the opportunity comes up, kill the bloody bastard. With pleasure. Meanwhile, we have bigger fish to fry. The inner circle should be getting some very bad news right about now. You did good work setting that up, Galt said grudgingly. The goddess is well pleased. It is always my pleasure to serve the goddess, said Santoro. He disconnected and drove randomly through the towns that adjoined Southampton. It hurt him that both of his victims had slipped the punch. Perhaps, if he was lucky and the grace of the goddess touched his destiny, he would have another opportunity to kill those 2. This time, however, he would do the job himself. Not once in his entire life had Santoro failed when he, rather than a team, was the instrument of death. Not once. Chapter 57. Crime Scene. Southampton, Pennsylvania. December 19, 6:06 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. We crowded into the back of Black Bess. Top, Bunny, Ghost, and me. The others established a perimeter outside and nobody got past them. I sat on the bunk opposite the prisoner. Ghost sat on the floor, his head rising above the level of the gurney, his dark eyes filled with predatory intensity. The shooter looked from me, to Ghost, to Top and Bunny and back again. It was evident he didn't like what he saw in our faces. No reason he should. The TAC-V was wired for digital recording, and Top gave me a wink to indicate that it was running. Here's the way it sits, dickhead, I said to the shooter. You're in the shit up to your eyeballs. There are 8 dead civilians and 19 wounded. We're with Homeland and you've been designated as an enemy combatant and a terrorist, so the Patriot Act just got shoved up your ass. That means you have no rights. You don't get a lawyer, you don't get to make a phone call, and you are about to vanish from the face of the earth. Kiss my nutsack, he said with a sneer. Even with the morphine it was a pretty good hard guy act. But he was playing to a tough crowd. I continued to smile. Bunny, his bulk filling the entire back of the truck, squatted on his heels and chewed gum. Top sat on a metal equipment case just above the shooter's head, and his face was one that I wouldn't have wanted to look into if I was this deep in my own crap. You're going to be on suicide watch, so you won't be sneaking out of this. I kept my tone normal, my voice quiet and reasonable. Giving him information, not making threats. Letting him think he had bargaining room. You'll disappear into the system. You'll get the very best medical care. You might even keep that hand. We'll want you healthy because the stronger you are, the longer you'll last in interrogation. Understand me, friend, you won't hold out, you'll just last longer. We will get every bit of information you have. No question about it. He grinned at me with bloody teeth. Take your best shot, asshole. His accent was New Jersey. Local boy. Print him, I said, and Bunny produced a small electronic device. The shooter clutched his good hand into a fist. Bunny popped his gum. I can take prints off severed fingers, too, genius. Jersey boy kept his fist clenched. He was playing this role to the end. Take him from the other hand, said Top, nodding to the swollen tips of fingers that stuck out of the layers of gauze around Jersey boy's torn and shattered forearm. Bunny left the fingers attached, but he used the injured hand to take the prints. It got very loud in the tack. The ghost broke into a stream of agitated barks, and I let him go for a while, then quieted him with a control word. He settled down, but he continued to stare at the shooter as if he was an unfinished lunch. Jersey boy lapsed into a breathless, panting silence. Greasy sweat glistened on his face. Bunny checked each contact scan and then pressed the upload button that sent the high-res digital files to the satellite. Mindreader would have them in 10 seconds and we'd have a match in a couple of hours. You got one chance to make the rest of this process a lot less painful, I said. Talk to me now. Freely, openly, without coercion. You help us and I promise you that we will reward that cooperation. Jersey boy shook his head. I had to give the guy points for balls, he had a real pair of clankers. No frigging brains at all, though, because I believe he actually thought he was going to tough it out. Top must have been reading my thoughts. Boy's too stupid to know when someone's handing him a lifeline. That ain't a lifeline, Tupac, the shooter said. You wanna put me in jail for the rest of my life, go ahead. Put me in Gitmo if you want. Don't matter a goddamn thing. My man Santoro will have me back on the street inside a month. You think so? He raised his head and glared at me. I know so. Do whatever you want. You dickwhites just stepped into a world of hurt bigger than anything you ever heard of. The Seven Kings are going to rip your world apart, Ledger. You and the rest of the DMS. You, that psychopath church, that Kano tree, these clowns here, all of you are already dead and you just don't know it yet. Top grunted in real surprise. Well, he said, ain't that interesting as shit? Bunny blew a big pink bubble, popped it, and continued to chew. His poker face was still in place, but from the way the muscles at the corners of his jaw bunched and flexed I knew that he was probably as rattled as I was. The shooter had said the name Santoro. That was a nice name. A Spanish name. Very interesting. The Seven Kings, huh? I said. Why don't you tell us all about them? Why don't you suck my dot? Without saying a word, Bunny reached out and grabbed Jersey boy's shattered wrist, gave it a light squeeze. It wouldn't have dented a soda can, but the shooter screamed loud enough to hurt my ears. Outside I heard the sergeant supervisor yelling indignantly, demanding to be let in. Dee Dee's voice cut him off in mid-protest. I couldn't hear what she was saying, but it redirected his outrage from me to her. When Bunny released Jersey boy's wrist, the bandages were soaked through with blood and the man's face was gray. Without taking my eyes off him, I said, Top, tell the Blues that we're commandeering this prisoner on the grounds of national security. Have the rest of the team follow. Bunny, you're driving, Dot. Where we going, boss? Bunny asked as he clambered past me into the driver's seat. Somewhere, quiet, I said, and gave him directions to Tamanan Park. You're digging your own grave, Ledger, said the shooter. We're going to kill everyone you ever knew or loved. Your family, your friends, your neighbors, and your dog. You just signed their death warrants. I rose and leaned over the prisoner and bent my face to within an inch of his. I said nothing. No words could convey the outrage, naked fury, and bottomless contempt I felt, so instead I smiled at him. It wasn't the cop or the modern man smiling. This was the blood grin of the warrior who crouched inside my head and knew that he was about to be let out to play. The shooter must not have liked that smile, because after a few seconds the contemptuous grin he wore dimmed and then faded completely. And he looked very appropriately afraid. Interlude 40. Aboard the Delta of Venus. The St. Lawrence River. December 19th, 6:17 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Sebastian Gault sat on the edge of the sofa, bent forward with his elbows on his thighs, watching as Eris worked her magic on the computer. The boat rocked gently with the crosswaves of the choppy St. Lawrence River as the captain steered it away from Crown Island. All day she had been seeding the net with vague comments about the wrath of the goddess striking down the firstborn of the wicked. That sort of thing. She crafted original posts and sent them to her team, who kept the social media engines revving hour after hour. Online speculation as to who these firstborn were was spreading like wildfire. In the wake of the London bombing and what was now being called a terrorist attack in Southampton, Pennsylvania, these posts were having a measurable effect on the world market. The president had ordered Wall Street shut down for another day, but other markets around the world were staggering. Gault got up and strolled over to the wet bar to make drinks. I wish there was a way you could aim your virtual hate arrows at the real world. At Joe Ledger, she said with a laugh. Yes. I want his balls nailed to my trophy wall. You're even talking like a king now. How delightful, lovely boy. Gault laughed and sat down to watch her magic turn to dark sorcery. Chapter 58. The Crime Scene. Southampton, Pennsylvania. December 19th, 6:09 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. I stepped outside the taxi and called Church. Santoro? He tasted the name. Could be our Spaniard. I'll have Bug run that. You get anything else from him? Not as much as I will get. He needs to have a pulse when he gets to the hangar, Captain. Don't sweat that, boss. He'll be alive and kicking. Can't say he'll be enjoying life, but that's the breaks. Tragic. What else do you need? We have to roll, which means I'm going to lose control of this scene. If the shooters met with Santoro, then there is a chance, however small, that we can pick up some DNA or hair and fibers from their gear and vehicles. I need you to talk to someone who will in turn call Southampton PD and impress upon them the importance of not touching a goddamn thing. Not a problem. Jerry Spencer touched down at Philly International 8 minutes ago. I had Fran Kirsch drive up from the warehouse with a full team and all the gear Jerry will need. Fran was a forensic photographer and Jerry's right hand. She had all of the warmth and personality he lacked. She also had a degree in psychology, which helped with profiling while collecting and analyzing the evidence. Good. You get anything more out of the two survivors from Jenkintown? No. They're both chosen too low level to be of any use. Damn. I want you and Dr. Sanchez up here at the hangar ASAP. Bring Dr. Otri as well. He paused. How is she handling this? I was surprised he cared enough to ask. She's pretty rattled. First time she's dropped someone. It leaves a mark. Yes, he said, and I could hear the whisper of ghosts in his voice. The park was a few miles away. We loaded Rudy and the shooter into the waiting Chinook. I detailed Dee Dee and John Smith to drive Black Bess to Brooklyn. The rest of us piled into the Bird. Once we were airborne, I told Ghost to lie down and stay, then I checked on Rudy. Since he'd been shot, Circe seemed to have claimed the role of mother hen. She got him situated in as much comfort as the transport helicopter would allow and heaped blankets on him to prevent shock. She hooked and four-bagged to a clip on the wall. I saw that his eyes were open and he was looking around trying to make sense of where he was. Hey, Rude, I said, squatting in front of him, how you doing, buddy? Are you comfortable? Anything I can. Vida la verga, pendejo, he snarled with as much venom as morphine would allow. Alrighty then, I can see you need your rest. I turned to Cersei. Say, Doc, can you give him another dose of morphine? He's already had enough. No, he hasn't. Cersei gave me a withering look and tucked the blankets in under Rudy's chin. I made my way aft to where Khalid was watching over the prisoner. Joe? I turned to see Cersei hurrying after me. She looked fierce and angry. Doc, are you going to tell me to go fuck myself, too? Is that what he said? Pretty much, Dot. He's never been shot before. I know, and I'm sorry that he's joined the club. Look, she said. I know you're going to interrogate the prisoner, Anne. Doc, if you're winding up to give me a speech about human rights and civil liberties, then save. No, she said, cutting me off. I just spent the last 40 minutes doing patch jobs on men, women, and children. Children, Joe. Every person in that place was wounded. 8 are dead. 4 will lose limbs and at least one 15-year-old girl is going to be a quadriplegic, Anne. I was there, document. What's your point? She stepped close and looked up at me with eyes that were as black and merciless as the twin holes of a double-barreled shotgun. She jabbed the hard nail of a stiffened index finger into my chest and in a fierce voice she said, if that son of a bitch in there knows something that might stop this from happening, then you go and fucking get it. I've seldom heard anyone put as much venom in a single sentence. I stepped back, reassessing everything about this woman. For just a second her tone of voice and ferocity of personality reminded me of Mr. Church. No wonder he respected her. I smiled. This isn't something to smile about, Captain. I didn't say to enjoy it. Just get it done. Hoa, document. She held her ground for a moment, her eyes full of challenge and aggression, then she whirled and stomped back through the cabin and sat down next to Rudy. I saw her take his hand. She did not look at me again. After a moment I turned and went aft. Jersey Boy watched me come, and he glared at do your worst look at me. He's a jumped-up street punk, murmured Khalid. He may not know much. We'll see. As it turns out, he knew a lot. Not as much as I wanted to know, but more than we already knew. And more than he wanted to give. Interlude 41. New York City. December 19th, 7:26 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Toy sat in the American's office, the bottle of tequila nearly empty and resting against his crotch. He was in the big man's chair, watching the iron gray clouds scrape their way across the winter sky and thinking some of the darkest thoughts he owned. The first time his cell phone rang he ignored it. And the second. Finally, when it began ringing for the third time in 5 minutes he snatched it up, expecting it to be Galt, expecting this to be the call that would end with his oldest friend telling him to sod off, but it was not Galt. Toys punched the button. Hello? How's the mouth? Asked the American. Less dreadful. Any tequila left? Not much. Finish the bottle if you want. Good for whatever ails you. This is why you've been calling? Hardly. I wanted you to know that Mommy Dearest and her boy Toy have launched phase 2 of the initiative. The bodies are already dropping. Toy sighed. Guess there's no turning back now. Nope. On the upside, Joe Ledger is still sucking air. What? Yeah, the crew Santoro hired screwed the pooch. It's on the news. The rest of the Kings aren't going to love Galt for this. It makes us look clumsy. How'd Ledger escape? I thought Santoro was sending a whole team. Did you do something? Me? No. Ledger slipped the punch all by himself. Well, he had his crew of goons. Echo team. And, you'll dig this. Cersei O'Tree was there. She apparently capped one of Santoro's shooters. Toys started to laugh, but it hurt his mouth. Maybe Eris will finally have that stroke I keep hoping for, he said. Hey now, that's my mother, said the American, but he was laughing, too. Their laughter faded into a thoughtful silence. Finally, Toy said, isn't there any way to stop the second phase? The American grunted. Not a chance. It's already too late. Damn. You worry too much, kiddo, and you're looking at the wrong end of the timetable. Who gives a flying fuck if some of the bonesmen spawn bite it? You need to decide if you want to let Galt's showpiece play itself out. He closed me out of that whole thing. What can I do? The American was quiet for a moment. Maybe something will occur to you, he said at last, and then he hung up. Toy set the phone down on the desk. He placed it next to the other phone, the one the American had dropped. Toys leaned forward on his elbows and considered that other phone for a long time. Something did, in fact, occur to him. Chapter 59. In Flight. December 19, 7:43 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. For most of the flight I sat alone, processing what I'd learned from the shooter, whose name was Sarducci, and seeing if any of these new pieces fit the weird puzzle that was the Seven Kings. The fact of there being so many crucial employees in secure facilities kept shouting in the darkness of my thoughts, but I couldn't yet understand what it was trying to tell me. Abstract thinking is like that. You gather facts and then throw them into a bag with guesses and bits of the unknown, and either a picture leaps out or it doesn't. I kept shaking the bag and reaching in for a new fistful of Scrabble pieces. When my phone rang, I expected it to be church, but the caller ID was blank, which was weird, because I have a DMS account. Nobody's supposed to be an unknown caller to us. Yeah, I said neutrally. There was nothing. No. I could hear someone breathing. Bad time for an obscene phone call, sport, I said. Joe Ledger? A male voice. Soft, a trace of an accent. I'll see if he's in. Who's calling? Don't be clever, he said. We don't have that kind of time. I was sure it was a voice I hadn't heard before. He was trying to speak with an American accent, but it was a fake. I was sure of it. I pressed the 3-digit code to initiate a trace. It's your dime, I said. You're looking for the Seven Kings. Ah. Who are you? Don't be daft, he said. And don't bother to trace this call. It's routed through a dozen networks on 5 continents. Are you the person who's been calling Mr. Church? No. But. Are you calling to screw around or. No, I'm calling to collect my 30 pieces of silver, he said. He sighed and I waited. I am not going to tell you who the kings are or where to find them. Not all of them. I am not going to reveal all of their plans or give you the intelligence necessary to bring down the entire operation. That really would be a betrayal. Even with the scrambler, I could hear the turmoil in his voice. It made him sound hysterical and even a little drunk. Either way, it was clear that this was someone who absolutely did not want to make this call. I am, however, going to offer you a deal. I'm listening. This isn't for me, he said, and I want your word. I can't give any word unless I know what I'm swearing to. He paused and he was probably chewing his nails. I am going to say a name. It's all I can give you, but you should be able to put 2 and 2 together to figure where to be to stop what the Seven Kings are really doing. You'll save a lot of lives. You'll be a hero. I'm not looking to be a hero, sport. If you have information that can save lives, then let me have it. I want your word. That's the price. My word on what? That you won't kill him. Kill who? The person whose name you're going to give me? Yes. Swear to me that you won't kill him and I'll tell you. How can I guarantee that? You're smart, Ledger. You'll figure out a way. Do I have your word? I hesitated. Or, he said, I could hang up right now and you can watch the world burn. You think that what's on the telly is the real news? Believe me, mate, this is the warm-up act. I want you to do something about it. You have a lot of faith in me. I should. I already have scars because of you, he snarled. Whoa, slow down. Do I know you? His snarl turned into a laugh. No. I doubt you even know my name. But you know his. You're almost as much to blame as she is. Him and that slut Amira. And that fast someone sucked all the air out of the chopper's cabin. Amira. Holy Mother of God. I knew the name he was going to give me. I knew it and I prayed like hell that I was wrong. Okay, I said quietly, hardly trusting my voice not to crack, tell me. Give me your word. What could I do? I could lie, and it probably would be a lie. He would have to know that. So, what value did my word have to this man? On the other hand, what did I have to lose? Very well, I said. I give you my word that if I can take him alive and unharmed, I will. Swear it. I did. I actually did. There was a muffled sound. It wasn't a laugh, I was sure of it. I think it was a sob. He said, there are 7 kings. Gold, fear, lies, plagues, famine, war, and thieves. He took a breath. Sebastian Galt is the king of plagues. If he isn't stopped, he'll wipe them all out. And I know that he won't stop there. She'll keep pushing him, filling his head with dreams of godhood until he creates another doomsday plague. I know he'll do it, unless you stop him. I closed my eyes. God. Sebastian Galt. The man who tried to release the Cephal-Din pathogen. The man who came close, so very close, to destroying everything. It was because of him that I was sought out and recruited into the DMS. The last guy to hold my job had been killed. Slaughtered along with his entire team. Sebastian Galt. If I had a personal bogeyman, then he was it. After we stopped the release of Galt's pathogen, a worldwide manhunt was launched. As large and as aggressive as the search for Osama bin Laden, and so far, just as futile. We'd begun to suspect that Galt was dead, his body burned in the same geothermal meltdown that had destroyed the lab where Cephal-Din was created. But now, Galt and the 7 kings. I felt as if I was falling through space. I pressed my back against the cold metal skin of the Chinook. Galt is responsible for the hospital, for Area 51? Galt's part of the 7 kings? Only for a few months. We were brought into this after the Cephal-Din. A lot of people thought Galt died in Afghanistan. The man laughed. A small, sad sound. Maybe he should have. Maybe we both should have. And that's when I knew who the caller was. You said that what's happening now was part of something else, something bigger? Yes. Galt and the bitch. They've taken this whole thing away from the kings and they're going to bury us all with it. Who is the woman? What's her name? I knew that it couldn't be Amira, Galt's former partner and the designer of the Cephal-Din pathogen. I knew for sure that she was dead. I'd pulled the trigger. No, he said. You don't get that. Then give me something else, I said. Give me Centauro. Christ. How do you even know that name? Give him to me. Why? If you know him, then you know why. Give me him and I'll move heaven and earth to protect Galt. He was quiet for a moment. My cell had been running the trace for almost 2 minutes now and it hadn't beeped the signal that alerted me to a successful hit. Must be the same technology Deep Throat used. Find Galt and you'll find Centauro. That psycho prick will be in the thick of it. He wouldn't miss an opportunity to see that much pain. Now, I'm sorry, I have to g. I took a risk. Toys. I expected a scream or a yell of denial or a theatrical attempt to pretend ignorance. Instead, he gave a small laugh. The risk had paid off. Galt's best friend, valet, personal assistant, and maybe more. Alexander Chismier. Toys. See? Toys said shakily. I said you were smart. That's why they tried to kill you today. I'll give you one more thing and you have to remember it, otherwise all of this goes to shit. Tell me. They are everywhere. The kings, their agents, Santoro's people. They're everywhere. Even some of the people you work with and some of the people you're going to try and rescue. Some belong to the kings, and some will do anything to keep Santoro out of their lives. You understand what I mean. You can't trust anyone. Or anything. Nothing is what it seems. It never is with the kings. That's it, that's all I can tell you. Now figure out the rest. But he did not disconnect. I waited through several heavy seconds. This time I knew the sound I heard was a sob. Toys said, if you succeed, Ledger, do me one more favor. If I can. If you save all the lives that are on the line, see if you can spare a little pity. Go to church and light a candle. For Galt? No, he said. For my soul. Chapter 60. Over Pennsylvania airspace. December 19th, 7:46 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. I stared at my cell phone for a full minute. God Almighty, I said aloud. Ghost heard the tone of my voice and came over to me and licked my face, looking into my eyes to see if the pack was in some kind of trouble. It surely was. And yet. Toys. It happens that way more often than people think. Cops spend 90% of a case gathering evidence, analyzing it, doing interviews, running computer searches, and building a profile of the possible culprit, and then they get a phone call from out of left field that tells them who, what, when, and where. 10 times more criminal cases have been solved by anonymous tipsters, people hoping for rewards or confidential informants. Who in hell would ever expect Toys to be mine? Or to be the one who hammered a crack into the hardest case the DMS ever tackled? I was sweating badly and I dragged a forearm across my eyes. They are everywhere. Even some of the people you work with and some of the people you're going to try and rescue. I looked around the cabin of the Chinook and inside my head the warrior was drawing his knife and squinting through the gloom. Who did I trust? I'd been away for months, and Santoro had more than shown that he could turn ordinary and trustworthy people into killers. I thumbed open my sports coat. The handle of the Beretta was comfortably close. Rudy? He lay in a narcotic doze while Cersei sat beside him, tapping away on her laptop. If Rudy was under Santoro's thumb, I think I'd lose it. Rudy was my best friend. Closer to me than my own brother. He was the only person on earth I trusted completely. No, it couldn't be Rudy. Cersei? Who was she really? She worked for Hugo Vox at Terror Town. She was in position to know the security secrets of a lot of crucial operations, and that included probably access to security information on facilities like the London Hospital, Feral, maybe even Area 51. After all, Church and Vox both trusted her. An unscrupulous person could exploit that trust. Sure, she looked beautiful and innocent and forthright, but she could also be a good actress. I'd met spies and moles before. They aren't picked for that kind of work if you could just look at them and say, yep, that there's a spy. And she was pretty handy with a gun. On the other hand, she didn't pop a cap in my favorite head, so props for showing good judgment. Unless that was part of a plan to win my confidence and insinuate herself into the DMS. Across the cabin, Cersei brushed dark curls from her face, then she looked at Rudy and placed a hand very tenderly on his chest and kept it there for almost a minute while he slept. I didn't want it to be her. A few feet away, Top and Bunny were seated side by side. Bunny was dozing, Top was strip cleaning his M4. He caught me looking and gave me a slow nod. I nodded back. Bunny and Top had been with me since I joined Echo Team. We'd saved each other's lives a dozen times over. They were brothers to me. On the other hand, Bunny had 4 sisters and lots of nieces and nephews. He had parents. That gave the Kings a lot of dials they could turn. Same with Top. His daughter, Monique, lost both her legs in Baghdad 2 Christmases ago. A Taliban mine blew up under her Bradley. Top was divorced, his ex-wife was a nurse. I knew Top still cared for her, maybe even still loved her, and he certainly loved his daughter. If Santoro threatened them, especially Top's wheelchair-bound daughter, was there anything he wouldn't do to protect them? That was a hard call. I'd like to think that both men would come to me, or to church, with it. Of course. I'd been away, out of touch and out of reach. What would I do if one of them had been turned by the Kings? I'd try to save them if I could. Them and theirs. And if I couldn't? If they came at me? Shit. I knew what I would do, and I could hear the warrior grunt his dark approval. That left Khalid, Dee, and John Smith. I knew them, but I didn't really know them. We had less history. Smith was a closed book that nobody could read. Maybe Church, maybe Rudy. No one else. Dee? She had no family, no close friends. If she was a rotten apple, it would be more likely in the role of a spy rather than a coerced victim. Khalid? The doctor and scholar who was also a first-class shooter. I liked him and I knew that I trusted him. But it occurred to me that I didn't know much about his family. He had a brother here in the States, but the rest of his family lived in the Middle East. Iran, Egypt, and some in Saudi Arabia. I realized that I was not adding Church to my list. If he was a bad guy, then we were all totally fucked. I'm pretty dangerous, but he scares me. He scares everyone. You simply cannot imagine him losing a fight, and I doubt he ever has. He's brilliant, cold, vicious, detail-oriented, and largely a mystery. If it came down to a fight between us, I didn't like my odds. I flipped open my phone and called him. He picked up on the 3rd ring. I told him everything Toys had said. Church listened without comment and the silence continued after I was done. Finally, he said, "What's your ETA?" 30 minutes. Talk to no one about this, he said. No one. I began to ask him a question, but Church hung up on me. I settled back against the wall, my jacket open and the butt of my Beretta within easy reach, and stared into the middle distance all the way to Brooklyn. Chapter 61. The Hangar. Floyd Bennett Field, Brooklyn. December 19, 7:57 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Mr. Church's phone rang as he entered his office. He looked at the screen display. He frowned and let it ring twice more before he flipped it open. "Deacon? You there?" said the gruff voice. "You got a minute?" "Half a minute, Hugo." "What do you need?" "I've been hearing some scary stuff." "Is Cersei okay?" "You heard about Starbucks?" "Yes, she wasn't hurt." "Did I hear right that she popped someone?" "Yes." "Her first time." "Poor kid." "I was kind of hoping she'd skip that milestone." "Life's hard for a lot of people, Hugo." "I know. I heard about Marty, too." Church said nothing. "He deserved better than getting gunned down like a dog," Vox continued. "Ledger's a lucky bastard." "He might disagree. People keep trying to kill him." "He keeps not getting killed, though, Deke. From what I heard about Starbucks, he's the luckiest son of a bitch on 2 legs." Church said nothing. "Did Ledger get any useful intel from the surviving shooter?" "No," said Church. The man is critically wounded and we don't expect him to recover. It's unlikely we'll get anything out of him. There was a pause at the other end. Really? I heard that he was talking Anne. You've been misinformed, Hugo. We're getting nowhere with this. Now, I hate to break this off, but I have a meeting. I'll be in touch when I have something fresh. Mr. Church disconnected and placed his phone on the desk. He walked around and sat in the leather chair. There was an open pack of vanilla wafers in the top drawer. He removed them, selected a cookie, and ate it slowly while staring at the silent phone. Chapter 62. The Hangar. Floyd Bennett Field, Brooklyn. December 19, 8:19 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. We came in low past the Gil Hodges Bridge and landed in a fenced-off compound near the Rockaway Inlet, just outside of Hangar Row and Floyd Bennett Field. There were 6 black unmarked DMS choppers lined up. 2 AH-64D Apache longbows, a monster of a Chinook like the one we were in, and 3 UH-60 Black Hawks. There were rows of Humvees and TACverses. Everywhere we looked there were armed guards. Everyone looked tense. Dee Dee and John Smith hadn't arrived with Black Bess, but knowing the way Dee Dee drove, they wouldn't be far behind. Sergeant Gus Dietrich met us on the helipad. He held out a hand. Glad to see you boys in one piece. Well, mostly. Sorry to hear about Rudy taking a hit. Could have been worse, said Bunny. It could always be worse, agreed Dietrich. Nurses and orderlies arrived with 2-wheeled gurneys. Cerciotree took charge of the wounded as if it was her right, and the nurses did not argue the point. I found that odd but didn't comment on it. The prisoner was hustled off with a pair of armed agents flanking his gurney. If he thought his day had been crappy so far, he was on his way to see Mr. Church, so it wasn't like things were going to be sunshine and puppies. Dietrich led Echo Team and me through the main entrance. This was the first time I had visited the headquarters of the Department of Military Sciences. It was at least twice the size of the Baltimore warehouse, which was pretty big in its own right, and even bigger than Department Zero, the massive office in L.A. It housed over 600 scientists, soldiers, and support staff. Mr. Church landed 10 minutes ago, Dietrich said as he punched the code to open a side door. Top, why don't you take your team in for some chow? Ask anyone and they'll show you where it is. Top nodded and peeled off with the others to follow the gurneys. Dietrich turned back to me. The big guy's expecting you. Dietrich led me into the hangar's operations command center. Ghost trotted along at my heels, eyes wide, nose and ears gathering data. The massive main room was circled with glass-enclosed labs and workrooms, and overhead was a latticework of steel walkways. There were more armed guards inside and a lot of people moving like busy ants in a nest. There were tiers of stainless steel catwalks and elevated computer stations. Metal gleamed, colored lights flashed. It was Christmas in Bill Gates's head. Wow, I said. Nice to see my tax dollars at work. I saw Church, his head bowed in conversation with a short black woman with a round face, granny glasses halfway down her nose, and long dreadlocks. The person he was talking to made me do a double take. I tapped Dietrich on the shoulder. Okay, why is Whoopi Goldberg here and why is she talking with Mr. Church? Dietrich laughed and didn't reply. I felt like I was going crazy. The woman looked exactly like the actress. She wore a blouse with an orange Sudanese print, a necklace of chunky colored stones, and rings on every finger except her trigger finger. She smiled as we approached, but there was no trace of humor in the polished black ice of her eyes. Church beckoned us closer. Captain Ledger, he said, I want you to meet the DMS Chief of Operations, Aunt Sally. I was convinced that this was some kind of bizarre practical joke. Hello? I said, but as I extended my hand the woman spoke and the illusion was shattered as if she'd struck glass with a hammer. Feel free to wipe that shit-eating grin off your face, Captain, she said in an accent that was pure back-alley Brooklyn. I'm not her, so let's just bury that nonsense right now. I am seldom at a loss for words, but the best I could manage was a mumbled, "Ma'am," as I took her hand. She had a grip like a vice and she gave me one hard pump while she looked me up and down. Her gaze had the same invasive and impersonal precision as an X-ray. Ghost sniffed her and then quickly backed up several paces and lay down. Aunt Sally studied me. "So, you're the hotshot shooter from Baltimore. I'll have to put that on my business card. The one who let Marty Handler get killed." I did a slow 3 count before I trusted my voice to reply. "It's a pleasure to meet you, too. Are we going to have to make sure you have full squad backup every time something gets a little rough? Feel free to kiss my ass," I said pleasantly. "You got your full and complete share of mouth, don't you?" Beside me I heard Dietrich murmur, "Oh boy." Aunt Sally turned to Church. "Give us a minute?" Without waiting for a reply, she took me by the elbow and led me 20 paces away. The placement of her fingers on the nerve clusters was very precise. It hurt and she knew it hurt, but I didn't let so much as a flicker show on my face. She knew that, too. When we were out of earshot she said, "Okay, Ledger, here's the deal. Marty Handler was a good friend of Church's, and more important, he was a good friend of mine. We'd been through fire together. You let someone put him on their trophy wall, and that means you lost all points on my scorecard. Mr. Church may think you piss rainbows and shit little gold coins, but as far as I'm concerned you're a reckless field agent and a psychological basket of worms. We were ambushed by 10 shooters with automatic weapons in a professional crossfire attack. Let's see you do better." I have done better, and even at my age I can run your ass all over a live-fire combat range. Do you want to blame me for the 4,000 dead at the London just because I was in England? How about Hurricane Katrina? I went to Mardi Gras once. Do I look good for that? Don't try to be smart, Ledger, you don't have the tools for it. You're a charming lady. So happy to make your acquaintance. She let that pass. Before Church hired you, all you did was some penny anti-police bullshit and an army tour during which all you did was jerk off. Before the DMS you had 0 field time. And since then, ma'am, Call me Aunt Sally or Auntie, she snapped. Call me ma'am again and I'll kneecap you. Don't think that's a joke. Whatever. If I'm supposed to be impressed by all this, I'm not. You don't like how I handle things? Too fucking bad. Church scouted me, so if you have any problems with my qualifications then you can take 'em and shove 'em where the sun don't shine. But let's be real clear on one point, Auntie, I don't give a rat's hairy ass what you think of me. Honestly. I really don't. I don't know you well enough to dislike you, but I could put some effort into that. Nice speech. Here's the bottom line, I read your psych profiles and I think you're a danger to our cause. Sure, you racked up some wins, but a lot of good people seem to die around you, and that marks you with a permanent red flag in my book. You finished? For now. Fuck you, I said. She smiled, then turned and walked back to Church and the others. I took a breath and followed. You two kiss and make up? Church asked. Sure. I promised him a blowjob later if he buys me dinner. Looking forward to it, I said. Church said nothing. He carefully unwrapped a stick of gum and put it in his mouth, then folded the silver wrapper into a neat little square. We all watched him do it and I saw Dietrich's eyes flick from Church to Aunt Sally, then to me, and then he stared past me into the middle distance. He was having a very hard time keeping a straight face. Finally Church said, Captain Ledger, I would like you, Dr. O'Tree, Doctor Who, and Aunt Sally to join me for a brainstorming session. Let's convene in 15 minutes. It's been a long, bad day for everyone, but we need to be sharp for this. Auntie nodded and headed off to set things up, throwing me a short and pointedly dismissive look as she went. Dietrich turned to follow, but I leaned in to whisper to him. Is she always like this? Nah, you caught her on a good day. She's usually pretty cranky. Church said, "Captain, you might use that time to clean up." I nodded. My clothes were dark with dried blood and I still hadn't looked at the damage to my thigh, which hurt like a son of a bitch. I turned to go, but Church touched my arm. "Hold on," he said quietly. We walked out of earshot of the rest of the staff. After the reaming from Auntie, I thought I was going to get fried by him, too, but instead he offered his hand. "You did good work today, Captain." "Doesn't feel like it," I said honestly. "Anyone can be ambushed. It's the nature of war." "That doesn't make me feel any better." "No," he agreed. He adjusted his glasses. "However, if the call you received is good intel, then it's probably a game changer." "You know, boss," I said, "I listened to the tapes of your conversation with Deep Throat, and Toys isn't the guy who has been calling you, but same anti-trace technology, though." "Yeah, which brings up its own set of questions. If Toys and Galt are part of the King's organization, then can we continue to believe that Deep Throat is not also part of the King's?" Church nodded. "I've been giving that considerable thought, Captain, and I tend to agree with you. Either he's a mole who shares his phone with another mole, or we're not seeing a conflict between organizations. I think this is an internal matter. Which explains why Deep Throat was so cagey about giving you much information." "Yes. If two groups within the Kings are pursuing different agendas, or more likely, if two operations within their organization have come into conflict with one another, then using the DMS to injure the other party can be viewed as a clever strategic move. It's pretty damn devious." He spread his hands. "Secret society. Yeah, okay, but what does that mean? Are Deep Throat and Toys calling from different ends of the playground? Or are they working together? Impossible to tell at this point. What would your guess be?" "My gut tells me that they're on the same side." He nodded. "But," I added, "considering that we know that every move in the Seven Kings playbook is built around deception and misdirection, I'm not sure we can trust any guess." "I don't intend to. Toys said that the Kings had agents among the people I trust, and among the people we have to rescue." "Feeling paranoid?" "Yep. Welcome to my world. I've long considered paranoia to be a job requirement. Is there anyone in our ranks we should be looking at?" "I'm looking at everyone." "Isn't there anyone you trust completely?" Church gave me his tiny fraction of a smile. "Everyone I trust is in this building," he said. "But not everyone in this building has your trust." "No." "Where do I stand?" I asked. "Where do I?" Before I could answer, he patted me on the arm. "Get cleaned up and we'll talk more at the conference." Church turned and walked away. Chapter 63. The Hangar. Floyd Bennett Field, Brooklyn. December 19, 8:33 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. We gathered in a large conference room with a table into which were built computer workstations. There were plasma screens on all the walls and a multi-panel central computer screen for teleconferencing. Everything was tomorrow's idea of state-of-the-art. Aunt Sally, Church, Dietrich, and Doctor Who were there. Bug peered at everyone from one of the view screens. The last to arrive was Circe O'Tree, and she pushed a wheelchair in which sat a disgruntled and deeply embarrassed Rudy Sanchez. I smiled at him, but he held up a stern finger. "One word, cowboy, and I will find a way to kick your ass. Just wanted to say that I'm glad you're feeling up to this. Can't be easy." He gave me an evil look. "Really? I find getting shot to be so invigorating." Circe left his wheelchair with me and ran over to give Aunt Sally a hug. For me, it was a real WTF moment. And not just because I couldn't imagine anyone liking Aunt Sally. It just seemed like such a surreal occurrence. When Circe stepped back from Aunt Sally, she saw that Church was there. Circe froze and her face went blank. No hugs there, just a formal handshake and a few words privately exchanged. Curiouser and curiouser. Church signaled for everyone to take their seats. I helped Rudy out of the wheelchair and into a seat next to mine at the table. Circe came and sat on Rudy's other side. "How are you?" I asked. "I'll live," she said. "Where's your dog?" "In my room eating his way through most of a large cow. At least that's what I think the kitchen staff delivered. Might be an elephant." Ghost was in monkey heaven. Glad someone's in a good mood. I'm not, and I'm having a hard time processing all of this. Doc, before this whole thing gets started, I wanted to say that I respect and appreciate everything you did today. You put your ass on the line twice. You may have saved my life and you definitely saved Rudy's. That van would have run him over if you hadn't fired on it. I already thanked her, cowboy, Rudy said, but I ignored him. Circe's eyes glistened. Does that mean I get to curse, get a tattoo, and say hoa? There was just the hint of a smile as she said it. I grinned. Yes, you do. Hoa, she said with dry irony. Hoa. We traded a fist bump. Dios mio, Rudy breathed. Are you children done playing? Snapped Aunt Sally from across the table. Circe and I whipped our hands back like we were caught going into a cookie jar. On the central display, a dozen screens came to life showing the faces of directors of the various DMS field offices, most of whom I knew by sight or reputation. Church took his chair, but before he spoke he raised a small remote and pointed it at the door. There was a hiss of hydraulics and the clang of heavy locks. We are in full lockdown, he announced. I am hereby initiating a Class 1 security protocol. You are all hereby bound by Executive Order A9166/DMS. All participating stations are to activate Protocol Deacon Alpha 10. Verify. One by one the DMS field commanders gave their verification. This was only the second time since I'd been with the DMS that we had gone to our highest security status. I understood why, but from the confused and concerned looks on the faces of everyone else they didn't. Even Aunt Sally frowned at Church. What's going on, Deacon? She asked, eyes narrowed. We get something hot? Red hot, Church murmured to her, but to everyone else he said, I will say this, and I want each of you to understand why I'm saying it. It is possible that the 7 kings have infiltrated the DMS. If this is so, then we will discover the name or names of whoever is on their leash. If any of you are under coercion from the kings, now is the time to let me know. This is a closed conference. The secret will be safe and we will act immediately to protect you and your family. If you have been the victim of coercion, then I offer a complete amnesty as long as you tell me now. That offer expires in 30 seconds. We waited out those 30 seconds. Church's face was as hard as granite. I could see several people begin to sweat. There was a plate of vanilla wafers on the table in front of him. Church selected one, bit off a piece, and munched it thoughtfully. His eyes were invisible behind the tinted lenses of his glasses. Everyone waited. Except for the crunch of Church's strong white teeth on the cookie, there was no sound. Time's up, said Church. I direct each team leader to spread the word to their staff members. Same offer. Come to me directly and I will protect them. Failure to do so would be unfortunate. Considering the circumstances, the statement was almost bizarrely dry and formal. Except that we all knew what lay beneath the calm surface of Church's words. No one spoke. We watched him finish his Nilla wafer and wash it down with a sip of water. I cut a look at Rudy, who raised his eyebrows at me. Very well, said Church. It was impossible to read his expression. It was somewhere between one of those giant rock faces on Easter Island and Darth Vader. I'm going to play a recording of a phone conversation that occurred less than an hour ago. The call was made to Captain Ledger's phone using the same anti-trace technology used by the confidential informant who has tipped us off to the Kings. I'll play it twice. Listen without comment first, and then the floor is open to speculation afterward. He used the same remote to start the playback. He need not have cautioned everyone to silence. Every mouth was slack with shock, every set of eyes stared in absolute horror. Finally it was Rudy who broke the silence. "Madre de Dios," he said. "Galt?" "Sebastian Galt," agreed Church gravely. "The king of plagues." Doctor Who smiled like a kid on Christmas morning. "That's so cool." Everyone stared at him, but he gave an unapologetic shrug. "Hey, without guys like him this job would be boring. That guy rocks." "Can I kill him?" I asked Church. "Maybe later," Church said. He sounded so convincing that Who's smile faltered. To the group, Church said, "I want to review all of the pertinent information." "You're on point for this, Captain. Bring everyone up to speed." "Okay," I said, "here's the short course. We know for sure that the Seven Kings are behind this entire crisis. We know that Sebastian Galt has the designation within the King's organization as the King of Plagues. We know that there are also kings of fear, famine, gold, war, lies, and thieves. Beyond that, we don't know anything else about the nature of their organization, including whether they are an ancient or modern secret society. We know that they use campaigns of disinformation and information manipulation, and in a minute I'd like Dr. Otri to talk more about that." She nodded. I continued, "One of the methods used by the kings is coercion, most or all of it perpetrated by a man named Santoro, who we've been calling the Spaniard." "Hold on a minute," interrupted Who. "Extortion? Not blackmail?" "No," I replied. "Blackmail is messy and it leaves a trail. Mindreader would have tripped over that in at least one or two of our background searches. We've been constantly updating the search arguments for the victims, and we've hacked everything from their emails to their tax records. People are never completely pristine about their own wrongdoing, otherwise no one could blackmail them. Besides, it's hard as hell to blackmail someone into murder and suicide. Death pretty much cancels the leverage, so some of the Vics would have fessed up. No, each of the victims had a family, right? What better leverage is there than a direct threat to loved ones? The victims are told that if they don't do it, then something far worse is going to happen. With that kind of pressure, people will definitely kill, or die. Church said, the threat would have to be made in a way that leaves no doubt as to whether the extortionist would follow through. Absolutely, I agreed. They would need to really mindfuck their victims. It's hard to imagine that working, Who said. Really? I said. If someone told you to murder a coworker or they'll kill your whole family, you wouldn't pop a cap in one of your lab assistants? No way. My folks are in China, and my brother is a total asshole, but... Okay, imagine if you had a soul instead of a big empty place in your chest. Who actually smiled at this? Sure. But how do you make a leap to that scenario? Let me read the note I found at Plimpton's apartment. I dipped into the shared case files and sent it to the main screens. I read the note aloud and then reread a few key lines. I know that what I have done is unforgivable. But at least what I have done here in our home will save you both from greater horrors. That's significant. I agree, said Rudy. And it's reinforced by the last line, I am only the monster they made me. This is a man driven to extremes. He's guilty, certainly, but only after the fact. He's not apologizing for anything done prior to what he clearly considered a mercy killing, but... Who thought about it for a moment and gave a grudging nod. I said, we see similar things in the case of Dr. Gray and the staff at Fair Isle. And we know for sure from the deposition of Amber Taylor. The extortionist has to bring a lot to the game, though. He'd have to already know something about how staffing and procedures work at facilities of this kind. You can't just Google that. On the flight from Pennsylvania, I had the opportunity to interrogate the surviving shooter from the Starbucks hit. His name is Danny Sarducci. I uploaded his military ID photo and Sarducci looked every bit the punk he was. 29, from Trenton, New Jersey. Lot of stuff in his jacket. 4 arrests for armed robbery as a juvenile. A judge let him join the army instead of going to jail, which means the army taught him how to fight and use better weapons. He was brought up on charges of sex with a minor in Afghanistan. The girl's family didn't call it rape, though from his commanding officer's report that's what it was. After Sarducci was kicked out, he was picked up by Blue Diamond Security. Ugh, said Dietrich. Those assholes. Blue Diamond had made the papers as often as Blackwater and had been the first mercenary group thrown out of Iraq for a laundry list of offenses. Yeah, those assholes, I agreed. Sarducci went off the radar 6 years ago. Now jump to this morning and he was crew chief of a team of well-equipped shooters assigned to kill Mrs. Ledger's favorite son, Aunt Sally and who both snorted at that. Sarducci gave us the names of the other shooters, and they all have similar backgrounds. Low-level muscle who went off the public radar a few years ago. Half of them have military backgrounds, but it was mostly one tour and out. One deserter who ran to keep from getting recycled by stop-loss. I asked Bug to hack Blue Diamond's records. I got nothing, Joe, said Bug. They've been using a closed system. No hardlines, no Wi-Fi. Paranoid as shit. They probably know about MindReader and are taking no chances. Everything is intranet, which means we'd have to go and physically tap into their wires. Maybe we should, I said. That would be a bitch of a job, said Aunt Sally. They're based in Honduras and their compound is more fortress than military base. It would be easier to destroy it than infiltrate it. Works for me, muttered Dietrich. Who hired Sarducci? Asked Frost from the Denver office. Santoro. Sarducci described him as an adult Hispanic male, about 40. Slim but very fit. Looks like a wrestler. Fast hands and extremely good with a knife, which jibes with Dr. Gray's experience. I gave the physical description to Bug and he's running it through MindReader. Bug frowned. Don't get your hopes up, Joe. That description fits about 40 million Hispanic males, but we're cross-referencing with keywords, Sarducci knew that Santoro was part of the 7 Kings, I said, but he didn't actually know what the Kings were beyond some rah-rah rhetoric. He said that Santoro talked about the Kings all the time. How they were going to reshape the world. How they were the personification of chaos on Earth, not his kind of phrasing, of course, so he was probably quoting Santoro. He said they pay well and in cash. Sarducci and his crew did several jobs for them, and Bug's cross-referencing the names and dates. Dietrich asked, did he give you anything else? Like why he wanted to kill Marty Handlier. They weren't after Handlier, I said. They were after me. And, I think, Cersei. Cersei's eyes flared. What? I tapped a key to replay one of Sarducci's comments. The 7 Kings are going to rip your world apart, Ledger. You and the rest of the DMS. You, that psychopath church, that Kano tree, these clowns here, all of you are already dead and you just don't know it yet. Sorry for the vulgarity, document. His words, definitely not mine. Church leaned forward and looked hard at me. Sarducci threatened Cersei? Yes. It's weird, his expression did not really change, but somehow his blank face suddenly conveyed a degree of menace that I have seldom before experienced. The others in the room must have sensed it, too. Everyone turned to look at Church. He sat back and brushed cookie crumbs from his sleeve. Interesting, he said softly. Please continue. His eyes were fixed on Cersei, who colored and turned away. Sarducci was very forthcoming with threats. Anyone else make his greatest hits list? Asked Dietrich. I ticked my chin toward Aunt Sally. Not by name, but he used a few vulgar gender-specific racial epithets. This bozo is not a fan of affirmative action or women in the workplace. Aunt Sally smiled thinly. Nice to be noticed here at the back of the bus. I got nothing else useful from him. He's a lowlife piece of crap and I hope we find a hole and drop him into it. Count on it, murmured Aunt Sally. She wrote something on a slip of paper and slid it across to Church, who read it and gave her the tiniest of nods. By the end he was rerunning the same stuff. The DMS is going to fall, we don't stand a chance, the Seven Kings will rule, we're all going to die, rivers of blood will sweep us away. That sort of thing. More rivers of blood, Dietrich said. The fuck is it with these guys and rivers of blood? Maybe they really had their hearts set on the Fair-All clusterfuck going south on us, said Auntie. She gave me a look that seemed to say that with me at the helm she was surprised it didn't. I manfully restrained myself from throwing my coffee cup at her. There was one other thing Sarducci said, I continued. It came out kind of sudden and it was clear that he didn't want to say it. He went off on a tangential rant to try and hide it. What was it? Asked Church. He said that Santoro had a worse hard-on for the DMS than the Kings had for the Inner Sea. The Inner Sea? Dietrich frowned. Is that a gang name? No, said Church. And that is very interesting, Captain. It ties into something my informant told me when he called yesterday. He said that the Kings want to break the bones of their enemies and suck out the marrow. Bones is the operative word. Wait, said Cersei suddenly. I have something on that, too. She gave everyone a quick recap of the goddess posts she had been tracking for months. She scrolled through her data and then put a Twitter post on the screen. One of her posts mentioned bones. Woe to the firstborn sons of the House of Bones. It was in the posts after Vandals broke into a tomb in Egypt, Cersei said, and explained about the tomb of the lost firstborn son of Amenhotep II, 7th pharaoh of the 18th dynasty of Egypt. She leaned on the word firstborn. Cool, said Who. Okay, bones and bones, said Dietrich, how does that relate to the Inner Sea? Son of a bitch, breathed Aunt Sally. The goddamn bonesmen. Chapter 64. The Hangar. Floyd Bennett Field, Brooklyn. December 19, 8:41 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Bonesmen? Asked Cersei. As in the skull and bones? Aunt Sally gave her an approving nod. Right, and the Inner Sea has to be the inner circle. I thought they were a myth, said Dietrich, then he answered his own comment, right, and we're the DM freaking S, so they're probably real. He sighed and shook his head. One of these days we're going to find out that UFOs, Godzilla, and vampires are real, too. Sometimes I hate this job. Aunt Sally shared a private smile with Church, and we were welcome to make anything we wanted out of that. It made me wonder if something that Dietrich said hit a nerve. With my luck it would be Godzilla. Have we had any dealings with the inner circle? Asked Rudy. Aunt Sally nodded. Mr. Church and I have been looking into them since before the DMS was founded. We've been considering making them a project, but they're sly cocksuckers and gathering evidence on them is a lot like trying to punch through smoke. We may have to take that look, said Church quietly. Cersei said, if we are to interpret this correctly, the inner circle are enemies of the Seven Kings. Church didn't comment and he gave me a tiny shake of his head, so I kept my mouth shut about what he and I had discussed before the meeting. Looks that way, who said, looking very pleased. A clash of secret empires. This is sweet. This can't end happily, said Cersei. What are we into here? Is this a three-way fight, or are we getting caught in the crossfire? Points for using combat slang, I said. Bite me, she muttered, then to the group she said, actually, a clash makes a lot of sense. It explains the tip-off information. And it makes sense that the inner circle would reach out to the DMS. Does it? Church murmured. Sure, agreed Aunt Sally, to use us to do the dirty work instead of having to endanger any of their own assets. Dietrich nodded. Smart. Isn't it a little obvious, though? Asked Rudy. I mean, if these are separate groups and if they are as secret as they're supposed to be, then how do they know so much about each other? How can the inner circle know so much about the terrorist cells working with the kings that they can feed reliable tips to Mr. Church? A double agent, suggested Cersei. Or they managed to plant someone inside the kings, Auntie ventured. No, decided Cersei. It's too pat. If the inner circle wanted the kings torn down, then they could just as easily pass that information along within channels. The Bonesmen are supposed to be wired into every level of government. Going outside their own network is an unnecessary risk. Right, agreed Rudy. A letter with no return address would accomplish the same thing. Doc's right, Dietrich agreed. It's either showing off, or it's clumsy. Or it's misdirection, finished Cersei. Don't forget the goddess and her posts. It's all about misdirection. Sorry to interrupt, guys, but you got to see this, said Bug. He hit some buttons and suddenly we were looking at Wolf Blitzer. The feed cut in mid-sentence. Rock the foundations of power as 4 scions of powerful American families died under what can only be called suspicious circumstances. Sources at the Centers for Disease Control in Atlanta have not yet declared this to be an outbreak, and so far no one else who was in the company of the 4 victims has become sick. Even so, each site has been quarantined and Aunt Sally snapped her fingers at Bug. Shit. Pull up a list of known members of the Skull and Bones. On it. The list flashed onto a second screen. Bug scrolled through the names, highlighting them as he went. Harrington, Milhouse, 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, man, they're all on the list. Their inner circle, Auntie said. Those 4 are power players, and 2 of them for sure are inner circle. My guess is that all of them are. Dios mio, breathed Rudy. He put his hand on Cersei's arm. You know what we're seeing here, Dot? We all knew, but Cersei put it in words, the deaths of the firstborn. Rudy actually crossed himself. There's been a 5th death, interrupted Bug. Just came in. Jessica Street Stevens, daughter of Congressman Pierce Street Stevens, said Church. I know him. Close friend of Dick Cheney. Jess is his only child. She's estranged from her father. Works for Doctors Without Borders. Auntie gave a derisive snort. No fucking way she's tied into her dad's politics. She snapped her fingers at Bug. Make sure you pull the names of anyone suspected of being connected to the inner circle. We need to identify their children and get the word out. Now, Dot. Bug worked furiously and more names began appearing on the main screens, and that was quickly followed by biographical data and then contact information. No time to get this out to the local authorities, growled Church. We need to act now. We all grabbed phones and began making calls. The team leaders from the other DMS shops did the same. Within 10 minutes we had 300 people making calls to families, police departments, the Centers for Disease Control, hospitals, the National Institutes of Health, and a dozen federal agencies. It was a nightmare of urgency, and as we worked reports kept coming in. 6 victims. Then it jumped to a 9. A dozen. We kept at it. 15 victims. 16. Are we too late? Dietrich asked. There must be hundreds of Bonesmen. Are all of their firstborn kids being targeted? Or just the children of the inner circle? No way to know, snapped Church. Call everyone. Go beyond the inner circle. The night ground on. Our calls were met with skepticism and hostility by those people suspected of being in the inner circle. None of them denied it. At least none of those who answered the phone in voices that were broken by sobs or screams. The ordinary Bonesmen were shocked and angry. Most of them didn't believe it. Not surprising, but also not helpful. A lot of people hung up on us. Some of these people were past presidents. Many of them were generals, corporate CEOs, billionaires. Their combined might could crush even the DMS. And since many of them did not know about the 7 kings or believe in them, we were the ones bearing the bad news, so a lot of genuine rage was directed at us. Mr. Church got a call from the president, who had gotten over 30 calls from members of Congress and colleagues of such political importance that their calls got through to him without red tape hindrance. Between calls I caught a fragment of Church's side of that conversation. Yes, Mr. President, I believe that we can call this a terrorist attack. However, I don't think we should say so to the press. A statement to that effect would be exactly what the 7 kings need. Just after midnight we got word of the 21st victim. The latest victim had been a 14-year-old boy at a military academy. He had collapsed and died during a Christmas party. God Almighty. 21. By 2 in the morning we had exhausted all of the numbers Bug could find, but there had not been a new case reported. We made hundreds of follow-up calls. 3 a.m. came and went. I think it's over, said Rudy. He was bleary-eyed and gray with pain and fatigue. For the last hour he'd been covertly popping Advil like they were M&Ms. Still only 21, said Bug. Cersei gave him a bleak and haunted stare. Only? Church sat back and rubbed his eyes. Even he looked exhausted. Now what? Asked Dietrich. Now we have to monitor this, said Aunt Sally. We need to keep ahead of it in case there's another wave. Do we even know the cause of death? I asked. Is this a plague? Poisoning? I mean, no one else at each of the murder scenes was reported with symptoms. We know the cause of death, said Cersei, her dark eyes filled with strange light. It'll be mycotoxicoses. Church leaned forward. And how exactly would you know that? Interlude 42. The State Correctional Institute at Graterford. Graterford, Pennsylvania. December 19, 8:42 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Nicodemus lay on his cot, fingers laced behind his head, ankles crossed, and stared at the shadows on the ceiling. The warden had ordered everything removed from his cell. He had no books, no writing paper or pencils, no TV. All that had been left for him was a single sheet, a thin blanket of rough wool, a pillow, and a roll of toilet paper. It was enough for him. Nicodemus did not need to be entertained. He did not need to read, not even the Bible. There was no one that he wanted to talk to, no diversion that he required. He had everything that he needed. It was all there inside his head. In his thoughts. As clear as if he heard it outside his cell. As clear as if they were there beside his cot. It did not matter that no one else could hear them. The video recorders trained on his cell would not tape any of the sounds that he heard. That was as it should be. The sounds were for him to hear. He lay for hour after delicious hour, smiling a small and secret smile to himself. Listening to the screams of the dying. Chapter 65. The Hangar. Floyd Bennett Field, Brooklyn. December 19, 8:52 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. The tomb, explains Cersei. Every eye was on her. She looked scared, but she held her ground. Spill it, girl, said Aunt Sally. Experts have been trying to scientifically explain the 10 plagues for years, Cersei said. If there were a series of catastrophes during the time of Moses in Egypt, then there would likely be panic and unrest. During such times raids on food stores would be possible, even likely. After a time of pestilence, it's very likely that some of the food stores were contaminated by any number of bacteria or fungi. Any bread made from moldy wheat would carry diseases. The sudden deaths of so many Egyptians could very well have the result of a raid on contaminated foodstuffs. The persons most likely to conduct a successful raid would be the older and more capable members of that society. If not precisely firstborn, then at least symbolically the first among them. It's not all that much of a stretch to see how that could have evolved into a more dramatic story of the firstborn dying as a result of a plague sent by God. After all, it was the last straw that led to the liberation of the Israelites. "You're talking about mycotoxins," murmured Rudy, nodding agreement. Who looked jazzed by all this? Right. Mycotoxins can present in a food chain as a result of fungal infection of crops. Human infection can come through direct ingestion of infected products, bread, livestock, whatever, and even cooking and freezing won't destroy them. Nice call, Circe. What are? Dietrich began, but who cut him off? It's a toxic chemical produced by fungi. The toxins enter the bloodstream and lymphatic system, damage macrophage systems, and some other evil shit. Back in 2004, over 100 people died after eating maize contaminated with aflatoxin, a species of mycotoxin. There have been other cases, too. Mostly in third world countries. The biblical connection is mostly guesswork, Circe admitted. The Jewish story about Passover begins at the end of the 10 plagues. Passover celebrates the first meal to mark the escape of the Israelites from bondage and from the plagues. The Passover meal consists of symbolic newborn lamb, fresh herbs, and horseradish, and all of these are safe from mycotoxin exposure. The same goes for unleavened bread, which is, by definition, free of any yeasty mycotoxin contamination. Makes sense even to me, said Dietrich. But how's all that relate to a ransacked tomb? Remember the curse of King Tut? She asked. Lord Carnarvon, the Englishman who financed Howard Carter's expedition to find the tomb of King Tutankhamun, died of a mysterious illness after entering the tomb. It's very likely that he became ill after exposure to a fungus that had been dormant in the tomb for thousands of years and reactivated by fresh air. Recent studies of newly opened ancient Egyptian tombs that had not been exposed to modern contaminants found pathogenic bacteria of the Staphylococcus and Pseudomonas genera, and the molds Aspergillus niger and Aspergillus flavus. Yeah, said Hu, but the concentrations were weak. They'd only be dangerous to persons with weakened immune systems. Oh, hell, Doc, I said, don't forget who we're dealing with. You trying to tell me that Sebastian Galt couldn't amp up and weaponize one of these toxins? Hu sat back and gave me a rueful smile. Shit. I could do that. Rudy said, so, if Amenhotep II was the pharaoh from the time of Exodus, then his son could have been a victim of the mycotoxin infection. If that's the case, and if we go on the premise that it was Galt and the kings who raided the tomb, then are we concluding that they found a more potent strain of mycotoxin? We thought about that. Circe chewed her lip and Hu drummed his fingers on the table. I said, I may not be a scientist, but I don't think that's what happened. Why not? Asked Church. Because it's way too convenient. The tomb was opened a month or so ago? That's awfully tight timing for science, isn't it? No. Galt's smart, but we know that the goddess is big into misdirection. We also know that the kings dig symbolism. The tires used to create the plague of darkness weren't exactly biblical. Nor are the locust bombers. Wouldn't it work just as well for them to break into the tomb to establish the mythology and then hit the firstborn of the inner circle with something Galt already cooked up? They looked at me for a while, then at each other, and one by one they began nodding. Even Hu. Aunt Sally grunted her approval, though she clearly found it difficult to believe that Captain Shortbus had thought it up. The main screen over the conference table showed a collage of 21 faces. Young men and women, a few kids. All of them dead now, victims of a modern version of an ancient plague. I noticed a small red light flashing on Circe's laptop. What's that? I asked. The goddess. She said, toggling over to a Twitter screen. I have it programmed to signal me if there's a new goddess post and oh my god. What? Demanded Church. The goddess, she posted something. Circe hit a button to send the message to the main screen. We sat there, shocked to silence. The message read: "The 10 plagues have been visited on the wicked. Witness the fall of the house of bones." And then the kicker. "It is complete." "Dios mío," whispered Rudy. "Yeah. The 7 kings beat us," I said. "We lost." Part 5. Grief's best music. The miserable have no other medicine, but only hope. William Shakespeare, Measure for Measure. Chapter 66. The Hanger. Floyd Bennett Field, Brooklyn. December 19, 11:59 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. We wrestled and wrangled it and talked it to death, but nothing we said could change the fact that the 7 kings had set out to murder the firstborn of the inner circle, and they had accomplished exactly that. They'd won. Was it a battle? Or had we just lost the war? We were all so tired, so heartsick and angry, that we were losing perspective. And the great shadowy mass that was the 7 kings was still moving through our lives. I looked into my own heart and wondered for the 100th time if this was what I was and who I was, a foot soldier in a war without beginning or end. Our meeting broke up and we shambled out, burning with impotent anger, defeated, unable to look at one another. Cersei helped Rudy into the wheelchair, and this time he didn't complain. He looked small and used up, and as he sat there he hung his head. Pain had aged him, and the loss of so many innocent lives seemed to have sapped away his life force. I walked with him and Cersei out into the hall. "I can't believe it," Cersei said in a voice that sounded more like that of a scared little girl than that of a doctor and an expert in global terrorism. Rudy said nothing. He simply shook his head and refused to look up. "This isn't over," I said. "We still have some puzzle pieces that don't fit." She gave a single harsh laugh. "What's the point?" "Look, Doc, we were starting to make headway when this thing blindsided us." "Let's all get some sleep," I suggested. "Maybe in the morning we can make some kind of plan." "A plan to do what?" demanded Cersei. "We've already lost." I gave her a hard look. "No, we damn well haven't. The kings are still out there. Just because they won tonight doesn't mean that they'll go away. We need to keep at this. We need to find a way to hit them back." She stared at me for a moment, then nodded. "If we go after them," she said slowly, "if we can hurt them, then maybe we can stop them from winning the next war." Rudy just turned his head away and said nothing. Cersei sighed and pushed his wheelchair down the hall. I stood and watched them go. "Captain?" I turned to see Church standing a yard away. I hadn't heard him approach. "Tell me, Captain, do you think that this is what Toys meant when he said that we had to stop Galt?" "No. Nor do I. I suppose nothing is what it seems with the 7 kings. Get some sleep." And as if to echo my own thoughts, he added, "The war isn't over." With that he walked away. Chapter 67. The Hanger. Floyd Bennett Field, Brooklyn. December 20th, 1:06 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. Ghost was lying amid a heap of gnawed bones, too stuffed to wag. I stepped over him and threw myself onto my bed with every intention of sleeping until sometime in midsummer. I didn't get a minute of sleep. Not a second. I lay there for hours. I could feel each minute, I could hear each dry second crack off and fall away. As soon as I closed my eyes I could hear Toy's voice speaking to me. "You can't trust anyone. Or anything. Nothing is what it seems. It never is with the kings." When I'd asked about Santoro, Toys had said, "That psycho prick will be in the thick of it. He wouldn't miss an opportunity to see that much pain." And then it hit me. Nothing is what it seems. It never is with the kings. My eyes popped open. "Holy shit!" I said. I think I yelled it. Ghost woke up and barked in alarm. 2 minutes later I was banging on Church's door. He opened the door almost at once. He did not look one bit surprised that I was there. "I was wondering how long it would take you to figure it out," he said. Chapter 68. The Hangar. Floyd Bennett Field, Brooklyn. December 20th, 1:19 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. This time the meeting was held in Church's office. Rudy, Cersei, Aunt Sally, and me. Church sat behind his desk in a crisp white shirt with the sleeves rolled up, his tie loosened at the throat. I think this was maybe the second time I'd ever seen him without a suit coat. It did absolutely nothing to make him look less official and imposing. "Why are we still flogging this thing?" growled Rudy. He looked terrible. His hair was uncombed and he wore pajamas that were too big for him. Cersei, in sweats, was only marginally more composed. "It's the coercion thing," I said. "That's been the problem all along. If the firstborn thing hadn't happened, we might have gotten to it during the meeting. The clue to this thing is there." "I sure as hell don't see it," Aunt Sally said irritably. She wore a bathrobe that had little ducks on it. I knew it was more than my life was worth to comment on it. "Wait," Rudy said slowly. "Maybe I do." He rubbed his eyes and accepted a cup of coffee from Church. "There are only a few psychological subgroups that are acutely susceptible to suggestion. And an even smaller subgroup who are otherwise healthy and functional. Call it 1 or 2 per 50,000. Cersei was catching on fast. "No. To do the kind of thing we've seen, it's even more rare. I'd say it's 1 in 200 or 300,000. "Fair enough," Rudy said. "So, measure that against the number of people in the professions that relate to these circumstances. Law enforcement, security, viral research. A few others we haven't identified. That number becomes impossible." "Right," I said. "It's only possible if we go on the premise that this is not random chance." "Hold on, damn it," growled Aunt Sally. "Do you mean that they were deliberately sought or deliberately placed?" "Either," Rudy said. "Both." "That's impossible," she said. "The system is too good." "Yes," Church agreed. "It is." But from his tone it was clear that he meant that Auntie's assessment was wrong. She gave a stubborn shake of her head. "No one could hack all those records. Not unless they had Mind Reader." "Come on, Deacon, you're not suggesting that bug." "No," I said. "Not bug." Rudy and Cersei exchanged a look. Rudy said, "The normal psych profiles used in this level of government work would red flag most of these people." Bug gave me the screener's notes for Dr. Gray, Trevor Plimpton, and that other guy. Schofield, the maintenance man from Fair Isle. None of the reports indicated the right kind of psychological vulnerability. "Then it's bad screening," snapped Auntie. "Who did the screening?" 3 different companies. Same screener working at different companies at different times? No. Do we have the psych profiles of the screeners? "We do," said Mr. Church. He removed 3 profiles from his desk and handed them to Aunt Sally. She opened the covers and scanned the contents. Then she did it again and her eyes were wide. "No fucking way, Deacon." Church said nothing. Aunt Sally wheeled on me. "Listen, jackass, I don't know what kind of stunt you're trying to pull here, but..." "Auntie," said Church softly. "Please." I had this suspicion since the Starbucks incident. Very few people knew about that meeting. She slapped the files down on the desk. I gingerly reached past her and picked them up, opened them, saw what she had seen. "Ouch," I said. "What?" asked Rudy, but I shook my head and held on to the files. "Dr. O'Tree," said Church, "threat assessment is your specialty. Given the facts, work out a scenario for how this is possible." She chewed her lip and shook her head. "I've been trying to do that," she said after a thoughtful pause, but I can't. You can't? Well, I can, but it's impossible. Cersei looked like someone had slapped her. We seem to be trading an impossible, grumbled Aunt Sally. Speak your mind, girl. But Cersei shook her head, and it was clear that she was in great distress. Her eyes were filling with tears. She covered her hand with her mouth. I can't. Then I'll say it for you, I said, my voice more brutal than I'd intended. There's 10 kinds of security on places like the London and double that for Fair Island Area 51. Everyone gets a background check that goes all the way to their DNA. The people who do the screening are as important or perhaps more important than the people they interview for these jobs. That's my damn point, snapped Aunt Sally. Every screener we use comes with ironclad bona fides. Every damn one. Tears rolled down Cersei's face. Yes, said Mr. Church quietly. And every damn one of them was vetted by Vox. Cersei O'Tree burst into tears. Chapter 69. Headquarters of Secure One. Manhattan. December 20th, 2:18 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. The American sat behind his desk and smoked a cigar. Beyond the big glass windows the city glimmered with a million jewels. Stars above and streetlights below. He loved the city. He loved its size and its arrogance, its muscle and its swagger. It was like looking in a mirror. His phone rang. Toys. You somewhere safe? Heading back to the castle, said Toys. Okay, but keep your head down and your eyes open. Why? Because of my call to Ledger? Partly. But mostly 'cause I'm about to piss in the punch bowl here. It's not going to do Sebastian or Mom any good. Not going to do the Kings any good either. Not in the short term. He explained what he intended to do. God, said Toys, but there was as much admiration in his voice as fear. A light flashed on the phone unit on the American's desk. Look, kiddo, I got to run. Keep that phone handy. I'll be in touch. With that, the American pocketed the cell phone and heaved himself out of his chair. He lumbered over to a cabinet and removed a set of schematics. He placed them on his desk blotter, used a red pen to write a note, and then straightened. He cast a last look around the office, sighed again, and went into the bathroom, pushed back the curtain, and stepped into the shower. Then he pushed 3 tiles on the wall and waited as hidden hydraulics pulled the entire shower wall aside. The American stepped through, tapped another button, and let the wall close behind him. The DMS would find the elevator eventually, but by then he would be long gone. 4 minutes later, Sergeant Gus Dietrich kicked open the heavy oak doors of the American's office and surged inside with Liberty Team at his heels. The red pinpoints of their laser sights danced on the floor, the walls, and the big desk. There was no one home. Dietrich ordered his men to do a thorough search, and while they were at it he walked over to the big desk and looked at the schematic. And at the note the American had left. He tapped his comlink. Bulldog to Deacon, he called. Go for Deacon. No one home. But the big guy left us something. You'll freaking love this. Dietrich bent over so that his helmet cam projected a clean image of the blueprints of the USS Sea of Hope. Written across it in red ballpoint was, Merry Christmas. Tell Cersei I'm sorry. It was signed, Hugo. Chapter 70. The South Atlantic. December 21st, 5:17 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. I looked out of the helicopter window at total blackness. A full day had burned away since Dietrich found Vox's parting gift. Now I sat in a helo with Cersei, Church, Dietrich, and Echo Team. Ghost lay asleep at my feet, his legs twitching as he dreamed of the hunt. I still felt breathless from the double shock of Vox's betrayal and the plans for the Sea of Hope. Vox was someone Church had trusted. Cersei O'Tree had worked for the guy for years. Aunt Sally regularly had Vox over for New Year's Eve parties and the Super Bowl. Now the mask had been peeled away to reveal a villain. A monster. Possibly one of the Seven Kings, and certainly a significant member of that organization. They are everywhere. Vox had run Terror Town. He knew the inner workings of every counter-terrorism team in the world. That knowledge would ripple through the foundations of world governments like earthquake tremors. After shock comes planning. We had to make a radical shift in gears with no time to pause at the sheer scope of the king's real plan. Can't we just offload everyone? Dietrich had asked as soon as he returned from Vox's office with the Sea of Hope schematics. We got ships and subs ghosting the cruise ship. Why don't we just frigging take it and worry about separating sheep from wolves later on, not? Because that's the very first thing the kings would expect, said Cersei, which means it's the first thing they'll have prepared for. I think that if we order the ship to heave to, or board by force, then some kind of failsafe plan will be initiated. Bombs would be the easiest. And, I added, we have to keep repeating the mantra, they are everywhere. The kings are going to have agents planted aboard. A firefight would work more in their favor than ours. Balls, grumped Dietrich. He loved a plain and simple frontal assault. I nodded to Cersei. You worked security for the event, document. How are we going to get onto the ship? Cersei chewed her lip. The problem is that everyone is pre-screened. We have Mind Reader, said Church. Bug can infiltrate the system, plant security profiles, and exit without leaving a footprint. We're using the MI6 encryption package, Cersei countered. Not even Mind Reader can intrude there. Hugo told me. Hugo knew only as much about Mind Reader as I allowed him to know. Why? Were you suspicious of him before this? I'm suspicious of most people. I hid a smile. Then what's our cover? Cersei gave me a considering stare. That depends on if you can speak French. I speak a lot of languages. With the proper accent? Continental or Canadian? Cersei smiled. What do you think of Avril Lavigne's music? If it'll get Echo Team onto the Sea of Hope, I'll start a fan club. She was a late addition to the lineup. She's probably already aboard, but a lot of stars have bumped up their security teams since the London event. You can be a cultural attaché bringing additional security. It'll actually work for us, having Didi, because she can be the personal guard for Avril. What about the star? I asked. She'll need to be briefed. Not really. All of the performers have additional security beside the entourage they know. Most of the guards are hired by their record label or studio, so these will be strangers. As long as you don't get chatty with the stars, it'll work. Not a problem, I said. I'm more of a classic rock kind of guy. Church stood up. Then we all have work to do. Cersei, you and Auntie will coordinate with Bug to access the right security files. She nodded and hurried out. Captain Ledger, Church said to me, brief Echo Team and prep for the mission. I want to be wheels up in 1 hour. Now we flew through the pre-dawn sky for a fight that had worst-case scenario written all over it. The Sea of Hope was one of the largest cruise ships afloat. 225,000 gross tons. 1,181 feet long, with a 155-foot waterline beam and a 31-foot draft. There were 16 passenger decks holding 5,400 passengers and over 2,100 crew members. 7,500 people in all. That was 1,000 people more than live in the average American town. We had no way of knowing how many of them belonged to the Seven Kings. Of those, how many were unwilling slaves, how many were chosen, and how many were kingsmen? We did know, however, that scattered through the passengers, rock stars, comedians, and political figures were dozens of the children of the most powerful people on earth. A few were the children of bonesmen, but most were not. The children of the current president. The Two Young Princes of England. Children of not just the rich and famous but also the globally powerful. Some of these actually were children, the youngest being 10, the rest were adult sons and daughters who were using their parents' positions to make a bid for social change, for compassion, and for basic humanity. If we made a single misstep, we could get them all killed. If we did nothing, that was a certainty. At least we had plenty of backup coming. 2 DMS teams and a C-17 Globemaster a few hours behind us. If a fight broke out, they'd swoop down on Tradewind's combat motor kites, which look like Batwing hang gliders but with motorized flaps for steering and braking. The kites can support an operator and his entire combat kit. Operators can even fire small arms while flying them. 100 feet below the cruise ship was the USS Jimmy Carter, one of the new Virginia-class attack subs. There were 2 SEAL teams aboard, plus a platoon of Marines. Coming up on her, called the pilot. Port side. I peered out the window and saw it. The ship looked like a floating city, and even at night it was ablaze with lights. I looked over at Cersei, who was curled asleep with her head on Dietrich's shoulder. She looked very young. It hurt me to think that she'd be carrying the memory of betrayal and violence around with her for the rest of her life. I reached over and tapped her arm. "We're here," I said. Interlude 43. Chamber of the Seven Kings. December 21st, 5:19 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. Toys sat alone in the Chamber of the Kings. Now that the second phase of the initiative was rolling, the individual kings and their consciences had all left McCullough for undisclosed locations. If something went horribly wrong tonight, none of them wanted to be in any predictable spot. Considering what was happening, it was too dangerous to congregate, and trust only went so far, especially bearing in mind the lengths to which Aunt Sally or Mr. Church would go in order to get information. Rabbits gone to ground, Toys mused darkly, looking at all the empty thrones. Galt and Eris were on her yacht, far out to sea. Probably shagging like rabbits, too. Toys put his feet up on the table, crossed his ankles, and stared at the screens. The wall of screens showed 90 different news channels. The London hospital bombing was no longer the lead story. Nor was the catastrophic drop in the stock market or even the massacre at the Starbucks in Southampton. Now it was the death of the firstborn. CNN was the first network to put the story together, fed, Toys knew, by agents of the goddess, that the children of America's elite families were being murdered. All of the other stations had similar titles, rife with biblical references. Most had nice graphics, and Toys wondered if each network had a graphic artist on standby or if titles of this sort were pre-made and ready for their inevitable use. He sipped a martini, his third since he arrived, and watched the reporters give hysterical accounts of the mounting death toll. Every law enforcement organization in the country was being mobilized or was racing against time or actively hunting suspects. All bullshit. Toys sipped and scowled. No mention of the Department of Military Sciences, of course. The martini was nearly gone before the ABC News anchor speculated on a connection between these murders and the shootings in Southampton and Jenkintown. "Took you bloody long enough?" Toys yelled at the screen. He sighed and set down his glass, and as he leaned forward to do so his gaze fell on the phone the American had given him. Toys' nerves were still jangling from having called Joe Ledger. Few things had ever scared Toys as much as hearing that psychopath's voice on the other end of the call. Toys snatched up the phone and shoved it into his pocket. With a grunt he thrust himself out of his chair and staggered over to the wall of screens, carrying the half-empty pitcher with him instead of the glass. A glass was too slow. Toys drank from the pitcher and watched the press chow down on the firstborn story. "First bloody born," Toys said, and then laughed at the slur in his own voice. "I'll bet you're watching this, aren't you, Sebastian? Does it make you feel like a god? You and that wrinkled slut. Gods? What a laugh." He suddenly bent forward and pressed his face against the screen and yelled at the top of his voice, "This isn't even your fucking fight." He beat his fist on the screen. over and over and over again until the screen cracked and blood splashed across the hissing, distorted image. Then a fit of laughter rippled through him like an uncontrollable shiver. He drank a huge mouthful, but the motion of leaning back to drink made him lose balance and he staggered backward 5 wobbly steps and then sat down hard on the floor. The American's phone fell out of his pocket and the pitcher dropped, too, and smashed, splashing him with booze and broken glass. He stared at it for a long moment, and then burst into tears. "Oh, bloody hell," he said between sobs. "I'd become a sloppy crying drunk." Weeping turned to laughter and back to sobs. Eventually, drunk and exhausted, his face streaked with tears, Toys climbed slowly to his feet and brushed glass gingerly from his clothes. He picked up the phone and stared at it, suddenly horrified about what he had done. "I'm sorry," he whispered to the empty room. "Oh, God. I'm sorry, Dot." "There are no gods here," purred a voice behind him. Toys screamed and whirled. "Only a fool and a king." A man stood in the doorway to the chamber of the kings. He was tall and handsome, and he was smiling. Sebastian Galt raised his pistol and pointed it at Toys. Chapter 71. The Sea of Hope. December 21st, 5:26 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. The chopper touched down on a helipad that extended out from the foredeck on massive hydraulics. As soon as the door was open, deck crew ran to escort us down a ramp and into a protected receiving alcove. Our gear was loaded onto railed carts that whisked them away. Then the rope was unclipped and the bird rose and headed back across the black water toward Rio, on the mainland of Brazil. The alcove doors closed and a tall man who had a smile that could burn your retinas and a hairpiece that had no origin in nature entered and shook Circe's hand. "Dr. Otri, so wonderful to have you join us," he said in a thick Italian accent. "I thought you had decided not to participate." "Miss this?" Circe said with a good affectation of genuine surprise. "I wouldn't miss this for the world." His smile never wavered. He was of the kind who would roll with anything short of having Ghost hump his leg without allowing his professional demeanor to falter. "Mr. Alesso, I'd like you to meet my aide, Mr. Kent." Alesso shook hands with Church, who managed a convincing smile. "I wish I had a photo of it. I could win bets with it." "It is very much my pleasure to meet you," said Alesso. He was probably the real deal, but he sounded like a bad actor in a pizza commercial. She turned to Gus, who was in a crisp white naval uniform. Ghost sat primly by his side, playing his role. "And this is Chief Petty Officer Wayne. The Navy thought we could use him." She lowered her voice to a confidential tone. "His dog's a bomb sniffer." "Ah," said Alesso, arching his eyebrows as if we were all part of a wonderful bit of intrigue. "And these other gentlemen are here for Ms. Levine?" He pronounced it Lavegne. Circe began to introduce me, but I alpha-mailed myself into the moment. "Je m'appelle Jean-François Fusel." Alesso blinked at me. "Perdono, Dot." I rattled off my full credentials in French, watching to see if he got any of it, but after a sentence or two it was clear I'd left him stranded on the beach. "I'm sorry. I don't speak. Mr. Fusel is with the Canadian Cultural Liaisons Office. They arranged for the additional security." My apparent inability to speak English cut short any need for polite chit-chat. Alesso looked at this security team. They were really working it. All 5 of them wore identical sunglasses despite the early hour, none of them had a flicker of expression on their stone faces, and they stood as tall as possible. Even Didi looked 10 feet tall. "They're in the security database," said Circe, and handed over a thick folder. "Here are their papers, Dot." "Welcome aboard the Sea of Hope," Alesso said with a bright smile. The only reaction he got was a microscopic twitch of Top's upper lip. Alesso's smile looked like it had become fragile, so I covertly gestured for Circe to wrap this up before the poor guy fainted. Alesso showed us to staterooms. Ecoteens was a suite directly across the hall from Levine's. We carried our stuff inside and closed the door. Circe's stateroom was on another deck, but as soon as she dropped her suitcases she came back. Church and Dietrich, too. Welcome to the Sea of Hope, Top said, echoing Alesso. Now what? Dietrich opened one of the cases and handed me a pair of glasses. First things first. I put them on. The prescription was fake, and the heavy frames contained an ultra-thin receiver that allowed me to get the same lens display Intel feed. The lenses worked like one-way glass, so I could see the display, but no one looking at me could. Dietrich tossed me the small pocket mouse that would allow me to scroll the Intel. I adjusted glasses, studied the floor plan for this part of the ship, then flicked through some other data to make sure the uplink was working fast. The Shades Echo Team War had the same technology built in. Circe and Church were already on their laptops. I was about to kick off a new version of the same discussion we'd been having about what the hell to do now that we were on board when Circe said, "Oh my god." Now what? Bunny muttered, but we all gathered around her. Circe said, "This just came in from Dr. CMAR, he's an infectious disease doctor at Johns Hopkins. He sent these images. Look." The first image that filled one lens of the glasses showed Charles Osgood Harrington IV, the rich kid everyone called C4. This was the first victim. Look at the lesions here and here. Little dots appeared on the display and moved to indicate pustules that covered the corpse's face. The lesions were pale, of course, without blood pressure to give them shape and color, but it was clear enough what they would have looked like when the kid was still alive. Attractive, I said. What's it tell us? The symptoms reported by the various first responder EMTs and police were a rapid onset of pustules that covered the bodies of the victims. Remember in the news, the stories about mycotoxins from the tomb of the firstborn son of the pharaoh? We're seeing a kind of anaphylactic reaction, like hives. Only the whole thing is amped up. Super hives. So? This isn't nature, Joe, and it's not pure mycotoxins. I'll bet you this is some kind of designer pathogen. Something created to kill very quickly but not spread. Zero communicability. Targeted for specific victims, I said. Exactly, said Circe. Now, think about the 7 kings. What is their defining characteristic? Misdirection. It had become an automatic response by now. Right. They want us to think that this was their endgame, but it's not. These victims may be firstborn, but that's not what we're seeing. This is the plague of boils. Okay. But we know their endgame is mass murder on the Sea of Hope. What's your point? Church cut in. We're going under the premise that the ship is going to be destroyed by a bomb or something equally large scale. Probably during one of the key speeches. However, remember what Toys told you. Galt is running this show. Galt isn't just a member of the Kings. He's the king of plagues, I said. Shit. Bunny said, please do not say that this is worse than we thought. Do not say that. Circe looked terrified. The same look was probably on my face. Galt is planning something even bigger than the deaths of all these celebrities, she said softly. He's planning something huge. Church said, something the world will never forget. Interlude 44. The Chamber of the Kings. December 21st, 5:27 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. You can't be here. Cried Toys. You're not as stupid as you seem to think. Galt pointed his gun at Toy's face. Toss that phone over here. No, put it on the floor and slide it. None of your sodding tricks. His voice was as cold as his eyes were hot. Toys lowered the phone, weighing his chances of throwing and hitting Sebastian without getting shot. Galt was not a great shot and Toys had a knife, clipped to the back of his belt, but at this distance Toys didn't like his chances. He bent slowly, placed the phone on the floor, and shoved it away from him. Now back away. Keep your hands where I can see them. Toys raised his hands and straightened. He took 2 small backward steps. Galt advanced and crouched, holding the gun steady and looking right at Toys as he fished on the floor for the phone. Toys whirled and dove for the nearest throne, hitting it with his outstretched palms and knocking it over. The backrest of the heavy seat chopped downward, missing Galt by inches as he spun away and snapped off 2 quick shots. The first missed. Both shots punched into screens on the wall, killing the Fox and MSNBC news feeds. Toys threw his weight against a second throne and it immediately canted over. Galt pivoted and fired again. The bullet punched red fire through Toy's thigh at the same instant the canting throne of the King of Fear struck the King of Plagues on the shoulder. Both men screamed in agony. The gun went spinning across the floor as Galt collapsed under 600 pounds of teak and ebony and carved ivory. Toys flopped to the floor and rolled over onto his stomach as blood poured from both sides of a through-and-through wound. Secondary pain exploded within him as the jagged ends of his shattered femur ground together, pinching torn muscle. Toys screamed and screamed as he clawed his way across the floor toward the fallen pistol. A dozen feet away, Sebastian bellowed in rage and pain as he struggled to fight his way out from under the massive throne. The gun was almost in reach, Toy's scrabbling fingers clawed at the wooden grips, and then the world exploded in white-hot agony as Sebastian Galt, free and standing erect, stamped down with all his force on the gushing wound in Toy's leg. Chapter 72. The Sea of Hope. December 21st, 6:01 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. Something bigger than slaughtering all the people on this boat? Asked Top. It. Khalid raised a hand. Permission to leave the boat. These guys keep twisting it, don't they? Asked Didi. John Smith simply grunted, which constituted a long-winded speech for him. Something occurred to me and I snapped my fingers. I think the Kings may have thrown us another curveball and I think they did it through their own men. How? Asked Church. It's more of the twisted logic that they use. Sarducci, the shooter, I interrogated. He made a real point of saying how much the Kings wanted me dead. And you, Cersei, and Auntie. So? What if they didn't? Or what if our deaths are beside the point? What if Hanlier was the real target all along? What's the value of that target? Top asked. Silence, I said. I keep coming back to the disinformation thing. It's everything to these guys. Now factor in the fact that we now know Sebastian Galt and Hugo Vox are involved. We know that Vox used his position as a screener and all that, but he wore a lot of hats. He ran Terror Town, and he also had his think tanks. One of those think tanks was made up of thriller authors. Like Martin Hanlier, Church finished. Right. Hanlier told me that he talked about his hospital bombing plot in front of a bunch of other writers. Maybe he mentioned it again, or one of them mentioned it during a brainstorming session at T-Town. I mean, think about it. A member of one of the most dangerous terrorist organizations on Earth has an entire think tank of novelists cooking up elaborate plots for him. Then he brings in counter-terrorism teams from all over the world to run the plots and work out all the details. Sure, they're supposed to be coming up with protocols for stopping them, but if you flip that around, they're also creating worst-case scenarios. Like the London. And probably Fair Island Area 51. And the Sea of Hope, Church concluded. I think we can safely assume that Hugo did not share all of the scenarios cooked up by the think tanks. Church opened his cell and called Bug to order him to hack all of T-Town's think tank records. Under my breath I said, thanks, Joe, damn fine work. Couldn't save the world without you. Dietrich snorted. Really? You joined the DMS for all the pats on the back? Khalid sat down on the end of the couch. That think tank thing is pretty scary. All of those devious brains, authors, CT experts, working hundreds of hours to create the worst possible scenarios. And we're supposed to figure it out by the time the concert starts tonight? Didi looked at her watch. 13 hours. "Thank you," he said. "A countdown is very comforting." "Okay," I said, cutting in, "let's get to work." That fast they were all business. One of the suitcases was filled with canvas bags filled with devices the size of shirt buttons. These are one of whose very best gadgets, sensors with a microchip inside and a tiny burst transmitter. Peel off the tape on one side and you expose a chameleon chemical. Press it to a wood grain door for 5 seconds and turn it over and the wood grain is imitated perfectly. Peel off the tape on the other side and press it to the door, and unless you know it's there, you won't see it. Especially if it's set low, below the ordinary fall of the eye. The sensors were designed specifically for bomb detection, and when they finally hit the market it will be possible to position them just about anywhere and maybe give some warning before things go boom, but we each had a dozen multipurpose processor units as well. Those were the size of a pack of juicy fruit and had the same chameleon coating. Affix one to a wall or stairway or anywhere in the path of human traffic or airflow and the device collects and analyzes the air for radiation, nitrites, and dense concentrations of viral material. It wasn't as sensitive as the BAMS unit I had at Fair Isle, but it wasn't far behind. And the devices were networked for greater effect. There were also a bunch of minicams, and some booster units to collect the signals from the tiny sensors and uplink them to the DMS satellite. "You each have assigned sections of the ship," I said. They nodded and put their glasses back on, using the pocket mouses to pull up floor plans. "We have time, so place the sensors unobtrusively, but keep your eyes open, too. Report anything that looks hinky." "Hoa," they said, and left one at a time. I took my batch and followed my map. I headed over to the central main deck area, which was where the concert would be. It was roped off and there were scores of workers laboring under a hot morning sun. Finishing the bandstand, doing sound checks on the massive speakers, hanging bunting, setting up tapes for line control. The best angle to see the whole area was by the team working together to inflate several thousand red and white balloons. There were 6 men, all of them Mexican, seated on folding stools surrounded by big tanks of helium. Huge nets had been erected to catch any stray balloons as the men filled, tied, over and over again. 4 other men took netfuls of the balloons aft, where, according to Circe, they would be released as the Sea of Hope sailed into Rio. The balloons were all biodegradable and would eventually burst harmlessly in the stratosphere, themselves acting as a symbol of green choices for a polluted planet. I listened to the Mexicans chatter among themselves in Spanish. Nothing more sinister than speculation on next year's World Cup. One of them noticed me looking and met my eyes. He looked from me to the thousands of red and white balloons and back to me, then he rolled his eyes. I gave him a sympathetic smile and turned away. A few seconds later I heard one of the men speaking in a strangely squeaky voice and turned to see that he had sucked some of the helium out of a balloon and was speaking like Donald Duck. Everyone cracked up. Then a fussy-looking white man in a cruise line blazer yelled at him and the Mexican pasted a contrite look on his face and tied off the balloon. As I passed, I made a quiet remark about the fussy man's personal hygiene, only loud enough for the 6 Mexicans to hear. They all cracked up again. I moved on. My credentials got me into the VIP area. Behind gates and decorative shrubbery was an entirely separate set of pools and waterside bars. I slouched around trying to look like I wasn't looking. Everywhere I looked, though, was a paparazzo's dream. Movie stars in thongs or speedos that left nothing to the imagination. I saw Pink, wearing a bikini that could fit comfortably into a shot glass, lounging by the pool reading a Kelly Simmons novel. 2 chairs away, John Legend was playing chess with that short guy from American Idol. Legend was kicking his ass. There were rock stars and R&B stars and rappers and celebrities from the movies and TV. Some of the Generation Hope kids, daughters and sons of the global power players, were peppered among them, either gawking and starstruck or pretending the kind of indolence that only teenagers can pull off. I moved among them, placing the chameleon sensors here and there, taking my time so that I didn't attract any attention. I didn't see anyone looking particularly sinister. It's not like on the old Batman TV show, where bad guys wore shirts with henchman, thug, and evil assistant stenciled on the chest. Would be pretty damn useful, though. I drifted out of the VIP area and placed the last of my sensors on the major stairways, then headed back to the suite. The others were already there. All of the sensors had been placed, but no one had seen anything. Interlude 45. The Chamber of the Kings. December 21st, 5:22 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. You traitorous bastard! Galt screamed as he stamped down over and over again. You Judas! Toys felt his broken thigh bone shatter. The pain was so intense, so enormous, that he could no longer scream. His mouth was open, his lungs pushed air out, but the only sound he could make was a thin and nearly ultrasonic shriek that tore itself from each tortured nerve ending. The world swam in and out of focus as clouds of black and red swirled behind his eyes. Then abruptly the pain stopped. The moment was suspended inside a crystal teardrop of time. Toys wondered if this was what it felt like to die. Had the jagged ends of broken bones severed an artery? Was he bleeding out and drifting into the big darkness? Or had he reached the end of pain? Was pain a finite thing, a line drawn in the mind that, once crossed, became an irrelevant concept? He did not know and did not know how to think about it. He lay in a cocoon of unfeeling silence for how long? A second? Hours. Then feeling returned to him, one unkind bit at a time. The first thing he felt was a tear breaking from the corner of his eye and falling down toward his ear. It felt cold instead of warm. Gee God, Toys whispered. A whisper was all that he was capable of. Darkness obscured his vision and he blinked. No. Not darkness. Sebastian Galt stood above him, impossibly tall. Pale and blue-white in the glow of the wall of screens. Not the face Toys had loved for so long. This was Galt's new face. Blonde and angular and handsome. The work of surgeons. Nothing that was part of nature. He looked like Apollo. Like the god of the sun. God, Toys whispered again. The pain was an unrelenting fire in his leg. Please. Galt stood and looked down at Toys. With his head bent, his eyes were in shadows. It gave his face a weird appearance, like a beautiful skull. We've had our suspicions, you know. The goddess and me. She didn't trust her son, and I've lost my trust in you. God, please. Galt ran both sets of fingers through his hair. He removed a handkerchief and mopped sweat from his face. He folded the handkerchief and returned it to his pocket. Last week we planted bugs in Hugo's office. We heard him make a call to someone at the DMS. I wanted to kill him right then and there. We decided that we would let Santoro do it. Goddesses always need new angels. Sebastian, please. And then we heard you in Hugo's office. You, on the phone. Not just with the DMS, no, you had to go and call Sodding Joe Ledger. Galt darted in and kicked Toys in the stomach like a place kicker going for a 30-yard punt. Toys screamed and writhed. Bloody spittle flew from his mouth and patterned the tile floor. I won't ask you why, said Galt, his mild tone completely at odds with what he had just done. I know why. Love, Toys croaked in a voice that was barely human. Yes. Love. You pathetic little faggot. Do you think I would ever lower myself to love a creature like you? All you've ever been to me is a convenience. Someone to get things. Someone to make sure the dry cleaning is picked up and the wet bar fully stocked. Galt shook his head. Love? It's not love, Toys, it's jealousy. You can't stand the fact that I can love and you're too damaged and twisted to be capable of it. Toy's lips formed the word again, love. He braced his elbows and tried to heave his head and shoulders off the floor. Instantly there was a burst of unbearable agony from his shattered leg that tore a ragged scream from him. He tried to twist away from the pain, but as he did, something hard dug into his opposite hip. "Don't dare use the word love for what you feel," sneered Galt. "I know love. Eris is love. I know the love of a goddess incarnate." Breathing through the pain took all of his strength, but Toys fought to get words past his gritted teeth. "You don't understand, you fucking idiot." The words materialized as a snarl of unfiltered rage. Galt smiled. "I understand everything." "No, Sebastian," Toys snarled. "You never understood me, Dot." Toys dug his hand under his body, under his hip, to the hard thing that gouged into him. He wrapped his fingers around the pistol, and with a savage growl that was more animal than human, he tore it out, pointed, and fired. Chapter 73. The Sea of Hope. December 21st, 7:56 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. Cersei, Church, and I sat down at the stateroom's dining table. In my absence, it had been converted into a full-blown intelligence center, with multiple screens that showed images from the minicams and collected data streams from the sensors. Room service brought in heaps of food. Ghost sat with his head on my lap and I fed him bits of hamburger as we worked. Cersei also had access to the Generation Hope security network, so we prowled that as well. There was an insane amount of movement on every part of the ship. It was confusing and irritating, and probably the least useful scenario for accurate surveillance and assessment. Once, for just a second, I thought I saw Santoro, but when I played back the feed, it was someone else. Damn. Wishful thinking. Cersei went over the schedule for the event and we looked for holes in it. There were plenty. We made a list of moments when an attack would get the most media punch. There were several of those as well, but one that really glared. "The event gets rolling at 7 with the first round of musical guests," said Cersei. "The Prince of England will take the stage at 8 to make his speech. It will be simulcast all over the world. They're estimating an audience of at least 3 billion. More if China relents at the last minute and allows citizens to watch. After that, the ship will head into Rio for a private party with the celebrities and their families." "How's security for that?" I asked. "Huge. Over 1,000 Brazilian military," she said, "plus 3 SAS teams and 4 times as many Marines and SEALs. Heavy support from ground vehicles and helicopters. Gunboats in the water. Plus Secret Service for 1-to-1 security. Can we identify anyone who was vetted by Vox?" "Way ahead of you," Church said with an approving nod. I passed along 3 names to Director Lyndon Brearley, and he is having them quietly pulled. Pulled and detained? Yes. Understand something, Captain, a lot of people were vetted by Vox, including Grace Cortland. I nodded. Yeah. It complicates things. Cersei touched my arm. You don't think that Grace was?" "No," I said decisively. "Absolutely not." Church nodded. "That only complicates things, because it may well be that most of the people Hugo passed are trustworthy." "Do you think the attack will be in Rio?" asked Cersei. "No," I said, "I think it'll be when the prince is giving his speech. Killing the prince and his guests is a solid punch by the kings. After all, the speech is about disease. It calls on the new generation to unite, to become a unified family that share money and resources, effort and cooperation, with the goal of eradicating diseases that are perpetuated by extreme poverty. Diseases that did not need to exist, because cures and treatments exist in wealthier lands. That's all key stuff for the kings to twist. It'll be on every TV in the world. It's the stuff of legends, and we know that part of what the kings are doing is myth building." "Agreed," said Church, and Cersei nodded. "Let's work out how they'll do it." Together we came up with about 40 really workable scenarios, but the problem was that none of them stood out more than the others. Finally I looked at my watch. Time was running out. Cersei pounded her fist on the table. God! I wish we could simply make an announcement, cancel everything, and let the Navy ships take everyone off. We could, said Church, and that would force the kings into an even more desperate act than what they are planning. On the other hand, I said, we have an obligation to the President, the Prince of Wales, and all of the other families who stand to lose children. I'm open to suggestions, Captain. We could sabotage the engines. Play it like mechanical failure. To what end? That would leave us floating out here with no solution. I did some math. There are 16 operators on board now. 10 from Tiger Shark and my team. I could take the President's daughters under my direct supervision. Top could take Prince William and initiate a firefight? Okay, then we cut the number in half and save the 8 targets with the highest political value. Church considered it. That might work. But we would need the other teams in the air and in the water right as that happens. That way if you get pinned down or trapped, we'd know help was on the way. And what if the ship is rigged to blow up? Asked Cersei. Church said nothing. Nor did I. Cersei sighed. Plagues, she said. This has to be coming from the King of Plagues. Chapter 74. The Sea of Hope. December 21st, 6:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. The concert was 30 minutes away. A big, cold hand seemed to be clamped around my heart. I have to go on deck, I said. I'd already changed clothes again, as had the rest of Echo Team. Cersei walked me to the cabin door. I don't know whether to wish you luck, she said, or to hope that you find nothing at all. Nothing at all would be nice. But we both knew that was unlikely. She nodded. Behind us, Mr. Church was speaking into the phone. Mr. President, God, Cersei whispered, that's going to be a painful call. From both ends of the line, I said. This is insane, she said. Welcome to my world. But she shook her head. I was born to it. Before I could ask her to explain that, she turned and went into her bedroom. I patted my pockets to make sure I had everything I needed. Yep, everything but a goddamn clue. Then I clicked my tongue for Ghost, who bounded off the couch. We went out to fight the impossible fight. Interlude 46. The Chamber of the Kings. December 21st, 5:49 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. Toys dragged himself across the floor and managed, with curses and tears and screams, to pull himself into one of the chairs. When he realized that it was the throne of the King of Plagues, he laughed so long and so hard that his mind nearly snapped. And then he wept for so long that he thought he would never stop. The tourniquet he'd tied around his leg was probably too tight. Maybe he'd lose the leg. Maybe he'd get blood poisoning. Maybe he didn't give a damn. Sebastian, he said, and the tears started again. Eventually they stopped. Everything stops eventually. When he could breathe again, he pulled the American's phone from his pocket. He had recovered it during the 10,000 years it took him to crawl across the floor. The casing was cracked and it was sticky with blood. He shivered and he knew that shock was setting in. With all the alcohol already in his system and now the bullet wound in the shattered femur, he figured that his system did not stand a chance against shock. Toys opened the phone and punched in Hugo Vox's number. Toys. In his delirium, Toys thought he heard the phone ringing and Vox answering at the same time. Then there was the sound of footsteps and Toys turned to see Vox lumber into the room. The big man had a big gun in his hand and he fanned the barrel around the room with a professional competence that Toys admired. Toys tried to say so, but his voice was a slur. The American holstered the gun and knelt beside him, his face grave with concern. Geez, you're a goddamn mess. Who did this to you? Sebastian. Yeah, he said. What I figured. Shit. Toys touched Vox's face with the tip of his finger. Are you real? You better hope so, kiddo. Vox fetched the wheel leather chair of War's conscience and gingerly placed Toy's shattered leg on it. Toy screamed. "Sorry, kiddo." Vox adjusted the tourniquet, which was itself a moment of exquisite agony. He got water and a cloth and mopped Toy's face and then brought over a glass of brandy. "This will help until we can get you to a doctor." Toy sipped the brandy greedily. It burned through him with a calm fire, pushing back the pain, restoring a measure of control. "Now," said Vox, "tell me what happened." "Sebastian shot me. And I guess I shot him." Vox looked around. The room was empty except for them. "The fuck is he?" "I shot him in the heart. But I think he was wearing Kevlar." "Pity. Clever bastard." Toys coughed and winced. "Shame he got away." "I wouldn't worry about it, kiddo." "But, if you had the gun, how did he get away?" "I let him go," said Toys. He drank half of the brandy, coughed again, and drank some more. It seemed to burn more of the pain away. "Why? Why not put a couple of rounds through that facelift of his?" Toys shrugged. "Why bother?" His face was white with pain and trauma, but the brandy seemed to help him focus his thoughts. The American sighed. "You got a good heart, kiddo. You're lucky it's still beating." "Sorry." "Screw it. It's all gone to shit anyway. The DMS know who I am now, so I'm going to have to go way off the radar." "So where does that leave us?" asked Toys. "In the wind." He went and fetched the bottle of brandy and another glass. He refilled Toy's glass and poured himself a generous shot. Maybe I've been playing this game too long. My blood pressure could blow bolts out of plate steel and I haven't taken a comfortable shit in 5 years. Well, thanks for sharing. It's all stress. I don't think I want to deal with it anymore." "So, what? You're going to retire to Florida and raise flamingos?" "Oh, fuck no. I didn't say I was tired of the 7 Kings. I like that shit. I have stuff I haven't tried yet." "And your secret identity was holding you back?" Vox chuckled. "No, or not entirely. Mom was the biggest cockblocker in the world. Now she might not be. She might escape this. Yeah, she might. She's got a lot of clever up her sleeve, too. But you have to think that you're vulnerable before you believe that you should run from danger. She thinks she really is a frigging goddess." "I know. I got the speech from Apollo." "Who?" "Oh, got it." A wave of pain hit Toys and he bared his teeth, then in a very conversational voice said, "Ow." Vox reached over and pushed a button on one of the computer consoles built into the big table. "Chang and Kuo will get you to a doctor I own in Toronto. You'll be right as rain." Toys looked down at the ruin of his leg. Sebastian enjoyed it. "Sebastian's a prick," said Vox. "He may have been a great man once, but let me tell you a secret, kiddo. I think that without you he wouldn't have amounted to shit." Toys said nothing. "Which makes me wonder what you could have accomplished given the right support and freedom of action. Galt never saw you as anything but an employee." He shook his head. "Small thinking." Toys studied him for a long time. "Why? Why what? Why are you helping me? What's in it for you?" Vox sipped his brandy. "I told you before, I haven't been able to trust Santoro for years, and I need someone I can trust." "An employee?" Toys said with a wry smile. Vox's face was serious. "No. I can always buy more people. But you. I think you may have outgrown the point where you can be bought." Toys nodded and they sipped their brandy. "I never thought I'd say this," said Toys eventually, "but I hope Joe Ledger lives through all of this. He still has work to do, For the 7 kings, said the American. For us, said Toys. Sure, said the King of Fear with a laugh. Why not? For us. Interlude 47. Aboard the Delta of Venus. December 21st, 6:59 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Eris and Galt had a dozen laptops open so they could watch all of the major network feeds. They were naked, both of them covered in welts and scratches. This is what I'd been working toward since I took control of the Kings from my son. You do know with Hugo on the run from the DMS you'll eventually come under scrutiny. Eris will, she said. But that poor woman is going to die tonight. Galt nuzzled her neck. So, who is it that I just shagged cross-eyed? I'm not sure. We'll have to think up a new name. Maybe Isis. Or Hera. Will you shed a tear if Hugo is caught? Eris laughed. Don't be absurd. Would he shed a tear if you were caught? Silly questions, lovely boy. Pay attention. They snuggled together and watched the screen. The show was beginning. Chapter 75. The Sea of Hope. December 21st, 7:19 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. The bandstand was a gorgeous confection of glittering lights, thousands of honey-sweet flowers, mirrored surfaces, and tall vertical posters that showed the faces of smiling children of all races. Healthy children, not the starving and wasted faces used in some charity advertisements. This event was all about rising above sickness and poverty. This was about the coordinated work of tens of thousands of people on 6 continents who shared a common belief that no child should suffer from a disease that existed only because the child's family lived in abject poverty. No one associated with the event, except the low-wage staff aboard the ship, was getting paid to be here. The performers even bought their own plane tickets. Many of the celebrities paid to bring friends and guests, others donated money to the charity, recorded songs or public service announcements, and arranged to have portions of CD and DVD sales allotted to Generation Hope. The Goodwill Mega event was being broadcast all over the world. Thousands of concert venues and tens of thousands of movie theaters were simulcasting the concert. Phone banks in 70 countries were staffed to take what forecasters predicted would be a record number of donation calls. The President of the United States would speak from the tour's endpoint, Rio de Janeiro, as would Prince Charles and the heads of 20 other countries. Even China, a late holdout, had agreed to broadcast the concert, albeit with a 10-second delay to allow bad messaging to be censored. Anderson Cooper probably put it best when he said, "This is what humanity does when we all realize we are one family." Rafael Santoro found it all so vulgar. He stood amid the thousands aboard the Sea of Hope, a press badge hung around his neck, and watched as the MC, the actor Hugh Laurie, walked onto the stage amid applause that shook the heavens. Santoro stood with his hands in his pockets. His left hand caressed a small hypodermic with a plastic cap. The other stroked the beautifully curved handle of his knife. Chapter 76. The Sea of Hope. December 21st, 7:55 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Ghost and I had to fight our way through the crowd. You'd think people would be more considerate of the blind. I wore heavy sunglasses and Ghost wore a guide dog harness. We were buffeted and pushed and jostled to the point where Ghost was about to blow his cover as a docile guide by biting someone's throat out, and I was almost to the point where I was going to let him. Like my other pair of DMS specs, this pair had a display on one lens. I had it set to send random crowd images from the minicams. I was looking for someone with a trigger device or a bomb vest. Or a convenient gun but sticking out of his pocket. Nothing. And then that changed. I pulled Ghost to one side and shoved my hand into my pocket to play with the camera control. Holy shit, I thought. I tapped my comlink. Cowboy to team. Check the feed from camera 33. Guess who came to the party? Chapter 77. The Sea of Hope. December 21st, 7:39 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Raphael Santoro moved through the shadows, avoiding the party lights, trying to stay invisible. He knew that after tonight his face would have to change. More plastic surgery. Everyone aboard the ship seemed to have a digital camera or a camera option on their cell phone. And all the media. Over 300 members of the world press were here. His face, even as a non-celebrity in the back of a crowd, would be all over cable TV and the net. Such a pity. He'd come to like this face. Ah well, the goddess would buy him whatever face she wanted him to have. On the bandstand, Taylor Swift had just finished her set and the audience was cheering and applauding as if the girl had walked on water. Santoro sniffed. He was not a fan of rock or country music, preferring operas or silence. He did, however, enjoy the enthusiasm of the crowd. They were loud and excited and thoroughly caught up in the moment. The daughters of the president were dancing right in front of the stage now as the Jonas Brothers launched into their brand of pop confection. Santoro eyed the children, fingering the handle of the knife in his pocket. Would they become angels, too? Probably not. There would not be time for that. Pity. Crab puff? Asked a waitress, a beaky-nosed blonde with ice-blue eyes who held a tray of hors d'oeuvres. Santoro smiled at her but shook his head. Now was not the time to nibble on fried muck. Waiters kept trying to offer him snacks and drinks, and he waved them away, first with grace and then with mounting irritation as the evening wore on. Performer after performer took the stage. Fireworks painted the sky with carnival colors, and the laughter and conversation were almost loud enough to drown out the music. Spinach quiche? Santoro waved the waiter away without even bothering to look at him. He wished he could hang a sign around his neck, "Leave me alone." He looked at his watch. Nearly time. The concert had dragged on. Beyoncé, Pink, Jennifer Hudson, Lady Gaga. None of whom Santoro even knew. Santoro walked the decks, occasionally slipping downstairs to check on the teams of Kingsmen who were waiting for this moment. As he returned to the deck, another waiter accosted him, and another. Santoro had to dig his hands into his pockets and grip his knife in order to calm himself. Jay-Z finished his set to raucous applause. Santoro consulted his watch again as U2 took the stage. Time was moving along. Nearly 8 now. Santoro saw Prince William and Prince Harry go out on stage to shake the hand of each band member. One of the Bush girls was there, too. And so many others. It was a nice blend of victims and witnesses. Pity that so few would be elevated to angels, but it was not that kind of event. Santoro wondered what the Seven Kings would be like after tonight. First thing tomorrow morning, a team of workers would arrive at McCullough to remove all of the valuables, including the thrones, tapestries, computer systems, and contents of the wine cellars. They would also set the charges. The first subbasement was packed with enough C4 to hurl the stones of the castle for a mile in every direction. There would be nothing left but a crater, and the St. Lawrence River would fill that in within seconds. Starting over in a new place would be a chore. The kind of fussy busy work that Santoro did not enjoy. He wanted to get out into the field. They would lose a lot of Kingsmen tonight. Many more of the chosen. The escape craft Santoro held in readiness was designed for one. The rest would die along with the naive fools who were running this event. After tonight, after waiting some months for the immediate outcry to die down, Santoro would begin scouting for new recruits, both chosen and Kingsmen. The thought of that pleased him. He drifted to the farthest corner of the deck, where it was a little quieter and where he could see everything as the drama unfolded. His active role was done. All he had to do now was enjoy the performance that had taken so many months and so much effort and money to craft. And, of course, to make sure that nothing went wrong. No interference of any kind would be allowed to spoil the goddess's triumph. Ah, it would be so delicious. He put his hands in his pockets and caressed the handle of the knife. Then someone bumped into him and Santoro turned with a snarl, but that changed immediately to an apology. I beg your pardon, he said. The blind man looked in the wrong direction, apparently confused by all the noise. The dog, a gorgeous white shepherd, looked straight at Santoro. "Ah, geez, mister," said the blind man. "Did I bump into you?" "It is of no matter. My own clumsiness. Here, let me guide you to the rail. It's less crowded there." "Wow, thanks, that's very kind." Santoro took the blind man's arm and steered him through the crowd. The guide dog snarled. "Quiet," snapped the blind man. "Your dog is probably unnerved by all the noise." "Nah," said the blind man. "He just doesn't like scum-sucking assholes." Santoro blinked. "Sorry?" The blind man turned and tugged down his glasses and gave Santoro a comical wink. Santoro sighed. "Hello, Mr. Ledger. I've been looking forward to meeting you." Chapter 78. The Sea of Hope. December 21st, 8:01 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. "Hello, asshole," I said. "Are you always this crude? It's unbecoming for a person of rank." "Actually," I said, "I'd really enjoy showing you how crude I can be. Do you expect to do something right here and now? With all of these important people around?" "Only if I have to." "I could kill you where you stand," murmured Santoro, smiling faintly. His hands were in his pockets. The handle of the knife was hard against his right palm. "Really? Would be fun to test that theory, idiot." "Are you always this foolish? Do you always wear a dancing red light on your tie?" Santoro looked down and saw the pinpoint of a laser sight hovering over his heart. He looked up to find the shooter but could not see him. "Don't bother looking," I said. "He'll find you if you twitch the wrong way. Now, let's go." Santoro spread his hands. He looked amused. "Very well." Over the PA system, the MC announced Prince William. The applause was absolutely thunderous. It was probably going to be a great speech. It would probably make me want to grab for my checkbook. But I had other things I wanted to hear more. A waitress stepped up beside Santoro. Beaky nose, blue eyes, short-barreled Ruger held under her tray. "Sure you don't want a crab puff, dot." Santoro smiled with genuine appreciation. I let Santoro lead the way below decks. We passed another waiter and at least 50 passengers hurrying up to hear the prince. Santoro did not try to escape, didn't grab anyone to use as a hostage, not even when he saw that the laser sight was gone. That worried me a little, because it showed a level of confidence consistent with a belief that he was going to slip this punch. At the bottom of the stairs, I told Santoro to turn right. He did, and we entered another corridor, and this one was also packed with people. I tapped my earbud. "Find me a clear route." All I got was a crackle of white noise. "Cowboy to command." "It won't work," said Santoro calmly. Didi stepped up and put the barrel of her pistol against Santoro's spine, and we steered him into an alcove. She patted him down. Not a thorough job with everyone watching, but she found his pistol and took the knife from his pocket. She also removed a small syringe and handed it to me, then shifted the pistol from his back to his temple. "You have 1 second to tell us how you're jamming this before I blow your shit up right here right now." "No need for threats," the Spaniard said. "All communications are being jammed by a system even I cannot disable." "What's the syringe for?" "It's epinephrine. I have allergies." "Right," I said, pocketing the syringe. Above deck I heard the reverb of the prince's speech. "Sounds back on, boss," said Didi. "No. The public address systems are fine," said Santoro. "We want that noise. But nothing that is happening here is getting out." "That doesn't make sense," I growled. "I thought this whole thing was to broadcast the king's big bonanza event." He smiled like a crocodile. "What makes you think this is the event?" "Come on, boss," growled Didi. Let's drag this shitbag back to the suite. I guarantee you I'll find. And Santoro moved. I don't think I have ever seen anyone move that fast. He pivoted and struck Didi in the throat with his left hand and then flicked his right so that a sliver of bright metal dropped into his palm. His hand was a blur and then Didi was falling against me, blood exploding from her face, a scream tearing itself from her throat. Ghost and I lunged for Santoro at the same time, no more than a half second after his cut, but his hand was already moving. I felt heat in my chest and then I was falling. I landed hard on Ghost's back and heard him yelp in pain as we both crashed down together. I heard people in the hallway scream, first in shock and then in pain as Santoro leaped into the crowd, cutting left and right, and then burst through on the other side, running at full speed down the hall. Chapter 79. The Sea of Hope. December 21st, 8:03 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. The video feeds went dead all at once. What the hell? Cersei yelled. Church was right there. What is it? We lost video and audio. Outside the cabin they heard shouts. And then gunfire. Chapter 80. The Sea of Hope. December 21st, 8:04 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. I had two choices, see to Didi or chase Santoro. I cut a quick look down and saw that she was still alive. Her face was a bloody ruin and she had one hand clamped over her left eye. Blood welled from between her fingers. Go! Go! She screamed. I hauled myself to my feet. Ghost squirmed out from under, whining and trembling. I couldn't check him out, either. I ran. Clear the way. I bellowed, and pulled my gun. People slammed themselves against the walls. Some fools turned and ran away from me, obscuring my view of Santoro. I pelted down the hallway. I collided with people. I punched one poor bastard just to get him out of my way. Santoro vanished around the far turn and I ran harder. Behind me I could hear Ghost barking, but the sound was fading. He wasn't following me. How badly was he hurt? No time to worry about that, either. I skidded around the corner, going wide in case Santoro was lying in wait. He wasn't, but there was a cabin steward on his knees with his hands clutching a throat that sprayed blood. I had a glimpse of a single wild, despairing eye as I ran past. I had to take two short side corridors. One was empty, and in the other a woman huddled on the ground, hands over her head. I saw no blood as I ran past. There was a scream ahead. I put on another burst of speed, but as I neared the corner a teenage girl came flying around the bend, propelled by a savage kick from Santoro. I slammed into the girl, her forehead hit me on the mouth, bursting my lips against my teeth. I twisted as I rolled, pushing the girl away from me, but Santoro darted in and kicked my gun out of my hand, then pivoted and dove for it. He came out of his roll with the gun in his hand just as I hopped to a crouch. I had no choice, so I grabbed the teenager by the collar and the belt and flung her at Santoro's legs. It was a wicked and vile thing for me to do, but the alternative would have been much worse, even for the girl. Santoro went flying forward and the gun passed me and bounced down a set of stairs. The girl curled into a fetal ball of pain and screamed. I lunged for Santoro, but he rolled onto his back and kicked up with both feet. Suddenly I was flying backward into the wall. My head struck hard enough to shake loose the moorings of reality, and my sight flickered on and off. Last thing I saw was Santoro coming at me with the short knife in his hand. Chapter 81. The Sea of Hope. December 21st, 8:06 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. On the stage a pair of burly SAS men tackled the prince just as heavy-caliber bullets ripped through the flowers. But the shots were aimed low and they missed the trio as the agents dragged the prince to safety. One of the burly bodyguards saw a shooter taking aim at Jay-Z and launched his 340 pounds from the edge of the stage in a diving tackle that crushed the shooter and snapped his spine. The chosen next to him put his barrel against the bodyguard's head, but he never made the shot. A big red hole appeared in the center of his chest and his body was flung backward against the rail. 2 other chosen turned to see where the shot had come from. The sounds of the gunshots that killed them were lost beneath the din. High above the melee, John Smith worked the bolt and fired. Again and again. Each shot hit the target. Problem was that he didn't have nearly enough bullets. Shit, he murmured to himself. He worked the bolt and fired, worked the bolt and fired. Then he jerked his head up as a fresh wave of gunfire erupted from above him. He rolled over and looked into the sky. John Smith smiled. The sky was filled with Tradewinds motor kites. He did a quick count. 40. No, 50 of them. From each harness a DMS agent hung suspended, one hand on the controls, the other clutching a handgun. They rained fire down on the chosen. "'Bout time," said John Smith. He rolled back onto his stomach, worked the bolt, and fired. Chapter 82. The Sea of Hope. December 21st, 8:07 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Santoro came at me with a flurry of vicious cuts, and I backpedaled as fast as I could. Even so, I could feel the tip of that little knife ripping away my shirt. Hot lines of agony crisscrossed my chest as he lunged deeper. He was so goddamn fast. My back hit the wall at the turning and Santoro smiled and threw himself at me, but his own expression of triumph gave it away. I hit and dropped into a crouch and punched him in the thigh. I wanted to hit him in the nuts, but he brought his leg up. Even so, the blow knocked him back and I dove low and long and caught him around the knees and bore him down. His back hit hard and flat and it drove a woo out of him. I curled my knees under me to propel my body forward for a downward body slam. I wanted to knock the rest of the air out of him, make him choke, and slowly beat the shit out of him. But as I lunged, he slammed his elbow down on the crown of my head, then slammed his fist between my shoulder blades. It was the fist that held the knife, and the blade tore through my vest and skin and muscle like a dagger of pure fire. I screamed. Santoro released the knife and punched me across the face, once, twice, 3 times, and then pivoted to kick my deadweight off his legs. I flopped over. Lines of fire radiated out from the puncture. I knew the blade was short, but it was jammed in next to my spine. My whole body twitched. Then Santoro was on his knees, his fingers tearing at my pockets. "Where is it?" He snarled, first in English and then, as he became more desperate, growling it in Spanish. In my days I couldn't quite understand what he was doing. He had me, I was completely vulnerable. All he had to do was pull out the knife and cut my throat. Then he dug his scrabbling fingers into my left front pant pocket and I knew what he was after. The syringe. He closed his hands around it. And then Ghost hit him like a white thunderbolt. Chapter 83. The Sea of Hope. December 21st, 8:08 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Top Sims came out of the companionway with his pistol in a 2-handed grip. There were scores of men in black masks. The deck was littered with the dead, but there were over 1,000 civilians. Top opened fire at every balaclava he saw, going for body shots. Headshots were too risky with so many civilians. The ceramic frag bullets lived up to their reputation. The first one struck a chosen in the back and the man seemed to explode. It was disgusting, but damn if Top didn't like the effect, because the man next to him stopped to gape at the sudden horror. Top took him in the chest. Then a shadow passed him and Khalid was there, firing and firing. Heads below. Came a yell, followed by, "Broadway! Broadway!" And "Liberty! Liberty!" As DMS agents dropped from their kites into the thick of the fight. "Welcome to hell!" yelled Top. The chosen faltered for a moment. This was not part of the plan Santoro had described. Ship security, some secret service, and a scattering of special forces from both sides of the Atlantic. Not this. Not men appearing out of the sky, flying on bat wings. One of the chosen opened up with an M4, cutting 3 of the agents virtually in half. Then he staggered as a slender steel rod punched through his breastbone and stood out from between his shoulders. He took one staggering turning step and saw more men swarming over the rail. Men who dripped with seawater and who held weapons that looked like clip-fed crossbows. "Goddess," the man said, and then vomited blood as he pitched forward. 2 decks down, the second wave of the goddess's troops erupted from their cabins. These were the king's men. These were the elite of the armies of the 7 kings. They swarmed into the halls, splitting to head right and left, running with weapons at port arms. Every one of them had been in combat before. All of them were stone killers, and this was the event they had dreamed of. They pounded up the stairs toward the main deck, ready to join the fight, knowing that they could sweep away any resistance. Chapter 84. The Sea of Hope. December 21st, 8:08 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Ghost and Santoro tumbled backward in a tangle of snarls and shouts and grunts. I struggled to raise my head, fighting to regain control over my arms and legs. Santoro howled in pain as Ghost slashed him with his teeth, then he punched Ghost hard in the ribs, and even from 15 feet away I could hear bones break. A terrible sharp yelp broke from the dog's throat. But even that didn't stop him. Ghost bit and tore at Santoro, ripping his left arm, drawing long lines of red down his leg. I reached over my shoulder and grabbed the knife. It was really a small thing. Not much bigger than a nail file and probably twice as thick. I knew all the rules about not pulling a knife out of a wound. It can make the bleeding worse, it can do more damage. Fuck it. The thing was pressing on something that was killing my legs. I tightened my fingers around the handle and pulled. My scream was just as loud as Ghost's as Santoro kicked him in his broken ribs. Ghost staggered sideways. Blood soaked the fur of his side and there was blood on his muzzle. I prayed it wasn't his. He snarled bravely at Santoro and then flopped down. Santoro stood hunched over, his chest heaving, sweat and blood running down his face. He stared at me as I struggled to my feet, and spit on the floor between us. "You will drown in a river of blood," he said, his voice still filled with menace and power. And then I knew. He knew that I knew. I looked at the syringe, which lay on the floor by the wall. His eyes followed mine, then he looked at me and smiled. "Yes," he said, confirming my worst fears. "And there is nothing you can do to stop it." We both dove for the syringe at the same time. Chapter 85. The Sea of Hope. December 21st, 8:09 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. The Kingsmen fought their way up onto the deck, killing everything in their way, even some of the chosen. They also wore balaclavas, but theirs were white and had a small golden circle on the forehead. The symbol of the goddess. Bunny stood with his back to the wall beside the hatchway where he had ducked out of the firefight to reload. He was on his last magazine and would have to scavenge an M4 from one of the chosen. Suddenly gunfire tore through the hatchway, killing one DMS agent and the 2 civilians he was trying to protect. A swarm of men erupted from the stairway, firing wildly. They flooded past him, and he was nearly invisible to them, partially blocked by the heavy storm hatch. Bunny swung his gun around and emptied his magazine into the whole line of them. The dying tripped over the dead, clogging the hatch. They had no angle for return fire. The slide locked back on his pistol and Bunny dropped it without a thought and snatched up an M4. He leaned around the hatch and shoved his arm in, firing as he did so. Holding the weapon one-handed while firing required immense strength. Bunny emptied the whole magazine. He was grinning. Little help. He yelled as he fished for a fresh magazine. A SEAL ran over to him, assessed the problem, and plucked a fragmentation grenade from his belt. Fire in the hole. He threw it into the hatch. The Kingsmen had nowhere to run. Those who survived the blast were dazed and deafened and bleeding, and they could do nothing when Bunny and the SEAL stood shoulder to shoulder and fired down into the tangled mass of the goddess's elite. Chapter 86. The Sea of Hope. December 21st, 8:09 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Santoro's hands reached for the syringe. I reached for Santoro. He grabbed the instrument and I closed one hand around his wrist and knotted the other in his hair. The pain in my back was a howling thing, but I took everything it had to give me and bellowed like a fiend as I slammed Santoro face forward onto the deck. His nose exploded. I slammed him again and again. He stopped trying for the syringe and rolled sideways. I held on with all my strength and tore away a handful of hair and a patch of bloody scalp. Santoro screamed. He lay on his side and tried to kick me, but I blocked the kicks with my bent knees. I threw the hank of bloody hair in his face and followed it with a punch that shattered bone. Santoro reeled back, bleeding and dazed, his eyes rolling up in his head. Something abruptly shifted in his eyes and his hands came up defensively to protect his face. I thought it was a ploy, but when he spoke the change was there in his voice. "No!" he shrieked, the single word drenched with terror. "Please! No! God Almighty! This monster, this thing dared to beg for mercy. The very concept of it made me insane with fury. I rolled to my knees and hammered punches down on him. He screamed and screamed, flailing in panic now. Somewhere in his dark mind he had crossed the threshold of combat and entered the territory of defeat. For most people, for warriors, there is a lot of no man's land between those two poles. For most people there is a gradual slide from courage to cowardice. But not for Santoro. Something in him snapped and that fast he lost the belief that he could win this fight. Maybe it was the fact that he knew he could not get that syringe, that even if he could somehow escape the moment then he was still as doomed as the rest of us. Maybe that was it. I don't know, and at that moment I didn't care. I didn't even see him as I pounded on him. I saw the faces of Zoe and Laura Plimpton. Of Charles Gray. Of Mikey, bleeding out on a cold laboratory floor, murdered by his father because the alternative was the possibility that this man, this fucking creature, would find him and make him into an angel. My fists were a blur. My arms were red to the elbows. I could taste Santoro's blood in my mouth as it flew with each impact. He kept screaming those two words. No. Please. How many times had he heard them? From his angels. From the people like Plimpton and Gray and Amber Taylor, who had been forced by Santoro to look at the photographs and then compare them with the pictures of their own loved ones. How many times had he heard those two words and gotten an erotic thrill from them? God. This man had tortured good people, he had turned innocent people into weapons of mass destruction. The London Hospital. Area 51. Fair Isle. This man had ordered the hits on Amber Taylor's family. And on Starbucks. I battered his face into red impossibility and then worked on his body. My hands were lumps of pain at the ends of my arms, but I didn't care. I staggered to my feet and kicked him, breaking whatever I could break. Stop. The voice hit me harder than I was hitting Santoro. I wheeled around and saw two figures through a red haze. Circe. Mr. Church. And then I staggered backward, my balance failing, my legs buckling. I fell against the wall and slid down. A few feet away Santoro whimpered like a piglet and tried to crawl away, his hand still reaching for the syringe. Far above us the sounds of gunfire seemed to be thinning, becoming more sporadic. Mr. Church stepped over my outstretched legs and picked up the syringe. He examined it, frowned, and handed it to Circe. I flapped a hand toward Santoro. He had it. They, the kings. Circe knelt in front of me, her fingers probing my wounds, her face cut with lines of concern. Joe, oh my God. Church looked down at Santoro, who had begun to weep. Church stepped over and dropped to one knee beside Ghost. His big hands explored the blood-stained fur with a gentleness that surprised me. He's alive, he said. Church turned toward me. The syringe. He said it was epinephrine, I mumbled. No, it's not, said Cersei. I leaned away from her and spit blood to clear my mouth. The king of plagues, I said. Santoro said we'd all drown in a river of blood. He knows the plan. Cersei gasped and Church's face darkened. He rose and walked toward Santoro, who tried to crawl away. Church walked past him and then wheeled and with a savage kick tore a stateroom door off its hinges. Cersei, he said, Captain Ledger needs medical attention. I think the fighting is about over. Stay out of sight until we know who won. What are you going to do? Church looked down at Santoro and then slowly removed his tinted glasses and tucked them into his jacket pocket. He squatted and grabbed Santoro by the shoulders and with a grunt of effort hauled him to his feet, spun him around, and thrust him into the room. Don't, she begged. Church ignored her. Dad, Dot. Church lingered for a moment in the doorway and looked back at her. Do as I say, he said. Then he walked into the room. I stared at Cersei. Dad? From inside the room the screams began. I staggered to my feet and leaned on Cersei as we fled. Chapter 87. The Sea of Hope. December 21st, 8:13 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. We didn't go to Cersei's cabin. I staggered along with Cersei to find Didi. She was still in the alcove, sitting in a pool of her own blood. Alive but unconscious and in very bad shape. How is she? I asked. Cersei knelt to examine her. She might lose her eye. She needs to be in surgery as soon as possible. God. I looked back the way we had come and wished 10 times as much pain for Santoro. Footsteps pounded down the stairs and I snatched up Didi's gun and spun around. Echo! Echo! Yelled a familiar voice. Come ahead! Khalid Shahid came down at a rush, followed by Glory Price of Tiger Shark Team. Both of them were cut and bloody. Sit rep, I said, sagging back. The good guys won, said Glory. She appraised me. You look like shit, Joe. Thanks, but I nodded toward Cersei. Khalid cursed and pushed Cersei out of the way. Cersei may have had her MD, but Khalid was a battlefield trauma specialist. Others came down. Top and Bunny. They helped carry Didi to the sick bay. Cruise ships of this kind have a first-class medical suite, and Rio was close. My legs buckled and I started to fall. I'm not sure who caught me, but blackness welcomed me. Chapter 88. The Sea of Hope. December 21st, 1:56 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. It was the goddamn balloons. The syringe had been the clue. Every single one of them was filled with Ebola. The Mexican worker who had inhaled some helium as a prank was found dead in his shower. He'd gone off shift sick and died alone. The plan had been for the ship to limp into Rio following the tragic events of the mass slaughter. Once in port, the balloons would be released. They would rise into the sky, drift away on the variable winds, and eventually burst. South America would become a graveyard. The presidents of Mexico and the United States would be forced to cut a safety line across Panama. They would have to burn in no man's land with fuel air bombs, napalm, and anything else that would burn. The stock market would be unstable for years. The kings would profit. A workable treatment had been in development for years. Dr. Snow at Fair Isle, who had been an agent of the kings rather than a victim, had given samples of the vaccine to Santoro, and he'd a gulped. All of the kings and their consciences had been inoculated. Just in case the firebombing didn't work. How did we find all this out? Santoro. He told Church everything. Names. Dates. Places. The identities of the 7 kings. He told him about 9/11 and dozens of other attacks. He could not tell Church fast enough. He begged to tell him more. Church listened. I never learned what happened to Santoro. I doubt he is with the angels. The Navy pulled the nets of balloons out into the deep blue and hit them with flamethrowers. We all hoped that would do the trick. It was close to dawn the following day before I got a brief chance to speak with Church. We were alone in Circe's suite. I'd just come from the shipboard vet's office. Ghost was in surgery and I was told to stop bothering the doctors. I found Church making coffee in the small kitchenette. His clothes were bloodstained and I knew that he had worked alongside the rest of the DMS agents, tending to the wounded. Khalid said that Church seemed to know as much about emergency medicine as any doctor he'd met. I was beyond being surprised. I limped into the kitchen and fished a bottle of water out of the fridge. Church gave me a quick appraising look, nodded. "Dad?" I said. "Don't start," he said quietly. No way am I letting that one go. "Dad? Circe's your daughter, Dot. And if she is? Why didn't you tell me?" He poured himself a cup of coffee. Circe is a formidable person who is making a name for herself. It was her wish that she do so without my help or influence. Bullshit. He almost smiled. No, it's true. Mostly true. He gave me a considering stare for a moment. I don't discuss my personal life with anyone. But, he brushed some soot from his chin. After all this, you get to ask that one question and get a straight answer. Circe's mother and I divorced many years ago. She thought I was another kind of person, and when she found out that I was who I was, she wanted out. I agreed. He paused. We had 2 daughters. The word "had" was big and ugly and it hung in the air between us. 10 months ago my wife was killed in a traffic incident. Circe believes it was an accident. I know that it was not. I have many enemies and they sometimes choose dishonorable and reprehensible ways to come at me. The previous summer my younger daughter, Gimme, was killed in combat in Afghanistan. Roadside bomb. Jesus Christ, man, He shook his head. Circe is my only living relative. My father, my brothers and sisters, everyone else has died in the service of this country, in one way or another. Only 10 people know who Circe is. Hugo Vox is one of them, by the way. Now there are 11. Don't worry about whether you can keep the secret from Dr. Sanchez. He's known for some time now. I started to say something, but he shook his head and turned back to making coffee. And just like that he was back to being Mr. Church. It told me something about him, maybe a lot, but it also threw 1,000 new questions into the air. Most of them, I knew, would never be answered. Chapter 89. Aboard the Delta of Venus. December 22, 8:33 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. Galt held Eris while she wept. It had been a long night. The news reports began late in the evening, and by midnight it was all over. The grand centerpiece of the 10 Plagues Initiative had failed. Not one of the celebrities had died. Not one of the children of the rich and powerful had been killed. And there was no report about balloons or Ebola. No word from Santoro either, and that was the most disturbing. Santoro had always had an escape plan. Usually 2 or 3 of them in reserve. Nothing. We'll start again, Galt soothed. The kings are still free. We still have our resources. The goddess has so many victories to her name. Eris sniffed and shook her head. She didn't care about the hospital or the 21 dead children of the inner circle. She had wanted this. Eris's cell rang and she straightened. That's Santoro. She cried, reaching for the phone. She opened it without even reading the screen display. Raphael, what happened to? Hi, Mom, said the King of Fear. Hugo? Yeah, saw the news. Thought I'd give you a call. It failed. She yelled. Yeah, ain't that a kick in the nuts? All that planning. All those years of scheming, all the work. Hell, Mom, you spent the best years of your life on that thing. She hissed at him. Look, Vox said. I'm dropping off the radar for a while. Just wanted to let you know that I drained your accounts. Galtz, too. Nice chunk of change. What? You miserable bastard. Hey, call a spade a spade. Born out of wedlock and all that, what do you expect? He chuckled. But listen. I'm not going to cut you off entirely. I left you a nest egg. Whenever you guys reach a safe port, call me on the other cell. My new number's plugged in. What other cell? She demanded. I left it in the drawer under the TV. Whenever you want to start over again, use that and give me a call. I'm dumping this phone. Wait. Bye-bye, Mom. Hope you two crazy kids can make it work. Fugo. The line was dead. Eris threw the phone across the room, where it struck the wall and shattered. Damn that ungrateful little prick. What the hell was that about? Asked Galt. She rattled off a quick recap, then she got angrily to her feet and stalked across the room, tore open the drawer, and snatched up the cell Hugo had left for her. What are you doing? He took our money. Our money. Her voice was a harpy's screech. I'm going to goddamn well tell him to give it back. She flipped open the phone and scrolled through the stored numbers until she located one labeled, me. He was always an ugly child, sneered Eris as she pressed the call button. The 40 pounds of C4 packed tightly into the hold vaporized the delta of Venus. The blast could be heard for 30 miles in every direction, but they were so far out to sea, no one heard a thing. Epilogue 1. The Sea of Hope became a massive floating crime scene. Everyone who was on board had to be interviewed and checked. That included the performers, many members of Generation Hope, and everyone else. There were protests and threats of lawsuits and actions, but those were hollow. The DMS had just averted the worst terrorist act in history. That bought us all the slack we needed. All of the celebrities and the children of the power players were offloaded to the Navy ships. Eventually they'd all go home. Home and alive. I flew home on a big C-140 with Pink, Taylor Swift, and the guys from U2. Dee Dee was aboard, too, with Khaled watching over her. She would keep the eye, but it was damaged and so was her face. It was too early to tell if she'd ever stand in the line of battle again. I had a couple of dozen stitches in my back, chest, and gums, but I was deemed fit to travel. Ghost was there, too. Sedated but alive. It was all surreal. The celebs on our plane kept their distance, occasionally shooting strange looks at me. I don't know what stories they'd been told about me, or what rumors had floated around. And I didn't care. But sometimes you can't tell about people. Cuppa? I looked up to see who'd spoken and Bono stood there holding 2 cups of steaming tea. He held one out to me. I took it, hissing at the pain the action caused in every molecule of my body. Mind if I sit? I tilted my head toward a metal equipment case and he sat down. He was a small man, short and slim. His signature sunglasses were tucked into the V of his shirt. Your name's Joe, Dot. I nodded. Look, man, I came back to say a couple of things, but I'll piss off if I'm bothering you. No, I said. No, it's good. What's on your mind? I sipped the tea. It was lousy. I made this myself. He sipped his. God, it's piss. It's hot, I said, and we clinked mugs. Tell me, man, why do you do this sort of thing? He asked. I shook my head. Ask me something I know the answer to. The plane flew a lot of miles before either of us spoke. We'd drunk our bad tea. Bono stood up. Anyway, man, he said. For me and my mates and, I guess, for everyone. I just wanted to say thanks. He offered me his hand. I took it. Then he nodded and walked back to sit with the other members of the band. I smiled. A good guy. Why do I do this sort of thing? God, I wish I had an answer to that. 2. On December 28th, Rudy, Cersei, and I took a DMS chopper from the hangar and flew south into Pennsylvania. We landed outside the walls of Greaterford Prison. Warden Wilson met us at the gate. Has he said anything? Asked Rudy as we shed our coats in the warden's office. He hasn't said a word since Dr. Sanchez ordered him placed in solitary, said Wilson. I had video and audio recorders placed inside his cell and all along the path from cell to showers and back. Nicodemus is always escorted by 4 guards that I pick randomly, and the time for his shower varies according to a schedule I make up. A schedule I keep in my head. If there was a leak inside the prison, someone feeding information to Nicodemus, these procedures seem to have stopped it. Rudy and Cersei exchanged a look and said nothing. Neither looked pleased. Wilson caught it. What? He asked. Nothing, said Rudy. Except that a little subtlety might have helped us find the leak rather than cut it off. Wilson looked flustered and angry. Well, you could have said that, Dr. Sanchez. He shouldn't have had to, I said. Wilson turned aside to hide a face. Can we see the prisoner now? Asked Cersei. Sure, Wilson said with bad grace. He led the way and we followed him through cold, damp halls that felt more like the corridors of an ancient dungeon rather than part of a modern prison. We passed through 2 heavily occupied cell blocks, and as we passed we saw hundreds of prisoners standing on the other side of the bars. Their eyes followed us, reading us. They watched Cersei O'Tree, who wore a tailored suit that hid none of her curves. The prisoners were absolutely silent. And that was creepy as hell. I had never heard a quiet cell block before. Not once as a Baltimore cop or during my time with the DMS. There were always catcalls and laughter, the low murmur of conversation, smart-ass remarks. There should have been some whistles at Cersei, some off-color remarks. All we heard was the hollow sounds of our own heels on the concrete floor. Even the warden felt it. He stopped in the middle of one of the rows of cells and looked around. When he made eye contact with the convicts, they returned his stare, but they said nothing. Wilson cut a look at me and continued leading the way. Several turns took us through a series of locked doors until we reached the secure area used for solitary confinement. The cells on either side of Nicodemus's cell had been left vacant. The video cameras on the wall were pointed toward his cell. I could see a small figure on the cot, curled asleep under a thin brown blanket. A guard supervisor stood at the far end of the row, and he came to meet us. Wilson said, Bill, these people are with Homeland. They want to interview Nicodemus. Sure, but if you'd called down I could have. Just open the cell, I said. It was against all protocol, and the guard studied the warden for a moment before complying. He waved to 2 other guards and they came to join us, bringing waist chains and riot sticks. All 3 of the guards cut worried looks at the cell. It was the fearful reaction Rudy had described. He was right, these guys were scared as hell by the little prisoner. Nicodemus, called the supervisor, Bill. Rise and shine. Nicodemus ignored him. Come on, Bill said, his tone almost pleading. Let's not make this harder than it needs to be. When Nicodemus still didn't stir, the supervisor turned and yelled down the hall, Open 6. There was a metallic clang inside the wall and the door twitched open. The 2 guards braced the doorway. One opened it, the other drew his riot stick and tapped on the doorframe. Come on, let's not be screwing around here. When there was still no compliance, they looked to the warden, who gave a nod, and they entered the cell. What the hell? Oh shit. We crowded the doorway, watching as one of the guards grabbed the blanket and whipped it away. Cersei and Rudy gasped as black and brown roaches scuttled in all directions. Hundreds of them. There was a pillow and a rolled-up bundle of clothes. Nothing else. Dios mío, breathed Rudy. Where is he? Demanded Cersei. Where's the prisoner? The warden ordered the supervisor to send the alert, escaped prisoner. Horns blared and sirens wailed. The whole place went into hard lockdown. Teams of men and dogs ran through the halls and out into the yards. Teams on ATVs tore through the countryside. They found nothing. In the warden's office, Cersei asked to see the video surveillance tapes from Nicodemus's cell. When they were played back, we watched the little man crawl under his blanket and appear to go to sleep. That was at 4:16 p.m. I knew from when we'd signed in that we had passed through security at 4:18. At 4:19, the video feed in Nicodemus's cell dissolved into white static. The guards had unlocked the cell at 4:41. That left a 22-minute gap during which Nicodemus vanished. The video feed trained on the outside of his cell door, however, showed a continuous picture, and the door did not open. The FBI and investigators from the Department of Corrections spent days going through the stored video files of all of the cameras at Greaterford. Nicodemus was not seen on any of them. Manhunts in 3 states could not find him. TV alerts and posted rewards resulted in no useful responses. No trace of him was ever found. But as Rudy, Cersei, and I stood in that cold hallway outside Nicodemus's cell, I think we all had the same feeling. It was absurd, impossible, and foolish. But it's what I felt, and when I looked in their eyes I saw the same shadows. The same ghosts. We did not voice those thoughts. In our profession you don't. Just as you do with pain, you learn to eat your fear. Even fear of something that may not have an explanation. Rudy crossed himself, though. And that said it all. 3. Vox's betrayal hit a lot of people hard. It shook the foundations of our government. So many key people in government, so many people in crucial jobs in labs and nuclear power plants and defense factories, so many of our most highly trained special operators, had been screened and vetted by Vox. Over 70 people in the DMS had been screened by him. Did it make them all guilty or complicit? No. Cersei O'Tree had been approved by Vox, and so had Grace Cortland, Top Sims, Dee Dee Whitman, and Khalid Shahid. What it meant was the start of a witch hunt and a wave of paranoia that would make the McCarthy years seem like an era of tolerance and understanding. Church did not want that to happen, and over the next months he would spend more time in front of Congress than he would overseeing the hunt for the kings. Vox vanished off the radar. So did Toys and the rest of the 7 kings. All of the think tank records had been stolen. That was a sleeping dragon, and we all knew it. T-Town was shut down pending a review, but absolutely no one wanted to do that review. No one wanted to be known as the next Hugo Vox. Rudy, Cersei, and Bug spent thousands of hours going over the psychological profiles of people in key industries, looking for those personality types that jibed with Plimpton, Gray, Schofield, Snow, and Taylor. They identified 103 possibles. Amber Taylor became part of the debriefing team that conducted the interviews. Aunt Sally coordinated with federal marshals for an unprecedented number of new identities in witness protection. With Santoro locked away wherever Church has him, it might mean that no one would ever come after the families of the people he had coerced and psychologically tortured, but was that a risk we could ever take? It was an enormously expensive venture, but somehow the funding always materialized. I wondered if some of the inner circle were helping. They were still a pack of evil bastards the DMS would have to take down, but if they wanted to avenge their children, so be it. As far as I know, the inner circle are still on the to-do list of Aunt Sally and Mr. Church. Not a nice place to be. 4. The hunt for the 7 kings wasn't over. We all knew that. It would go on until we found out where they were and tore them down. sounds so easy. Like the war on terror would be over when we found and killed Osama. But do any of us believe that? Is this a winnable war? It's a fair question, and a hard one, and the answer is probably no for both sides. And yet we have to fight it. If we don't, the bad guys get bigger, bolder, more dangerous, and more destructive. Right now they're jackals nipping at the weak and the unwary. We can't allow them to become the dominant predator. All of which sounds like a lot of flag waving, but it's not that simple. We have to be careful not to become what we hunt. We almost did that with the Patriot Act, taking away civil rights in the name of protecting them. That can't happen. Yet where does that leave guys like me? Where does it leave Echo Team and the DMS? 5. I stood at the window of my hotel in Washington, looking out at the green stretch of the mall, watching the masses of crowds that were already gathering for the big New Year's celebration tonight. The papers said that there would be a candlelight vigil. For the London hospital, for the Sea of Hope and all that it represented, for the victims of the Starbucks attack. I would like to think that some of those candles would be lighted in honor of the DMS agents, SEALs, Delta operators, and shipboard security who had died to keep this from being an international day of mourning. Now the sun was setting over Washington. In a few hours this year would burn away. It was crazy. At the beginning of June I was a Baltimore cop. By early July I was fighting to stop terrorists with a doomsday plague. By the end of August I'd fallen in love with an amazing woman, and I lost her to a murderer's bullet. I'd led good men and women into battle with monsters. Actual monsters. And I'd gone aboard a cruise ship packed with people who had gathered for the purpose of easing the pain and suffering of children living in the most economically depressed places on earth. Good people of all races and religions, all colors and political viewpoints, working together for the common good. On that ship, out in the middle of the dark Atlantic, I had moved among the very best humanity has and fought against the very worst humanity can be. Was this my life? After Grace died I had planned to leave the DMS forever. Even the warrior in my head had been glutted from all the blood and death. The cop had become convinced that all goodness had died with Grace, and the modern man was adrift, clinging to the last splinter of hope. Then church had called me and brought me back. To the London hospital, to Fair Isle, to the gunfight in the coffee house, to Jenkintown, to the slaughter of the DMS, and to the Sea of Hope. So, was this my life? Fighting and fighting and fighting? It is a horrible moment when you can no longer count the number of people you've killed. I closed my eyes and leaned my forehead against the window glass. It was mild for December, but the glass was cold. I heard a rising burst of laughter from the adjoining suite. Rudy and Circe. They sounded happy. I felt gutted and empty. Was this my life? Was this who I am? I opened my eyes and saw the first of the candles flare up down in the mall. A tiny spark in the sea of late twilight gloom. For a moment there was only that one small light in the darkness, and the loneliness of it was almost unbearably sad. Then someone bent close and used the flame to light their candle. And others did, and more, sharing out the light so that it spread. Slowly and sporadically, but steadily. An infection of light that did not defeat the darkness was too big, too vast, too powerful to ever be completely destroyed, but for now, for this moment, those tiny flames conspired together to drive the darkness back. I placed my palm on the glass. I don't know why. Maybe it was a romantic or childish need to feel the heat of that light. But the glass was cold. And yet, I smiled. The cold was okay. The fact that I was up here in the darkness of my room, in the darkness of my thoughts, was okay. The flame was still there. If this was who I was, and if it wasn't for me to be part of the light, then maybe that was as it should be. I am what I am. I'm a hunter and a killer. I'm the cop and the warrior, and the modern man. As we watched the light from the vigil candles spread, the answer to the question was there. It had always been there. Was this my life? Yes. Acknowledgements. As Joe Ledger's biographer, I rely heavily on the brilliance, insight, experience, and patience of a variety of experts. Thanks to Dr. John CMAR of the Infectious Disease Department of Johns Hopkins University Hospital, Dr. Steve A. Yetiv, Professor of Political Science, Old Dominion University, Dr. A. M. Dodson, FSA, Research and Teaching Fellow, Department of Archaeology and Anthropology of the University of Bristol, Dr. Paweł Leberski of the Department of Molecular Pathology and Neuropathology, Medical University of Lodz, Poland, Philadelphia Police Officer Bob Clark, the men of the 111th Infantry Battalion Recon Platoon, with 36th Brigade Iraqi Army Recon, Marie O'Connell, Jackie Sambalak, and Dr. Barry Getzoff, Michael Cecilia of the California Homeland Security Exercise and Education Program, Walt Stenning, Ph.D., former head of psychology at Texas A&M University, Michael E. Whitskell, Ken Kalutzi, Chief of Lower Makefield, Pennsylvania, Police Department, the international thriller writers, authors David Morrell, Gail Linz, Sandra Brown, John Gilstrap, Jason Pinter, and Eric Van Lustbader, George Shiro, MS, consulting forensic scientist, Greg Dagnan, CSI/Police Investigations Faculty of Criminal Justice Department, Missouri Southern State University, Peter Luckex, MD, Ted Krimmel, Cert, and Suzanne Rosen, winner of the Name Joe Ledger's Dog Contest. And special thanks to Javier Grillo Marxwick, Michael DeLuca, and Matthew Snyder, Fran and Randy Kush, Charlie and Gina Miller, Arthur Mensch, Sam Westmensch, and Greg Schauer, Jeff Strauss, Nancy Comcomly, Janice Gable Bashman, and Tiffany Schmidt, and Rachel Stockley and Ian Graham. And, of course, Michael Haumler, Joe Goldshine, Matthew Shear, and Nadia Mina at St. Martin's Griffin, and my agents, Sarah Crow and Harvey Klinger. And to the wonderful staff at the Starbucks in Southampton, where much of this book was written, yes, I do believe I'll have a refill. Also by Jonathan Mayberry. Fiction. Rot and Ruin. The Dragon Factory. Patient Zero. Ghost Road Blues. Dead Man's Song. Bad Moon Rising. The Wolfman. Non-fiction. Wanted Undead or Alive. Vampire Universe. The Cryptopedia. Zombie CSU. They Bite. Praise for the Dragon Factory. While Joe has announced his retirement, eager readers can look forward to one more volume in this humorous, over-the-top cross-genre trilogy. Publishers Weekly. This is like a video game on steroids mixed with the island of Dr. Moreau. Mayberry has done an excellent job of ratcheting up the action while downplaying the ick factor that sometimes runs through his earlier books. Expect this straight-ahead thriller to hook action-crazed readers and inspire them both to seek out the first Ledger book and eagerly anticipate the next installment. Book list. Praise for Patient Zero. Plenty of man-to-zombie combat, a fast and furious read. Publishers Weekly. An enjoyable read, hard to set down. Fangoria. Heated, violent, and furious, as palatable as your favorite flavor of ice cream. A memorable book. Peter Straub, New York Times best-selling author. Night of the Living Dead meets Michael Crichton. Joseph Finder, New York Times best-selling author of Power Play. Joe Ledger and the DMS have my vote as the team to beat when combating terrorist threats on a grand scale. David Morrell, New York Times best-selling author of First Blood in Creepers. Brilliant, it puts the terror back in terrorist. James Rollins, New York Times best-selling author of The Judas Strain. This is a work of fiction. All of the characters, organizations, and events portrayed in this novel are either products of the author's imagination or are used fictitiously. The King of Plagues. Copyright 2011 by Jonathan Mayberry. All rights reserved. For information, address Street Martin's Press, 175, 5th Avenue, New York, 10010. www.stmartins.com. ISBN 9781429966894. First ebook edition, March 2011. Library of Congress Cataloging in Publication Data. Mayberry, Jonathan. The King of Plagues, a Joe Ledger novel / Jonathan Mayberry. First edition. p. centimeter. ISBN 978-0-312-38250-6. 1. Secret Societies, Fiction. 2. Bioterrorism, Fiction. Title. PS 3613.A 19K56 2011. 813.6 DC 22. 201-004-0418. First edition, March 2011.